I'm assuming the time zone is probably messed up. I was gonna bring that up, but I wasn't sure if it was just a me thing.
Yeah, no, I clicked start streaming, but I didn't click go live because apparently those are two
Aha.
different. We just had this whole conversation, bro. Why didn't anybody say anything?
I wasn't aware, but
Bro, we spent like
Yeah,
I see it now, so we're
20
good.
Yeah.
minutes.
I wasn't sure if it was a me
Call it
thing
the
or
warm up.
not.
Call it the warm up. It's all good.
Yeah, you
Bro.
gotta give him a little lead time.
Oh my, you know what,
I didn't
honestly.
have I didn't have my live thing on. I don't have my laptop with me, so
I was like, Nature Boy's not talking, Wars isn't talking, they're both in chat. I can see their names in chat. Why aren't they talking?
No,
I
we
feel,
know.
That'll
that's
do it.
funny.
I feel like we're talking about things they'd want to mention, but like, no. uh,
You gotta laugh.
You gotta laugh.
you
You gotta
know,
laugh.
if this is the worst thing to happen this stream, then I think this is gonna be a great stream.
True.
Because,
But yeah, not too much new with me. What about you, Max? What do you got going on this week?
bro, you're just skipping Kate. We're going in order. How are
Oh,
you skip?
my bad. My bad, Kanga. I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Go ahead, Kanga.
What have I done? Just working mostly. Getting I've been getting up earlier lately and just sleeping better and just a lot of things. Just not much. Just checking out the community and just checking out other like communities. I did have something exciting happen, which I did post about. That we got. There was a panel at NostalgiaCon for Codename Kids Next Door,
Oh,
and they did a reading for the Codename Kids Next Door sequel script, which was written by the creator, and they had all the voice actors there except for number five, I think.
Yeah.
And they did like a script reading for 15 minutes, and I think that was just like it wasn't like anything super official, but I think it was more of like a pitch live
sure.
thing. I don't know, but it was cool, and I posted
That's
about
really
it
cool.
because I grew up with that show and I really really liked that like era of cartoons and stuff. So that was cool
Yeah,
to see that potentially another revival could happen. I think that's really cool. So yeah, that was my highlight for the week.
that sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, that's iconic. I definitely enjoyed that series myself, and it's crazy because I think all of them got together prior to that for either a reunion that they might have did. I don't know if it was something official, but it was just cool to see all those actors just reenacting those crucial but like nostalgic roles for us, right? Because that was
yeah,
a
for
huge
sure.
part of so many kids'
I think
childhood.
it's so interesting, like especially for animated shows, like watching like a table read, like with all the actors, like
Yeah,
seeing like the actors do these voices that you're so like intimately familiar with. I think it's really cool.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's cool to see them like behind the scenes, like the actor actually doing the voice. It's really really cool. I know that there's real popular videos of like Dan Green and Eric Stewart doing like panel readings and stuff.
Hmm.
They're the voice actors for Yugi and Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh,
Oh yeah,
and it's like the fans just go crazy whenever they like get into their characters. So that's really cool. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, that would be sweet. I would love to see that.
yeah, cool. That's all for me.
oh no, you're good. Uh Man, what's new that happened to me? I mean, I guess my highlight was getting this thing in the mail. I mean, I'm sure in case we got asked this question, but show that bad boy off.
Oh, okay. Look at
Ooh,
that.
that's a beaut.
That's so good.
I
Pretty
wish
nice looking.
I wish I could use one of those, man.
Yeah, I wonder what that would be
SG.
like.
Getting that
It's an
thing
SG.
graded was nice. Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to, get back into a lot of what I had in my old collection, and of course, Von Blut, Servant of Ani, is one of the harder ones to get, but I got a pretty good deal on it, so I'm glad. The guy that originally was trying to get it was trying to scam the seller, and the seller was just like, uh, I'm just gonna make a good deal with you because I haven't had any issues with you in the past, and I don't know what was going on with that last guy, but I'm just kind of over it. So besides that, I'd say things in personal life have been good. I've been posting more. I know I discussed that in the episode I did with Jade. So they'll see a little bit more of like what that kind of inclined, but I definitely been posting like 3 times the amount of content I normally do.
That also
So
reminds me
now
I have
it's
to finish
That's awesome.
editing. That reminds me I have to finish editing that episode.
oh no, you'll be good, dude. Yeah, I kind of look.
I'm like halfway through it. Like I'm like just sitting down, man.
That's all it takes. I mean, it's easier said than done, and like that's the cool thing about this week is with Labor Day. I'm like, all right, I can use that day to get ahead, so that this week, since I know it's gonna be a busy one, I'm just set.
That's what I'm doing too. My Labor Day is dedicated to banking some content, get some recording, some editing done, man.
Dude,
Oh,
honestly, same. Not gonna lie, same. I'm off tomorrow. I'm like, oh, thank God.
I'm thinking about actually hitting Cracker Barrel tomorrow. Just for the
Oh.
memes, man.
Bro. Hey, at least they backtracked that logo, bro. At
Yeah,
least
hey, they got rid of
backtracked the
that
logo.
terrible logo. I'll give them my business, dude.
Bro.
Mhm.
Man. But that being said, was that all you wanted to say, Maxwell?
Oh yeah, no, that's all.
All right. I don't want to just cut you off.
No, you're
But
good.
yo, what's up? Okay, so we do have a couple things that we should address in the chat real quick.
Okay.
Wars says my scanner was going through a tunnel. Did I miss anything? Absolutely not. You missed literally nothing because guess who forgot to click go live? Yeah, that's right.
I'll give you a hint.
Apricot a lot.
It was me, yeah.
You know, yep.
Johnny gave me remote control of his PC just because that's what friends do. And I forgot to hit go live. That's on me, guys.
He was too busy going through all of the files looking to find the chaotic fan game. That's what he was trying to do.
Right. I was trying to secure a copy for myself.
Yeah.
Couldn't get through the firewall.
No. It's password protected. Unjokingly, it's actually password protected. Not even a joke. It is actually password protected. But yeah, so you didn't miss anything. And Pyrus wants to know how we're all doing.
Doing good, man.
Well, doing real well.
Good.
I'm also doing pretty good too. So, but now to segue into. Dude, I was so confused. I got a notification saying monthly Codemaster meeting, and I was like, am I supposed to be doing something right now?
You're already there, buddy. Already there. Actually, it's funny is I started to troll and be like, yo, I don't know how to join like last time, just to see if anybody would remember. Just come in late. Yo,
that would been really funny.
Now we do have some bad news, guys. It is only going to be the 4 of us, which, that's not the worst news. Like the worst news because it could be none of us. The worst news would be it would be only me because I'm not that entertaining. But I lied. There is a fifth. There is a fifth right there.
There's a fifth, yeah.
There is a fifth.
A baby. There's a baby on camera too.
But we are going to be going through some of your guys' questions that you guys submitted for the giveaway, and we're going to be talking about all the. We're going to answer some of the questions you guys wanted us to answer. Now, a lot of the questions were aimed as though they were being asked to Ganon, because a lot of people saw the words creator and assumed we were interviewing Ganon. Unfortunately, we're not that important. So yet. So we're not that important, so we're not going to be interviewing Ganon. So we're going to be answering those questions as though they were being asked generically. So like if somebody asked what are you going to do to make Chaotic a success, we're going to say what we individually are going to do to help contribute to Chaotic success. So stuff like that. And then Max Lord, if we still haven't asked those questions, also has some more questions as well. So but before that, anybody want to say anything?
Baba Booey. That count?
I like it.
Thanks, thank you.
All right, well, and then I'm going to say something. I think it's time to get chaotic. So.
I agree with that.
Yeah, that's second that
Well
motion.
said.
Literally nobody thought to say let's get chaotic. Literally nobody. Pyrus says, "Aw, cute kitty." And then War says, "A certified interest / Tangoth player."
That's right. He's Kanga Toborn in training, though.
Aw.
You got to give him decent stats at least.
Aw.
Oh yeah.
All right. So, how do you guys want to do the comment? Do you guys just want me to grab a random one, or do you want me to start with the oldest submitted ones?
Whatever is easier for you, I guess. As
Yeah.
far as keeping track.
Dealer's
Yeah.
choice.
Well, let's just start with the one that, like, you know, I gave as an example. What will you do differently to make the chaotic revival a success? So I guess for like, for us, it'd be what will we do to help with the chaotic revival success? Avocado, you go first.
I'd probably like whisper in Ganon's ear not to do any business with poor kids. Probably number one on my docket. Just whisper
bad
him
answer.
sweet, sultry nothings about how poor kids is not a good partner to go into business with.
I believe they're called 4K Media now.
Oh,
And
they
they're
still
a-
exist.
No, they're Konami Cross Media. They're a subsidiary of Konami now.
Oh, really? Wow.
I believe so. The Konami bought what was left of them.
That makes sense. I guess somebody had to. Sure. Huh. I didn't know that.
Fun fact, I think. You can quote me on that if I'm wrong.
I know they bought like a huge portion of their remaining IPs, so I don't know if
Yeah.
they bought everything though.
You know, I was thinking about sorry to, interrupt if anybody else wanted to answer that question, but I was thinking about like programming, like the programming block that like Chaotic was a part of. Do you guys remember? I think it was called like Huntic. I think it like
Yes.
came on like after Chaotic.
Yes.
I just randomly like remember that show existed earlier today. I don't remember anything about it aside from the name. Do you guys remember what that show was about?
Wasn't it
Couldn't
like
tell you.
wasn't it like robots that shot balls? Is that the right one?
No,
I don't remember.
I don't remember either. It was kind of cool, I remember, but I wasn't like a big fan of it, obviously.
I don't remember.
Anyway,
I remember Arachnid Riders or Spider Riders. I remember that.
sure,
I
classic.
love that show. Love that show. All right, Kanga, what are you gonna do to make chaotic a success?
Well, I have quite a few ideas. Obviously, I want to make content in any capacity, whether it's officially for the brand or if it's just just with you guys. That's a big part of it. Obviously, I do post daily and do these streams and stuff. That's something I want to continue doing. I'd love to do more giveaways because I think that's just fun. What else? I think I'd love to do like more. I don't know. I'd like to like bounce more ideas off with you guys and get more things sort of like engage more with the community, I guess, and just make more like I don't know, like I really like seeing when community members make the fan games and do all that stuff. I think that's so cool. And I'm not a coder, but I would love to contribute in some way and make something for the community. I think that would be cool. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I
For
think
sure, dude.
Yeah, man.
I think community
Love that.
engagement is like massive. I think that's I think it's like the thing that drives a game. So I respect the heck out of that. Like I
Yeah.
love that.
Sorry, I apologize if I sound like I'm rambling. Yeah, it's like 4:30, so
Brother,
4:30 a.m.
brother.
So
Oh, wow.
I'm so sorry.
I
For,
know.
Yeah,
I'm
for
so
you.
sorry for scheduling it that late. I'm so sorry. I didn't.
no, it's all
I
good.
didn't even think about that. I'm so sorry, dude.
This is my off day anyway, so don't stress too much.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
Well, we appreciate having you.
Yeah, we love that
No, of
you're
course.
here.
No, I just yeah, I guess I just want to I just see what people do in the community, and I see like there's one guy, he's making a Pokemon Go app, and you just have community members that come in and they'll pop in and they'll make something. They'll make like fan art, or they'll make
Mm-hmm.
yeah, they'll just make things, and I think that's so cool. And I would love to contribute more to that. I guess just making stuff.
Did you see the guy who's using AI to help him make a game from scratch for Chaotic?
No,
I
I
didn't.
haven't
He,
saw that.
he, he has like next to no coding experience whatsoever, and so he's using AI to make the models for a game, and then using AI to help him program a
You okay?
game so that he can actually make something for Chaotic because he loves Chaotic, and he thought that the AI would be a good tool for it to allow him to do something that he's always wanted to do.
Very cool.
Yeah, I thought like I get what you mean, man. Sometimes you just get like amazing community members like that, and it's like just awesome to see it. Like I mean, today like I got to showcase the tech demo for the Chaotic fan game that Vint has been working on for years, and like we talked about it before we started streaming. I mean, after we start, well, like before/after we started streaming. um, actually, Apricot a lot before you guys joined. I told him I was like, yeah. So I asked Vit why he couldn't go into the Riverlands during the demo, and he was like, oh, you can. You just have to open the menu. There's a menu. I didn't even know there was a menu. It's so like I have to do a follow up where I actually walk around the Riverlands because I didn't know that there was a menu. Yeah.
Right on.
So I get what you mean. I get what you mean, Kanga.
How do you guys feel about AI? Are you big like AI adopters? Like, do you use it like regularly in your day-to-day life, or are you like big AI haters?
I'm gonna let
I
everyone else
wouldn't.
answer first. I don't want to
I
answer
wouldn't
this
say that I. I don't necessarily hate it. I do have strong feelings for it. I think that it's utilized maybe not in the correct ways, whether it be marketing or it's for I mean even with what we do, like some of it helps, right? And then other things I think kind of become obnoxious. But I mean like overall I have kind of gotten like more comfortable with utilizing AI for certain things, but I try to be as authentic as I can as a creator. And that's just for me personally. I'm not dissing anybody that doesn't utilize them. I think in order to like kind of be seen in the algorithms in a ways that a lot of you guys are, and especially like Kanga, like he utilizes a lot of social media's features really well, and that's shown in his
Yeah,
videos, and I think that
that's very true.
helped push him into it. So like that's something that I'm kind of trying to transition into myself is just getting comfortable with that because it does show results whether you're seeing that like immediately or over time, but it has its benefits and like anything else it's also got its cons.
I have a very
Yeah, I definitely have to.
Kanga.
We'll sort this out.
We always do this, Kanga.
This
We
is
always do
hilarious
this.
because I don't know if chat
It's only us.
you mentioned that before you press live, but like it's funny but it's just
It's
it's
only us
always
two.
a
It's
bit.
only us
It's
two.
just the two of you, yeah.
Everyone else, it's just us two.
It's just an ongoing joke at this point.
You
It
know,
is.
honestly, we have a secret cue. Whenever one of us is about to say something, we'd like tap our nose or something like that, and then that's how we know that we need to start talking at the same time. We actually planned this all. I can't go. You go ahead. You go ahead. We're doing alphabetical order. You go. You go. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I definitely have to agree with Max Lord for sure. I think AI is like it's kind of scary. I think, in my opinion, just like
Mm-hmm.
it's so uh, yeah, just like really like hard to understand. But I think it has its uses for sure. And like again, like Max Lord said, I really uh, really try to utilize like social media trends and just like I kind of watch what other creators do, and I kind of take that and like put a chaotic spin on it, I guess, so to speak. And I don't necessarily use AI, but I use like just like social media trends and stuff, which isn't AI, but it's sort of in the same realm. Um, yeah, I personally don't know what to think about the whole like full on AI like videos and stuff. I think like it's yeah, just not not part of my like goal, I guess. Like I do pride myself in also being authentic, like Max Lord as well, and just yeah, just my phone camera and just kind of like make take photos or do shorts or whatever, um, and then just follow like trends and hashtags and all that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fully against like AI created videos or like AI art in general. I feel like it's just like that's no good to me. Because like I'm fine with like, like deep learning models or like language models or whatever, like models to code, whatever. I think that's all totally fine.
Mm.
But just like the way that like AI is trained on things, like the way that it's just kind of like a parasitic, like digital like thing that is just like stealing from all the like existing content that it's learning from. Like I think that it's
Mhm.
fine when it's just like a large language model and like Chat GPT or something. Like if you want to do like a deep comb through the internet and like be able to answer people's questions, okay, that's totally fine. That's a fine resource. It's like search engines exist for that same type of reason. But
Right.
like I think when you are like plagiarizing people's art, I think that is like not okay. Like you have to train like these AI like models that like are creating like video or photographs or whatever that are like making art. They're taking it from somewhere. Like you're not training them on other AI art. So those are the things that I kind of like take umbrage with. I think that's like a big no bueno.
I'm probably gonna have the hottest take here. I love AI. I think AI is like probably one of the greatest advancements in technology since like probably literally rockets. I think there's definitely bad uses for it. Like I don't think content creation should be involved in AI because I feel like content creators, the part that people love about them is the personal relationship between the content creator and the person. Like
Yeah.
Kanga
Yeah.
reached out to me because he liked my content and he liked me as a person, and that's how we became very good friends. Was because we started talking more after that. Same with Apricot a lot. He reached out to me because like he saw the chaotic content and he was like, I want to work with this guy. So he started like it's like there's the relationship that comes from the content creator and the viewer, and you can't have that if the content creator isn't real.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly right.
But
Yeah.
whenever it comes to every other thing, I feel like AI is a tool that allows people to do things that they wouldn't normally be able to do, or maybe would not
Mm-hmm.
fully understand how to do. For example, I give Mr. Beast got a lot of crap for his like whole face swap, thumbnail thing, right? But like, it's while like learning how to face swap, is not that hard. Like honestly, like cut out the image and then like just Photoshop it over, click cut and paste, click it over. You can do it in Paint 3D. It's not that hard to do it. Done it before. It's very easy. There are some people who may not be able to like fully understand the concept or the idea behind it, and so having that AI tool not only makes it look cleaner, it also allows it to be done easier. And it's something that will help a lot of people close that knowledge gap when making content. I don't agree with it because I feel like again, like content creators should be doing the stuff themselves. Rich coming from me, considering I have an editor, but still. um, but like I feel like whenever it comes to content creation, I don't agree with it. But whenever it comes to like tools or accessibility for a lot of different things, I think it's very important. To allow people to express themselves. Also, how the tool itself is used. Like if you're using AI to generate artwork and you're putting that artwork up in your house and you're not like showcasing it as your own like on like online or something
Sure.
like that, who
Yeah, that's
cares?
fine.
But like if you're that I think that's perfectly fine, reasonable usage of AI. If you're trying to get a vision of a character from a book. The most
Right.
the one that like the Marillion invasion one where Hard Rock mentioned what the Marillion oligarch was before Ani. He
Yeah.
described and somebody went and put that into AI to like get an actual visage of what the character would look like. Um,
Sure.
and I feel like that's also something that can be done because like sometimes you'll just struggle to understand like how a tentacle woman could look like that. You know what I mean? So I think AI is a very good tool, but I also feel like there are poor usages for it. But I feel like overall, like it is a very good tool and a very insane tool. I've been using AI to help me learn learn different things. Whenever it comes to content creation, I really struggle with like getting the algorithm to pick up a video. And I've been using AI to help me like with understand like what makes a good title, what makes good tags, descriptors, how to get personality, follow trends more easily. Or how to like highlight personality more in like descriptions and stuff like that, and stuff. And so like I feel like AI is a very powerful tool because a lot of these questions I wouldn't feel comfortable asking people. Like I wouldn't feel
Sure, sure.
comfortable going like to somebody like because I have friends like who are larger on YouTube. I wouldn't feel comfortable approaching them and being like, hey, how do I make a title? I don't feel comfortable asking like that just so I feel like AI is just a very powerful learning tool, and in general a powerful tool in general. Granted,
Well, I think like for that same reason, there's a lot of people that like, more and more these days are using like Chat GPT like as a therapist or, stuff like that. I have friends that they use it for like everything. Like I have a friend who she literally uses it, like she canceled her, appointments with her therapist and she just uses Chat GPT because like things that you might be like nervous or anxious or afraid to say to another person, like that doesn't exist when you're talking to AI. Now, does that mean it's a good therapist? No, I don't think so. I think that's unhealthy behavior. But I can understand why somebody would feel more comfortable like sharing sensitive things with something that won't judge them necessarily. Like they might be afraid that a person would.
yeah,
So I think that like there are things like that where like it could be more difficult to to ask another person for help with it,
yeah.
um, where AI, like the impersonality of AI, can be good for that.
Pyrus, to piggyback off of that, Pyrus says that he uses AI to gain inspiration for artwork that he himself draws. To piggyback off of that, I think that's one of the reasons why art why AI art is an insanely good tool because it allows you to visualize something that you yourself could not have visualized as easily beforehand, which is what I was trying to say. I just cannot.
Yeah, I think
Words.
I think
Yeah.
so. When I say that I really don't like AI art, it's
It's just
mostly from like a plagiarism perspective, but it's also
Right.
like okay, recently there was like a like an art contest that Pokemon held for like their TCG. I think it was like a TCG art contest where you could like submit like a piece of artwork and the community voted on whatever their favorite was, and then whatever the favorite one would be like featured in like a new set or something, right?
yeah,
And the art that won like overwhelmingly it had like the lion's share of the votes. I think it was AI generated.
yeah,
So it was like a whole kerfuffle where they had to like rescind like the offer to this person to feature the artwork, and they had to like redo like the whole thing, give it to the next person or whatever. But I think stuff like that is like no good, right? Where you have people that are like legitimately working hard to create something and submit it, and then being undercut by something that somebody put a prompt in for, and I think that that's like kind of like evil.
yeah. I can agree with that.
Agreed.
I don't like the idea of plagiarizing or in the case of like trying to pass it off of actual artwork. I don't like actual hand drawn artwork. I don't like that. If you're forefront and you're like this is AI generated artwork and like we used our own models. There was a
Sure.
recent Kickstarter game that was like it was Dragon something, but there was a recent Kickstarter game and they paid an artist to draw artwork of every piece of art they used, and it was in different art styles, and they put it into an AI system, and they're like, hey, make this look in this
Mm.
art style, or make it look like this instead of this, and it used that to rework how they were doing the art. So stuff like that, I think it's insanely good because like the artist agreed to it, the artist was paid for it, and they were forefront about the fact that it is AI generated artwork or AI generated movement because sometimes it was just like having the dragon flap their wings for an animation or something like that.
Sure.
So I think that's a good usage of our AI too. But I think you're right. Like if they don't consent, if they're trying to pass it off as something that it's not, that is wrong. I agree.
Yeah.
Wholeheartedly. Yeah.
I would say to piggyback off that, just being an artist myself, I think what just needs to happen is we just have to have more strict laws when it comes to utilizing AI for anything art wise, right? So that could be
Mm.
um, whether that's digital art, that could be music, that could be maybe, I don't know what the ramifications would be when you're talking about like writing a book or something like that. Because sometimes people just come into writer's block, artist block, whatever hobby you're into or field you're into. Uh, there's just going to be some things that most people are just not comfortable with, and I think that's just the dangers of having any technological advancement in society is that you're going to we know the benefits of it, we just don't always know the cons of it. Like recently, and this kind of getting a little off topic, but like the guy that created like marketing ads and how those are like utilized in like every video, every commercial, social media, you name it. I mean, a guy came out and apologized flat out because he felt like it did kind of ruin media as a whole on like how we utilize media now, how we view and see media, and how we experience it. And it is different. We grew up in an age where you didn't have as many commercials, you didn't have nearly as many ads. I mean, like, we're old enough to know what YouTube was before it had a single ad in them. You can just watch a video and
The
then
golden
like,
age, man.
yeah, it is the golden age. Like we'll
Oh
never
God,
get
I
back
missed
to
it.
that because it just monetization is just too beneficial for businesses to be able to force like, hey, I need you to watch this, even if in 5-10 seconds you can skip it, just put it in their face.
Right.
All right,
Yeah, it's I think that, and I could be like misremembering exactly what it was, but I think that at one point in time, Coca-Cola was paying. They had like an advertising campaign at movie theaters where they would like flash the logo like on like the screen for like a second or like a fraction of a second or something, like not long, like long enough that it would like subliminally, like people would like their brain would subconsciously see the logo of Coca-Cola. And the idea was that instead of like showing like the people like a full ad for Coke, they would just like subliminally message and try to subconsciously get them to be thinking about Coca-Cola.
yeah, and
And see,
they
that's
had like a
where we come
30%
into
uptick in sales too after that, right? It was something like
Yeah,
30%. Yeah.
so that's where
yeah, I
we
think
come
so.
into. We as a society have to understand the mental health issues that comes with a lot of things like this, right? Like, what are the repercussions of, because it is kind of psychological warfare. You are
Yeah,
programming people, you are encouraging people, you are manipulating them in some way, form, or fashion. That's like flat out what it is sometimes. And we just have to understand that not only are there dangers in this, but like, how do we get away from this, right? Because even with like the Roblox situation that's going on, that I'm sure some of you are aware of, that's
terrible.
a
Yeah,
big
really
deal.
bad. Really, really bad.
Oh, really? It is really bad. Really bad. I was planning on starting a YouTube series for Roblox the day that all came out, and I was like, you know what? This sucks. Not only because
Yeah,
like I have to
Same.
rework everything I had planned, but also pedophiles are bad.
that's a
Yeah,
hot take.
yeah.
Hot take: pedophiles are bad. um, real quick, I do want to interrupt this conversation just because Codemaster to Codeman said something, and I don't want him. I don't want anybody to feel like they're being ignored in chat, and I feel like this one is actually important for us to address. He said, "I'm not sure if the chaotic reboot is happening next year because I haven't seen nothing from Brian Gannon. So, in my word, so I'm worried. In my opinion, do you have the same feeling? So, I think he's saying he's worried that it's not going to happen. So he's wondering if we have the same opinion. Now, some of us are privy to information that most people aren't. I think it's. I know it's me. I know I'm privy to information. I don't know which ones of you have also been clued in on things. I don't think any of you.
I'll never tell. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Ganon being silent really like uh makes me especially fearful there won't be a reboot, because like when you're talking about big things like this, like announcements for like brand reboots, especially because Chaotic is kind of like a three-part like IP, right? It's like the TV show, the card game, and the video game. When it was first released, it was all three of those things at once came out at the same time, right? And I expect they're probably going to want to do the same type of thing for a reboot. I think that Ganon has said that type of thing in like past interviews and stuff. So I think when you're talking about like that big of like reboot for a franchise, I think that there's a lot of stuff you have to kind of keep under wraps until all your ducks are in a row. And there's going to be NDAs. Like obviously he's not doing this whole thing by himself, so he's working with different companies for manufacturing, and he's probably trying to get all these contracts, squared away and get everything in a line before he says anything. Because you don't want to make an announcement about something and then not be able to follow through on it. You want to be 100% sure that you can follow through on something if you're going to try and get all this community like hopeful about a reboot. You don't want to install false hope in them.
And without saying anything or without revealing anything that like I'm not supposed to know, but I do know. From everything I have been told from people who do know things, Ganon's timeline is 100% realistic. The timeline that he gave for, June, July as a release timeline. That's 100% realistic considering where they're at in production. That's all I can say, because that's all I know. I can't go any further into that because I myself do not have much further into that. But from what I was told, was that timeline is 100% understandable from where they were in production as of 2 months ago. So that's all I can say.
I'll chime in. I've always said this I think for the time I've known Johnny. I think I've spoken to him about this, that whenever Brian is silent, I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
And I've always said that, and I've always said that until we officially get until we officially get anything from Brian's mouth, I'll never stop believing. Because I feel like the silence is a good sign, because it just means that he's probably working on stuff and getting everything ready. And we obviously have like little bits of information over the last year and a bit, or whatever it's been, 2 years nearly, I don't know, that have given us like an understanding of what's going on to a degree. I think like if you know where to look, you know where to look, kind of. That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
Let me
like sorry, you go.
You go. You're still talking. I interrupted you.
I was just gonna say, like, obviously, like the trademark and patent website, we had like a timeline of information from that, and there's like little bits and pieces of information that the community knows about. So I think if those things didn't exist, I think that there would be more of a reason to have less hope. But I think that because we've had, text messages and all these things, and Rudd recently chimed in and made a video, and I have no reason to doubt that the card game is coming back, and I wholeheartedly believe that it is coming back. And
let me start off by saying this shirt brand new. It was printed in 2025. This shirt, I got it in the mail a week ago. Okay. Ganon is officially sending out licenses to closed companies to produce clothing. I think that is a good enough sign for us to say stuff is happening, regardless of the fact it's Hard Rock that's making these shirts. Regardless of the fact it's Hard Rock making these shirts, I think the fact that Ganon is sending out clothing licenses, he has officially signed on two LGSs card stores, to be officially chaotic license stores. I think that means that things are happening. Even if Chaotic doesn't come back next year, the point that it's in production, there's no way that we hit the end of 2027 and we don't have cards in hand. I still 100% am of the idea that Ganon will follow through on the timeline, or that we will see some kind of form or news or announcement this year. I think we're gonna get an official Chaotic is back, and then social media posts. Okay, I think we're getting that this year. It's not confirmed at all. That's not confirmed at all. That's not me saying these are leaks. That's me saying usually games have a 9-month hype period before they release. Look at Riftbound. They announced it in January of this year, and they're not coming out until October. Wait, Yeah, October. So I think that whenever it comes to hype cycles like that, he said that he wants the game out in 6 months. I mean, 6 months. He said he wants the game out in June. I think that means that we're probably going to be seeing something in like October, November. So Max Lord, you go go ahead and help dissuade his fears.
So what I will say is all of this information is evidence to remain hopeful and faithful to this entity, because for me, like, I definitely agree with what Kanga is saying. When you're dealing with anything business wise, silence is usually a good thing, because that means things are accelerating behind scenes, things are happening. And again, when it comes to like timelines and just news and information, you want to release that at very time sensitive, um, we'll say like deadlines, right? So if there's a realistic expectation, which we know that, well, we know but don't know, can be met, right? And then there's also the principle of like, I mean, just the group of individuals here, like I can say for myself, I followed Brian on his personal social media when I was a kid. And I know that he removed a bunch of people. And now as an adult, I was able to follow him again. But this time he's following me and he's liking a lot of the content that I'm posting. So what I would say with that is that's a good sign. I would say that if you watch my clips or if you follow me, you see that I put certain clips from within the episodes just to show off some of the cards. So like if I ever get a message from him saying like, "Hey, I love the work that you're doing. I appreciate what you're doing," but because of like legal ramifications that I can't utilize those anymore because I'm not officially licensed to show anything with the show, right? Even though it's free on YouTube. If I see stuff like that, that's a good sign, because it's like, hey, why would he go out of his way to tell me that you can't use this unless this license has plans to do something, right? So I think
Absolutely.
until we get closer to an official date, we don't know that for sure. But I do think that when you start seeing like the TikTok channels that are posting like the entire episodes of Chaotic as a TV series getting taken down, or when you just see me kind of transition how I create my content, that's when you'll know that this is for sure. We have things going on in the background that we're just not aware of yet. But you can't give out all that information until everybody is on the same wavelength when we're talking about from a business standpoint. So whoever his partners are, everybody has to be on the same page. Everybody has to be on agreement. That is how business works. So of
Mhm.
course, when people were upset with the whole San Diego thing, that had nothing to do with him, and 100% everything to do with his partners being like, "We're not comfortable with that yet. Just hold off."
Yeah, you have to realize that there's got to be so much money tied up in all this too, right? So
For
like,
sure.
and it's not just
Yep.
like Ganon has the final say on anything, right? Like anything that he might want to do, there's probably other people that have to sign off and agree that like this is the thing to do. Like he can't just, yeah, if he wanted, I mean, I'm sure he wants to tell all sorts of things to the community, but there's like contractual obligations, and it's like you can't just make all these big announcements when there's so much money tied up in it and so many other potential people tied up in it as well.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
so I'm gonna do a minor piggyback off of something Max Lord just said. So he talked about how whenever people stop doing things with chaotic license stuff, that's the time to like start paying attention. For those of you who don't know, Bulba no longer makes proxies. He stopped making proxies because he couldn't use the license. He also no longer makes playmats because. So I don't know if anybody knew that or not, but I do want to include that there as a little tidbit.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll also say that yeah, Brian also does like my posts as well. He also does follow me.
He likes
And
your guys' poet, bro. I can't even get him to acknowledge the fact that I exist.
yeah, no, he is actually he's actually messaged me a couple times too.
Oh, that's
Um,
awesome.
Yeah, it was very. I almost cried. No, I didn't. He was. He asked me about some acrylic cases of Krull, uh, the chaotic king himself.
Yeah.
And I messaged back and I said that they were that they're Krulls and they're not mine, but I'd shared them and he really liked them. And then he said, "Congratulations." No, he's like said something along the lines of "Keep doing what you're doing, great job" or something. Like really, it was very very short, but it really really meant a lot to me.
Yeah.
And the second thing I'll say is that um, going back to like kind of what you guys are saying, you know, the TV shows have been like on official streaming websites and everything. I've made a few posts about that it's on it was they had reruns on actual television that was
Oh,
posted
really?
by a community member. Yes, yep. There's a screenshot. It was they had official reruns on Canadian television, I think,
Okay,
and then they
cool.
also had
That's a
it
good sign.
uploaded. They also had reruns uploaded to. I have a photo on my Instagram of I think it's like the German or the French dub of it, but it's like on like a smart television um like main menu.
Hmm.
So for all those people that genuinely don't believe that it is coming back, like he is Chaotic has obviously made license deals with TV companies to post reruns. I assume for the same reason they've done the YouTube and they're on Apple TV, I think, as well. And I think they're on Peacock, I think, as well. So
Yes. Yep.
Hmm.
yeah,
Cool.
so again, like I
They're
just think that
they're
those are signs.
it's also on Amazon as well. You can buy
I
the
was gonna
Yeah,
say,
the
yeah.
series on
yeah, you
Amazon.
can buy it on
Yeah.
Amazon Prime, at least for season one.
So you know, if you guys don't believe me, I'll give you the screenshot at some point, and you guys can post about it. But yeah, they've obviously officially made licensing deals with television companies or something, or network stations, or I don't know. I'm not a TV guy. I don't know, but those are things that make me hopeful. Like I
all
guess.
all this to say,
Absolutely.
Codemaster Decode, man, things are happening just because they're not being blasted. Like, I'm not gonna make a post that, you know, like TV, the chaotic's on TV. So like, you know, but
No.
I mean, I'm not gonna make. Imagine the Reddit if I make a 20-minute video talking about chaotic showing up on an Australian TV. Okay, like I'm not gonna do that. Okay. um, but because dude, the clickbait though, the clickbait, chaotic is officially back on TV, boys.
I think it's
Yeah.
just reruns,
Yeah,
so
Yeah,
don't
it's-
stress too much.
it's just reruns. But just because you're not seeing the things that are being moved, or just because you're not hearing from Ganon, doesn't mean that things aren't moving. I mean, like I started. Oh wait, I didn't say that on stream, did I? About the about Vint moving over from the current project that I uploaded the video on to a different project. I didn't say that on stream, did I? Because I forgot to click start streaming, huh?
That's possible. I that's possible.
I can't remember
Okay.
exactly when you turn it on, but yeah.
Okay, so follow. So to rehash what I was saying, the project that I uploaded the video on today, where Vint was, where I did the Vint fan game, right? It was actually it's actually being put on hiatus because Vint is moving over to a chaotic adjacent video game. I can't get into ultra specifics about what is going on with that project, or who was involved with it. However, Ganon has signed off on it. Less in the matter of like, oh yeah, like I'm giving you the full license, and more the matter of if everything looks good, then we could talk about a possible license. So he is moving over to that project that Ganon is fully aware of. So yeah, I don't want to get into ultra specifics just because I don't know what the involved parties are okay with me talking about. But yeah, there are things working behind the scenes, and even fans are being actively involved in them. Let's put it that way. Just because you don't hear directly from Ganon's mouth, "We're doing this," does not mean that this is not happening. That's all I can say on that matter.
Yeah. So to conclude, that in the best fashion is for all of you that may or may not have doubts. Um, Remain in faith because things are happening, things are coming, and slow momentum is still momentum, so it's always good.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure.
Yeah, well said.
Now that being said, let's get back to the whole Q&A thing. But before that, Vandy, yes, we are doing another giveaway. It is the giveaway for this Danian Really Invasion starter deck. This is the giveaway that Bulba was going to be doing for his giveaway for the sponsored video he did for my channel to talk about his Whatnot stream. We got our lines crossed, and what ended up happening was he sent me this to give away. Because I thought that I would just send you guys to his Whatnot stream and he'd do the giveaway there. And then this shows up in the mail, and that is not what happened. So, to enter into the giveaway, all you guys have to do is go to the community post where we talk about this live stream happening and ask a question. It's that simple. That's all you got to do. And the only reason as to why you have to go to very specifically that post and you can't just post it in here is because the comment generator that picks a random comment on live post, it does not work for live streams. So you guys will have to go directly to that post to do so. So yeah, if you guys want to enter into this giveaway, the people involved in this call are exempt from this giveaway. Sorry.
Of course.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Nope.
Actually,
we would rather they go to somebody that needs them.
Yeah, of course. It's better to go to the fans for sure. Like, we are fans, but
I also feel I also feel like, you know, when it comes to like, it'd be kind of messed up if I just go like, here, Max Lord, you can have it. You know, I feel like that's a little messed up. Here, co-host, you can have it.
I would insist that you would not.
Yeah, I wouldn't give an answer.
Without spoiling too much that I got in store. That big event that we all have our own individual plans and are potentially doing that big collab that Apricot brought up.
Ooh, I'm ready for that. And then the thing that
I am too.
The thing that Hard Rock brought up today. Oh, I'm ready for that one too.
Yeah, that'll be cool too. That'll be cool.
That's gonna be fun.
I'm excited for all of them, but I'm doing a big giveaway on myself, and there's going to be a very rare card involved with that. So there's going to be 2 different giveaways with some stipulations behind them, but some stuff to be excited for.
Very cool.
So
that's awesome.
And no problem, Codemaster, Decode Man. We like clearing up the clarifications where we can. Obviously, we do have to be kind of obscure because there are things we know that we're not supposed to know. So I'm sorry about that. And we don't want to get any parties who may have accidentally mentioned it or, you know, to us things that that weren't supposed to be mentioned. We don't want to get them in any trouble whatsoever. So I'm sorry we can't be more specific, but, you know, we don't know who knows what, and we don't want anybody in any kind of like bad situation. Okay, so that. We also don't want to ruin Ganon's hype, because whenever Ganon wants to announce something, we don't want to go like, hey, by the way, like, you know, like 2 weeks before Ganon announces it, we don't want to be like, hey, by the way, this is being revealed. And it's like, you know, then Ganon goes and announces it, and we're like, and he's like, why don't people care? Like, you know, like, we don't want to ruin that hype. So, but that being said, let's go ahead and get back to the questions. We've all talked about how we're going to help Chaotic make it. Wait, did we all answer this question?
I think so. You didn't answer.
Yeah.
I didn't answer?
I
think
feel
you're
like
the
we
only one that
skipped
didn't
you.
go.
Oh, I think we stopped at Kanga. Yeah, I think Kanga finished in that. Okay, so it is me. Okay. So, how I'm going to help make Chaotic be a success, honestly, I'm going to be the Wolf Click. I'm going to be the best player at the game, and I'm going to get people engaged, and I'm going to get people enraged and want to beat me, and it's going to bring in more players because, God, I hate that guy, and I'm going to be that guy everybody hates, and that's why I'm okay with the Reddit hating me, because guess what? You guys are all a part of my plan now. You guys are all, like, in this interwoven plan. And guess what? You guys are all going to be at the regionals, and you're all going to go back like, I hate that guy. And then you're going to lose to me, and you're going to be like, I hate that guy. And then you guys are going to go back to the next regionals just to lose to me again, and it's just going to keep feeding into itself until the entire community is at every single regionals just going, man, I hate that guy. So that's what I'm going to do to make Chaotic a success, is force you all to keep playing this game.
You're going to be the Armageddon kid.
I am going to be the Armageddon kid. I'm going to have a line of players standing outside that regionals going like, no, I'm next. No, I'm next. We're going to be going every day. You know, there's not even going to be a regionals. It's just going to be a come and beat Johnny in a game and you win the tournament, okay? Like, that's what it's going to be.
I love it.
So that's what I'm going to do. Obviously, I'm going to make content, too. I love making Chaotic content. I love, you know, getting to engage with amazing people like these three. Hard Rock,
Thank you.
Rudd. I
Thank
mean,
you.
I
You're
love...
amazing, too.
I love the opportunity to talk to people like Vin. I love. I just love the Nature Boy said beautiful. Like he's like, yeah, that's a good goal. Yeah, it is a good goal. It is a good goal. Thank you. um, and then we should.
And then we play Elemental Denial. You're goddamn right. That's right. We do play Elemental Denial. Oh, you get it, man. You get it. In these trying times, when you're trying to take down the Joker of Chaotic, sometimes you gotta hit him with society.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, I love getting to meet the amazing people of Chaotic who have are helping Chaotic form into a bigger community. So I definitely will continue making content, and I hope that will also spread into the idea that A, people hate me more because I'm kind of likable, and B, and B, the people will see that Chaotic is still alive and well, and they will continue to stick around. That's what I'm personally hoping to do to help Chaotic stay alive and make it a success. All right, Maxlord, you are up, my friend.
So, to answer this question to the best of my ability, I would say for me, I want to do collabs, and I want to do some small collabs, but also like big collabs. Like I want to do the large stuff where it's me either flying out to see one of the guys here in this Discord, whether that's Hard Rock, that's Johnny, that's Kanga. I got that passport. I don't mind, taking that trip. I got plenty of vacation time. Those are crucial things that I want to do. Is not just engaging with these guys online, but actually like having one-on-one battles in person, or just showing off each other's collections. I want to inspire people to create art, sort of like how I did my alternative art for, God, I'm trying to think of his name, Mesmar, that I posted online. I would love to kind of inspire all Chaotic fans, or even people that just got introduced to Chaotic, to just start posting what they would want as an alternative card art, or a creature that they would love to see, make up your own stuff. And, maybe Ryan sees that and goes, hey, we could totally utilize that. That fits for something that we don't already have printed yet, or we were just in the midst of doing ideas for. And then, of course, I'm going to be posting a lot of content. I want to do more gameplay. I think for me, you guys will see that whenever we get, I'm sure there will be an app, right? But I want to do the app. I want to do the actual website if they go back that route. If they have any video games, you are 100% going to see me post and stream that stuff. That is when you're going to see me doing more, especially if I can battle these guys and just the community in general. I would love to do that. Like anything that keeps me doing all things Chaotic and go, let's get Chaotic. That's what we're doing. So, yeah, that's how I would answer that.
Here's a question for you guys. If you could see Chaotic do like a game of any like specific like genre video game that they haven't done before, whether it's like an RTS game or whether it's like a I don't know, like an open world RPG. I mean, I guess that's kind of what like Shadow Warriors was, but like if you could see them do any genre of video game, what would you like to see Chaotic do in the future?
Well, you asked, so you answer
I'll
first.
Go.
Okay. The answer first.
Let's
I'd
just
really
be-
like a like a Final Fantasy Tactics type thing. I don't know if you played like like Fire Emblem, like Three Kingdoms, or like Final Fantasy Tactics. Any games like that where like you have like a big like map of terrain, and each character moves around the battlefield however many spaces or whatever, and has different like attacks and moves they can do. Like a strategy game like that, I think it'd be really fun.
Very cool.
Kingo, you're up.
Oh, I actually been thinking about this for a while because I love video games, and I love like learning about just how like developers make games and stuff. So I'm super into Final Fantasy, as a lot of people know. So I'd love to see some sort of like JRPG, RPG, World of Warcraft open world game, and I actually have quite a lot of it written down. I think they should have like a hub world that the port court would be like where you like hang out and chill, and then you can like go to Perim and like scan and battle and do missions for Maxor or Chaor and pick a tribe and side with the tribe or whatever. Like per character, you can like side with the Mepedians or the Danians or whatever, and yeah, just kind of like go do like scan quests and scan locations and do raids and stuff, and maybe battle like I don't know massive creatures. I don't know. I think that would be cool because I think that Shadow Warriors was really, really good, and I think if they expanded upon Shadow Warriors and made it like bigger and better, I think it would be very, very cool, and it'd be cool to make your own character and just kind of go that route.
I agree.
For sure.
Yeah.
I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Is it my turn?
Yep.
All right.
I think so.
All right. I'm gonna go with the dating sim. I think a dating sim would be.
Okay. Yeah.
Got really interesting.
I think.
Chaotic arrow guy.
I think a dating sim. No, all jokes aside. I think. honestly, I feel like something that like nobody would ever think about would be like a chaotic Sims, like you create a character, you get to move them around the world, you get to customize their decks and stuff like that. You don't actually engage in the battles or anything like that, but you get to manage the relationships that you have with all the other characters. I feel like it's a avenue that I don't think many games would think to explore, and I think I would love to see how Chaotic would do it. Granted, I think it'd be a major flop. I don't think it would do very well, but I feel like a game where it's less focused on the gameplay or the world, and more focused on an individual's experience going through the world. I think that would be a good avenue.
Very cool.
I think that's an awesome idea. It's also ironic because my fiance is literally across the room playing Sims right now, so I find that like super ironic but fascinating. And I didn't like Sims has always been around, but I never was one to play it myself. But seeing her play it every day and then you implementing that idea, that is honestly now like a new fascination for me because, like you said, I was not thinking about that until you brought that up. So I love that. That's awesome.
Yeah, I feel like every other game, like, every other franchise, they explore, like, the avenue of, like, an open world RPG. They explore the avenue of turn-based combat. They explore the avenue of, like, real time. But, like, I feel like something that, like, not a lot of, like, explore is, like, the aspect of, like, a Sims game, where it's just, like, you are a character inside the world, and you interact with that world. And then you make small little changes to change your entire gameplay experience. So,
yeah.
I have another interjection for a game which I think would be cool, and it's probably just a joke, but I really like the Perithion Racer episode. They should just make a racing game.
Yes!
No, that'd be awesome, bro. Like,
That'd be cool.
when we're talking about cost, it wouldn't be that much. When we're talking about, like, I mean, you got a stupid amount of locations you could use.
Mm-hmm.
You got different kind of gear that we can drive.
You can
you don't even have to be a Chaotic fan to enjoy like a racing game. Like if it's a good racing game, like the maps are cool, if like the mechanics are like interesting. Like I used to play this like Hot Wheels. I think it was a Hot Wheels game on like the N64 all the time with my brothers. I wasn't like a big Hot Wheels fan or anything, but the game was just super fun. I just had a really good time playing it.
Yeah. I just think that like obviously I don't know if you guys know much about kart races, but there's a lot of them, and like usually like an IP will just chuck their characters and make a kart racer. They've done like there's so many, and so I think it would be kind of almost like a funny joke if they did a kart race. That'd be cool, I think. So
well, and they already have like what there's like Ozly's Rack or like Ultiex like was working on a car, like Olmar was racing in a car. Like there's already like a precedent for like them kind of doing stuff like in that area.
The Flit Flut, the Dread Tread.
Dread Tread, Flit Flut, the motorcycle. Like
Kaz and Peyton were in a car too.
Yeah,
they built, I think.
Yeah, like
they got the Levitar.
Yeah, they got the Levitar.
Yeah, the Levitar. Can't forget that.
You got the Torwag.
Weightless energy vessel.
The Torwag. Yeah, we got the Torwag. We got the Vile Driver.
We had the hopping Vile Driver. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, there's a ton you could do in that space. I think that would be a really cool idea.
Yeah.
What about
Even
you,
if
Max?
like
I think that's a great idea, Kanga. I think a lot of people
Yeah.
wouldn't even think of that.
For sure.
Yeah.
thank you.
All right. I guess it's my turn. So it's awesome that we got this question because I actually went back to school to do video game design art. And what I will tell you guys is one of the bigger projects that I eventually wanted to do, if they don't already do this, is I wanted a open world RPG, but I wanted something where it kind of mirrors a lot of the elements of the show. So I want you to be able to make your own character, and if we could link that with the actual app and website, I think that would be cool. Um, but I want you to actually be able to go out in drones, actually do online battles with people, but you turn into the creatures like in the show. You actually can
Yeah.
equip the battle gear mid fight. You still have like a little bit of a melee action in there because sometimes we saw the creatures just like actually brawling it out with each other. Other times we saw attacks being used, or I would even like to see elements of like how the location can actually code you. So it's not just like the element of you having to fight each other that you got to worry about, but you got to worry about like watching where you step, watching for like environmental stuff happening to you. I did want you to be able to engage with creatures in like certain locations that would become like a hub, sort of like the systems that you see in like Destiny or like Warframe. Have different factions that you could side with. I do want you to be able to like scan and get codes for actual creatures, but make it like a Pokemon Go rotation where they spawn in the world and they got like a sort of time limit before they disappear, and then it'll just refresh the locations creatures spawn in.
Yeah, that's a really cool idea.
I like it.
Yeah, very cool. I had like similar similar thoughts of like being able to like engage in the battle drones as the creature, like very much like similar thoughts to you, Max Lord. So that's really cool that you share the same sort of vision.
Oh
That's
yeah.
awesome. I just really like the episodes where they would go out to Perim, um, and I always thought that would be cool. But yeah, like if they ever did like Shadow Warriors 2, I think they should reach out and reach out to us and let them give us that idea, because I reckon we could definitely give them some help for sure if they ever decided to do that.
Oh yeah.
Another cool
But I'm
idea that
sure
I
they've
had. Oh, go ahead, Kanka.
oh, I said, but I'm sure they've got like plans. But if they ever listen to the creators of Chaotic, I'd love to pitch some ideas for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
And the number one
Uh,
being the dating sim.
no, another idea that I have for like a chaotic video game would be like a roguelike. Like I don't know if y'all play like Hades or any other roguelikes
Oh,
like
that would be
that,
Ooh,
but
sick.
I
that
feel
would
like
be
that would
cool.
be like it would have to be like a new battle drum. Like the setting would be it's a new battle drum experience, and you as a player go into the battle drum and you start as a player, pouring into the battle drum or whatever, and you can like scan creatures, you can pick up battle gear, you can find new musics like as you're making your way through different like random locations, right? Like it would be like five random locations get picked every run, and you have to like make it through and like beat these like big bosses at the end of each location to get to the next map, and you're kind of like constantly changing your character up to try and get to the end of the battle drum like challenge run or whatever. I think that'd be really fun.
Imagine a Souls like where you are a player in Perim
Yeah,
and
there
your
you go.
scanner gets stolen and you have to run around with different kinds of battle gear to be able
Yeah,
to. Oh, dude,
That
that
would
would
be
be
cool.
that would be
Um,
sweet actually. Yeah, I'm into that.
that also makes someone to pitch in with my idea. So like it was also similar to what Kanga was saying, where you could actually play as the creatures and experience some of the real life events that actually transpired in Perim. I would love to have like a raid battle where instead of it just being Aparu, Kira the Fierce, and then Max or Pop going against Ani, if you could do like a 20-player like raid battle where all you get to pick a
Yes.
creature and just go against Ani, and like it's
Yeah.
just this hours of fighting this dude and
20 million health.
literally on like some deadly raid, like you got to go through all these puzzles to get to Ani, and then that's just like the first step is battling him in his first phase where you get him in I forget, is it Ani Avatar, and then what's the
It's
other
projection and then
projection?
Avatar, I
Yeah,
think.
it's
Yeah,
projection
there you
and
go.
Avatar, yeah.
Projection, then Avatar. There you go. So you got to get through projection first. You're thinking that's hard, and then you get to Avatar, and Avatar's got multiple phases. And that also brings up a question I have for you guys, and then we'll get back on topic. But do you feel like they should add in another Ani card where we get to be that third form?
I think yeah, I think that'd be cool. It would have to. I think how they do it would have to be kind of interesting. It would have to be like a side set, or like the set that they do it in would have to like give some context for like why we're getting that card now and not back in the Merlian invasion arc. But I think that it would be like a cool thing to do for sure.
I think that's a cool idea. I don't know if I could be misremembering, but did they ever have like did they ever state that Oni has another form? Like, do we know that he has another form, or is it just like a concept?
I don't think we've ever seen a third form of Ronnie.
Okay.
Because I feel like
I was gonna say
I feel like we've only seen his original form, and then we saw him transform into like the horse-like creature.
okay.
I don't think.
I was just gonna say because like to use as an example, in Yu-Gi-Oh they had like a lot of creatures that they would like they would have like forms that they would speak about, like for example, perfectly ultimate great moth was never seen in the original series and they saw it in season 2. Things like that. I think that's like if they have like alluded like talked about it previously or something, or like mentioned it. I think, well, because obviously Katic does a lot of foreshadowing. I think that might be a great way to go about stuff like that, maybe. But I don't know. I'm just rambling.
Listen, if Frieza can get an ass pool third transformation, why can't Ani? Okay, like come on.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
I think you should.
True,
I mean,
true.
because there was a lot of specific things you had to happen in game in order to even get him.
Yeah, like
to turn into
5
that
boxes to check or something. Like
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
an easy ask.
You had to win a fight wearing a specific battle gear in a specific location, casting a specific music, and then so forth things. Yeah.
If you do it, you just deserve to win.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, because
the
it's
card
hard.
essentially tells you
Yeah.
win. I mean, outperform 20 all discipline checks. Like,
Yeah,
It's insane.
insane.
Very cool.
all right. I think Ani's time is over with. I think we should just see a new oligarch. Like, if Ani does return, like, I don't think a flashback is gonna justify him getting a new card. I feel like he'd have to return in a bigger way, and the only way to like have him really return would be like with a redemption arc. I don't think that there is a way that they could have him return and still be the character that he was before. So I don't agree with the idea of having another Ani card. That might just be me though. That might just be me. I just
No, that's
can't.
fair.
I just can't see the. It's not like Max Lord. It's not like Maxor and I almost said Max Lord. It's not like Maxor and Chaor are known for wanting to like fight like Goku does with Frieza. They're not going to want somebody like as powerful as Ani running around Perim.
No.
I don't see them being okay with that unless he has a redemption arc, and I feel like you can't really give him a redemption arc. I feel like there is no justification that we've received for him to have a redemption arc. Everything the Brilliants had done had been pure evil, and I don't believe that the creatures of Perim would ever forgive them for that. So I don't see them bringing back Ani. Yeah. I hope they don't bring back Ani.
The reason I bring it up is only because some of you have probably seen that alternative art from when he had shapeshift into that final form in that episode.
Oh yeah,
we never got to see a card of that one.
Oh, I didn't even remember that. I don't even remember.
Yeah,
that
neither.
But
I
but Pyrus just mentioned it too. So like, I mean, like, I guess Kanga, we're the ones forgetting things. Kanga, this is bad.
I
Kanga,
fully
we
don't
need to
remember
refresh
either.
we need to go binge watch the series after this. How dare we?
No.
What are we doing?
I'll watch it with
Oh.
you guys on stream. I'm totally not against that.
That would be good.
That's fair use. We'll be talking over the whole thing.
I did want to say something actually to Max Lord real quickly.
Yeah, what you got, man?
I'm also a huge fan of Warframe, and I've been playing for about 10 years, and I do love. I have like 3 accounts, and I do love it, and I go back every now and then and play it. So I just wanted to let you know that I'm a huge fan. So
Kanga, have you been playing
Don't
the
worry,
new
after
game?
stream, I'm adding you.
I
I have been actually.
Oh, yeah?
and I've been enjoying it.
It looks really good.
The-
I haven't played it
the
yet. I
last-
think I signed up for the beta, but
yeah, the last one, the last update I played was the it's like in the real world with like motorcycles and stuff. Like the update for Warframe.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
you're talking about what is that called? Hang on.
Is it 20 something?
1999.
Yeah, that one.
1999.
Yeah, that's
that one. Yeah,
that's
that
as
one. That
that,
one's
yeah,
fun.
that's as far as I'm up to. So
no, I was
Yeah.
talking about Soul Frame. Have you heard of that, Kanga?
no.
Oh, dude, you gotta check that out.
You gotta check it out.
Okay.
You'll like it.
That one.
You'll like
It's
it a lot.
made by Digital Extremes too, but it's like more
Like a
the combat's more
fantasy,
heavy, slow.
it's less sci-fi, more fantasy type vibe. But yeah, the combat is different for sure.
Okay. Awesome.
All right, so you guys want to jump back into the Q&A, see where we're at?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
All right. So the next question, man, the code man, you can't be the only questions asking. Okay. What is what is your opinions on the card game publisher for the Chaotic reboot? Now, like, this is something even I don't know. Like, because we did find out that the people publishing the card game is the second biggest card game company, which
Right.
could make it one of 3 possible people. It could be Wizards of the Coast, which
Yeah.
publishes Magic the Gathering. It could be Cardamundi, which publishes Magic the Gathering, or it could be Yu-Gi-Oh, Konami. Those were the 3 people that it could possibly be whenever he says the second biggest publishing.
Well, was it the second biggest,
Cardamundi.
like at all, or in the U.S.?
He said the second biggest, and they would be based in the U.S. because Chaotic has always been produced in the U.S.
Yeah.
And he's also said that it's going to be somebody that is that they used before, was the original statement that he gave, was that it's the people they used before. And if that's the case, they have to be based in Texas, which would mean it'd have to be Cardamundi.
Okay.
Okay.
But I mean, that's just kind of like one of those situations where it's like, there's one of 3 answers is correct. We just don't know which one it is.
Yeah.
So no. So sorry, Kevin, but like, I mean, like, that's not really something. That's not really something.
Yeah, there's no way for us to know. We'll know
Yeah.
when we know. I'm just
Yeah.
hoping it's good card stock. I'm just hoping it's like good like cord card stock, so we don't have like
I'm just
crinkled card foils when they do ship the new product.
I'm
Yeah.
just hoping.
agreed. Yeah.
I'm just hoping the Wizards of the Coast produces the game. Is what I'm hoping, because Wizards.
I'm like fully not. I don't want Wizards to do it.
Wizards is Wizards of the Coast is notorious for having great quality product and not pushing out too much product. They push out just the right amount of product. So
Yeah,
I'm very much looking forward to Wizards of the Coast producing the game.
yeah, it's like the opposite of what I want.
I tried to keep a straight face.
I would be completely fine with Wizards putting it out as long as they divorce themselves from Hasbro. I think they need to get under the foot of Daddy Hasbro and just be their own thing. I mean,
Yeah.
I know that's not their decision to make, obviously, but that would be really nice if they could.
Yeah, I agree. Now the next one, they asked 6 questions. Did
Oh, wow. Nice.
do you guys want to do all 6, or do you just want to do 1? Because I mean, like, that's because I mean, this is also one of the ones that has this is also one of the ones that was, like, I think worded for Ganon. because
Can we ask them what's the one they want answered the most?
I mean it's a YouTube.
Yeah.
It's on the YouTube. It's on the YouTube comment.
Yeah,
not
it's
on
from
live stream.
the community post.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Um,
Anna, what you got?
any chances to explore the other Codemasters?
Probably.
Probably.
I don't see
think
why we
that's-
shouldn't.
I think
Yeah,
that
That
makes
was probably always in the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
I mean, okay. Will there be any
Because-
other? Will there be any more female creatures on the show or game? Probably.
No way.
Oh, of course, there's gonna be.
Actually, yeah, no, you're right. No way, no way. There are only
Yeah.
7 women on Earth, and there's only 7
In Trump's
women in
America, I don't think so, man.
Perim. There is 7 women on Earth, and there is 7 women in Perim. So you're right. No,
Yeah.
there won't be. Confirmed, 100%. We can confirm this now. There is only 7 female creatures in Perim. I'm sorry to disappoint you.
What I will say is, I do hope to see more females in all the tribes, because I was kind of going through my deck and my ladies deck, and I didn't realize like how it almost feels like there might be more female Mepedians than there is in the other tribes.
Really?
I don't know if you've noticed that, but like there is a lot of female Mepedian cards that were printed out after Silent Sands came out. They kept producing
Huh.
more.
I feel like Overworlders have the least amount of females, which is weird because like they have the most notable ones. They have Llama, Lystone, Interest.
Right.
But like,
Yeah.
I mean, you go to the Underworld. I mean, you have actually Underworlders might be the least.
Takinom?
Takinom, Navina. You have Kamagareth.
Yeah.
Black.
You have Lista.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's one of my favorites.
Yeah, she's great.
So,
Love that art.
actually,
I don't know. We'll probably see more, but I think the problem is there was just so many creatures. Like we never got Dina. We never got the one satyr chick that was always seen with Nadrin. Like there was a lot of unprinted Quador. Those are like really
Yeah.
big ones that we never got.
yeah.
Well, Quador, I think we got that as like a
I think
it was like a community thing. What did they call it? Where it was like a card that wasn't printed in any of the main stats, but it was like a digital only card.
Oh yeah.
they would like
it was a Beyond Rare. Yeah.
Beyond rares.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, we did get a Beyond rare for Quadar, I think.
Kanga said that. Kanga did. He just he's just very quiet.
Sorry.
No, Kanga,
Yeah.
stop apologizing, brother. you are probably the most important person in this group call right now. You do not need to apologize for things, okay?
I'll stop. I just care about this card game and care about you guys.
Well, we care about this.
Likewise,
card game, but
man.
We care about you too, man.
Likewise.
All
Couldn't
right.
have said
What was your
better.
favorite Beyond rare card?
Bro, I only know
Uh,
Quador. I
Momark, I think
was
Momark, yeah, that's a really cool
he's
one.
pretty cool. It's because I think that he had a great. I think the word is contrast, like with like Omar, like they were like the two
Yeah,
scientist creatures, and it was weird how like Omar got a lot of screen time. I think, like if I remember correctly, he was very very.
Kaz, yeah.
But yeah, like I'm surprised that Momark didn't get a card like officially. Maybe he will, but yeah.
I think what's crazy is we got his castle before we got him.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly right.
See,
I also think Momark's just like a really interesting guy from like a perspective of like he's like splicing together like different creatures or whatever. Like, what is this like? It's not called Cerberus, but it's something really close to that. It was like another Beyond Rare. I think that's probably my favorite one. I just like the look of him. But he was,
Serby.
Yeah,
The three-headed-
yeah,
yeah, I would have loved
yeah,
that.
but
Oh,
Momark made him among like a number of other creatures. Like I could be misremembering, but was Yokus a Momark creation too?
Why did I just get a notification? Where did the alerts come from? I got an alert and I don't know where it came from.
I don't know
Probably
if
from inside
Yuckus
the
is
house.
one. I know there's still quite a few Momark.
There's a number of yeah, Momark's really cool. I like that card a lot.
I would say for me it's probably Atala. I would have loved to have Atala's original art.
There's apparently a snowman version of Glacier Plains, so that might actually be my favorite.
There is, yeah. There was a holiday promo.
Yeah, because I love Glacier Plains and I like snowmans. So I don't know. I like troll holiday cards. Okay, like the best way to get me is put like a snowman and like a serious card art. That'll always get me 100% of the time.
Magic the Gathering's always done like really good like holiday promo cards.
All right. All right. On to the next of the 6 questions. Will there be new tribes besides the main 4 and the Marillions?
Yes.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
We know the Frozen is coming.
The
So-
Frozen,
Yeah,
yeah.
the Frozen are coming for sure.
And I would say
Ev-
after
Everything in
Kanga. Oh,
And
no, go ahead.
Spiritland is
Spiritlanders for
Spiritlanders.
sure.
Yeah, I
We're
was
sweet,
gonna
yeah.
say that was a big one reveal for me.
Yeah,
I didn't know
too.
about Spiritlanders.
In Chaotic, the magic number is 7. So always assume that anything will have a total of 7.
Okay.
Like the music notes, there's 7 of them.
Okay.
Nadrin finds it funny that his name has 7 letters in it. He very specifically states this, which is funny to me. But 7 is the magical number when it comes to Chaotic, so I just assume that there's going to be 7 tribes. Well, everything's 7.
So we should have another one after the Frozen.
Yeah, which
That'd
I
be
personally, I don't think that the Frozen.
It's probably the Spiritlanders, right?
I don't.
Because we
Think,
or
Yeah,
I would
yeah,
think so.
if we're counting past creatures as a tribe, then that's with the Marillions. It's already 6.
yeah, I don't think the Frozen is its own tribe. I don't think so.
Do you think it's a yeah? Well, you said it's a sub.
I
Do you
think
think it's a subset, Johnny?
I think it's a subset of the Marillions. Yeah, I don't think it's a. I
Yeah.
don't think it's its own tribe. Either that, or they're going to be tribeless, and they're going to be frozen in time, kind of like how Ursus and Smilden are, where they're tribeless despite the fact that they're most likely living in the overworld.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I
And,
don't think that they're going to be.
Yeah, and as like most of you guys know, Bulba showed us some now and ever cards last stream, and they had some Spiritland locations. So
Yep, those are really cool.
You can assume that if we're going off like some of the now or never like lore, that probably be included at some point.
Yeah.
I don't know
Just
how it.
just putting 2 and 2.
We're in a standoff. And both of us are too polite to tell the other to talk.
I like how That's great.
Yeah. Yeah, just like sort of putting 2 and 2 together, I guess. Like, I love the now or never art, and I assume that they're going to take what they have and use it, I assume, in some capacity. So I would just assume that the Spiritlanders will at some point be a set or a subset or something, and yeah, they'll make an appearance in a set or something. Yep, that's it.
Worst case scenario, we would probably see them be a new creature type, right? Like how we got warrior, or strategist. Like,
That's
'cause
true.
we know that Tanga identifies as an overworld,
Yeah.
but that doesn't necessarily mean we won't have like spirit warriors be a type of creature.
I also don't
Sure.
think
Well,
It could
when-
be like a
when-
super type of card.
I also don't think I
Well,
like
when-
the idea of like Spiritlanders being their own unique tribe, because like in terms of Perim, right? When they come to Perim, they take on a physical form, meaning they have a transparent, like they have a, they aren't physical as a Spiritlander, meaning the Spiritlands are most likely not a physical location. I mean, that's how I interpret it. So I don't like the idea of like, like how would Tom, Kaz, Peyton, Sarah explore the lore of the Spiritlanders if they themselves are physical when they can't reach a physical, a corporeal location? It just, I don't like the idea of the Spiritlanders being a physical location because of that, or being a tribe because of that, because I feel like there's just no way to explore that without like kind of diminishing, what makes the Spiritlanders. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, I do, like, just based on the fact that Bulba showed us the Spiritlander cards and the Spiritland locations, you could assume that there is a way to get there. Maybe, I don't know, but again, we'll probably find that out in due time if that ever happens. But basically, it's cool to think about.
It is.
I think what I would hope at least is we know that Tanga's last words was he was going back where an old warrior like him could still fight. So I feel like in regards to Perim, while he might not have his physical form anymore, that might not be the case in the spirit land. So there might be a way. I don't know how it's going to work or if this would ever be a thing, right? But at least in my theory is we'll see Tanith again. We'll see the spirit lands, and that's probably just going to function a little bit different. Maybe we just won't see creatures like Maxor and them engage with them because this is in a whole different location. We're talking about just different types of creatures, and the rules there obviously work different than they do in Perim.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pyrus Knight had a good point here where he said there could be like a secret location that like is like a portal that leads to the spirit lands.
Man, I'm tired of
And
secret.
that's kind of what I was thinking too. Is like
I'm
you
tired
know
of
it,
secret
it could
locations
be
and chaotic. We need more. Trying to get started.
But we're gonna keep getting bored. I mean, look at the doors.
secrets, man. Blazar wouldn't have anything to explore if there wasn't secret stuff.
Ah.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, I see Heptad being a doorway to us finding that.
Yeah, because I mean, Heptad's also from the spirit land, so.
Right.
So
Yeah, I think the fact that they have locations in like Now or Never leads me to believe that it is a place you can go to. It's just not a place that everyone knows how to get to.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
All right.
And then I wonder, like, sorry, can it be scanned as well? That's my other question, but yeah, I guess we'll see.
You know, it'd be hilarious if you scan it and then you go to play in it in the port courts or in the dromes, and then like because it's the spirit lands, you just kind of like fall through since you're playing with physical creatures instead of spirit creatures. That'd be hilarious.
Well, it could be a type of thing where like it like exists outside of like the framework of like how scanners work, right? Like the spirit lands is like separate from Perim enough in a way to where like maybe your scanners don't work there. And that's why, like, you know, we haven't seen any like scanned creatures or locations or anything from the spirit lands. Is that it's like kind of its own thing. Like it's connected to Perim, but it's not like a part of Perim necessarily.
You know, an easy way to retcon it would be like to say, because Perim is the name of the continent, not the planet that Perim is located on. So an easy way to retcon it would be like the Spirit Lands is another continent altogether, and then like the sword that Tanith wears, the crown that Heptad wears, all of those are anchors that keep them like from like being teleported back to the Spirit Lands. Like that'd be an easy way to retcon it, where it's like instead of like oh it's a different location or a different like kind of like world, instead it's like if these devices are destroyed, then we'll just be forced to go back to our planet, and that's why we would become translucent during that time period.
And that could also be an explanation for why we haven't seen it, right? If like anybody who's found it hasn't been able to leave, right? Because they don't have like something to anchor them outside of it. Like all of the players that have found the spirit lands are stuck there, right?
Or or they just didn't have a way to get there to begin with. Like
Sure.
like outside
Either or.
Like Codemasters could have gotten there on like a boat or something like that, but like we haven't really seen many examples of like large vessels currently still existing in Perim. So like maybe they just can't travel the extent of an ocean, and
well, like have we ever even seen an ocean?
Yeah, we saw we saw an ocean. The episode where they find the Song of Stasis. They find a treasure chest from pirates on the beach, and there is a ocean that they can explore, and they see a island in the distance, and they go there, and there's pirates with a broken down ship.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah, there's oceans and stuff like that, and then on the maps you can even see like large bodies of water. So there's definitely oceans, but it's like maybe it's just like the Spirit Lands are just in another continent, and it's just you can't really get there easily because there's no like large vessels that can travel that distance or that amount of time. So
sure.
I look forward to getting all these answers in due time.
Yeah,
for sure.
And you know who else is looking forward to getting answers? The guy who asked 6 questions.
Yep.
That's the next one, baby.
What other secrets do the Lost City have?
I think that we kind of touched on this in the last episode, but I think that like the big lore implications of there being like in the Lost City, like in the past in the Lost City where there was like an ultimate lord of like fire, air, water, and earth. I think that we're going to find out like what ramifications like people holding those positions in the past have had on like Perim and on the history of the world, and why like all of this has been sealed and locked away, right?
Yeah.
I think that that's what eventually will be like culminated like at the end of that storyline. That's just my guesswork, but I assume that that's probably going to have some sort of big implication.
I agree. The only thing I would have to add on that is we know about the tablet that I guess sort of connects them to either evidence of the Cothica possibly being there, or at least having like a roadmap to lead them to where the Cothica's whereabouts might be now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
I agree. I agree with that too. Anything to add to that, Kinga?
Yeah, so I think yeah, probably to add on to what Maxwell had said, yeah, it's probably like uh, a pillar to the next path, I guess, so to speak. Whether they find something that helps them get closer to the Cothica, I assume, because I assume the Cothica's like far down the end of the line. I don't think it's like
Yeah,
going to be
definitely
removed
not right
just yet.
around the corner.
Do you know what I mean?
But
So like I
more
feel like
a
it's more of like a
teaser,
it'll be
maybe.
like another it'll be like another like a roadblock or something, I think, or map or something, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I'm
No,
That's the
no,
best
I
I
think
got.
I'm on
that's a
board.
great answer.
I think it's going to be the start that they're going to need to do to find it to get to the Cothica. I think it's going to like set them
Yeah.
on a better trail. So I agree with you guys. Like I think that's the big secret for the secret of the Lost City. I don't think I think like maybe there's like some lost like Danian, Mepedian, Overworld or Underworlder like lore in there, but I think overall like the huge secret is just going to be like the pathway to the Cothica. I think that's just like that's what Chaotic is about, is finding the Cothica. So I feel like that's just going to be
Especially
what
when
it
you
leads.
got characters like Slufra having the title tablet translator, and then you got like Blazer, who's known for making maps and finding secrets.
Yeah.
He's getting got a new card rather. I think they're slowly building towards everybody's coming together because we are getting closer to finding where this thing is and what this thing is.
Yeah.
Well, and I think it could even be like a MacGuffin type of thing, right? Where there's like, one of five pieces to some sort of magical MacGuffin that like opens up like the location of the Kothica or something, and we find out like where the next one's at. Like there's one there in the Lost City. The next one is in the Spirit Lands or wherever it might be, right?
I feel like it's
Yeah,
finding.
agreed.
I feel like it's like we find the next road poneglyph is what it is. Like I feel like it's just the Kothica. Somebody made a joke about it on Reddit, but the Kothica is actually the One Piece, and I feel like we're just gonna get like we're gonna find the road poneglyph on in the secret in the Lost City, and then it's gonna tell us, hey, by the way, go to this location for the next road poneglyph. I don't
That's
know.
exactly what I was like thinking.
Yeah.
Like it's gonna be like a dots on a map kind of like thing.
Yeah, it's like
For sure.
it's like, hey, by the way, there isn't one here now, but there used to be. So find the man with the flame scar. It's like, yeah. All right. But now, next up to find the next question, because again, 6 questions. What creatures belong in the Spirit Lands beside Tangatoborn, Heptad, and Batog?
Well, we know originally it was Bareth, but I don't know if that still counts now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well, if Tangus Toborn said he was going to go back there, like, before he died,
I don't think
what's to say, like, Bareth wouldn't also, right?
I mean, Tangatoborn had an anchor, and we think Heptad's crown is also his anchor to stay in Perim, because
Well, then Bareth would need one too, right? If he's also from the Spirit Lands.
Yeah, I mean, he's wearing a helmet.
Yeah.
It could be his helmet.
Right.
I mean, it could be his armor.
Yeah,
I mean,
was gonna say probably the armor.
Yeah, there's really no way to tell until like more lore. Like I said, I think a lot of these questions were literally because they thought that we were talking to Ganon. So I don't think
I think so.
We're gonna have like the ability
One
to
day
answer a lot of these
we'll
questions.
be able to get Ganon on something like this, but
he knows you two exist. He doesn't know I exist apparently. So you guys.
If we got if we got Ganon on a phone call, I'd cry.
Dude,
Probably.
dude,
I'd be so.
I think that should be like one of the next big goals for us is trying to get him on an episode.
Bulbasaur,
That'd be awesome, honestly. That'd be really cool.
That would be cool.
Bulba sent me a message and he was like, I texted Ganon about you, and I was like, oh, thanks. And he was like, I don't think he knows who you are. And I was like, oh, thanks.
He knows my name from the checks I'm sending him every month.
For real. By the way, I'm a little short on mine. If you guys could like all go rewatch my entire backlog of videos so I can pay him with all the money that I make from those, obviously. Thanks, guys.
Oh yeah,
Appreciate that.
Got you, bro.
Done.
I got a day off tomorrow. Shit.
It's so funny. It really is funny, man. People actually think we make money off of these things.
All for the love of the game, baby.
It really is. It really is. It really is. It costs
Love
us
the game and the community.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Love this community.
All right, and now here's one that we actually can speculate on. What happened to Afjack, aka Nadrin's son?
I feel like we touched this in
College.
So too. College is crazy. I love that answer. Let's go.
I think he got teleported further into the past. That's what I think. I think he's just like, we've never seen Dranica's threshold take somebody in the future. I think he went through Dranica's threshold and he got teleported back to the past. I think that's like the only thing that makes sense. I mean,
So to combat yours, since we've never seen anybody go to the future, does that confirm that it doesn't allow you to do that though?
no, but
You know what I mean?
I feel
No,
like
it doesn't.
I feel like if you wanted to make the argument that it can take you back to the future, I feel like or back to present day. I feel like they would have shown us them going back in present. I feel like they left it open ended just so they could have the mystery, and then the mystery be solved by us going back to the Beehive location, and then we encounter Afjack there. I feel like that's an upcoming season, episode in the season.
What if Afjack turns out to be Nadrin's dad because he goes to the past?
Oh, that's so ew, bro. That's gross, bro. That's gross, bro. What, bro?
I don't know. I think since I think he will come back, and this is why I say I think he's going to come back. We know that when they were doing a lot of card design, that they were in works of doing another Lord Von Blue card, and if Lord Von Blue can come back, I think Afjack can come back.
Well,
I just don't see a scenario where they don't do that.
But Von Blue didn't go back to the portal. The portal was destroyed before Von Blue could use it. Because that's why.
That's true.
That's why Nadrin was like, you know what? It's better I just destroy this and remove the hopes of seeing my son again than letting Von Blue go back to the past and changing Perim's history.
Right.
Well,
that's kind of my question. Is what spin they're gonna take on time travel type stuff, like timey-wimey stuff. If Afjack did go back to the past, is he going to influence current day Perim by the action? Is it going to be a butterfly effect type thing, or is it a Perim is the way it is because Afjack went back to the past, and we end up finding the stuff that he did in the past to create the Perim we know today?
right.
What take are they going to have on time travel?
What I personally think is Afjack was teleported back to the past, and then we're going to see the gang go back to the past through the Beehive, because you don't introduce something as powerful as that Beehive. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? The thing in the thing in the Skeletal Springs that Sarah walked through, became a child, Peyton became an old man.
Yes, yeah, no, you're talking about the location that
that allows you to just walk through
what's
time.
His name?
Not Rasnus. Raiden.
It is with an R.
Raiden.
Is it Rodden?
Rodden. Yeah, Rodden.
Rodden.
I feel like they're gonna go. You don't introduce a location like that and never re-explore it just because you can't. If you have a powerful, we saw what happened with Dranica's Threshold. The gang just kind of abused it entirely. You can't introduce something that is essentially more powerful than Dranica's Threshold because it takes you further back in time. You can't introduce that and never bring it up again. So I feel like
that initial possible futures too.
Yeah, I feel because we saw them go into the future with
and Perim was flooded.
Yeah, and now that future no longer exists because they stopped the Marillion invasion, or it does exist and that just hasn't happened yet.
It could also be like a branching timelines type thing, right? Where both exist, the current and that future, both they're separate timelines because of actions that have been taken. It's like a multiverse theory type thing.
Yeah,
I feel like Rodden kind of confirmed that when he was talking about how he discovered the Marillions to the Tribal Alliance.
Yeah.
So it's definitely like one of those things that connects us to multiple timelines, and him just having the ability to go in and out of those and really just experience all these different parts of Perim's history or future.
But I feel like you
Hmm.
can't. I feel like once that location is introduced, you have to re-explore it, and I feel like that's how we're going to see. I feel like that's how we're going to end up seeing Appjack again, is by re-exploring that location.
Do we know the name of that location?
We do, but I can't remember it.
I don't know it off the top of my head.
Let me pull it up real quick.
Just out of
Because
curiosity.
I had to look it up because I was talking to a friend about it because I wanted to do a theory on it. And he was like, "Oh, maybe that's how we're going to see."
Kirvak Mound.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Kirvac Mound. And it's a very it's I feel like that's the way that we re-explore. A, Afjack, and B, we get more past creatures. Maybe we see a resolution to Prexor Chasm, or we see the start of Prexor Chasm or something that way too. But I feel like that's
Did we ever find out what the blight is?
no. We only know it's a disease that's
Other than
eating
it's
away the
just a
location.
disease from the land itself.
Yeah.
Right. It
I
makes
mean,
me
we didn't
wonder
have
if
any
like,
caretakers.
makes me wonder if the frozen have any correlation to the blight, where like the only way to stop like the blighted creatures was to like freeze them and like and prevent the blight from spreading.
The blight is also a liquid, and if it was created by the frozen or related to the frozen, that only encourages the fact that the frozen are Marillions because they are manipulating fluid.
This guy.
Good.
I love it.
I can
just
do
see
the mental
apricot
I can do the
smart.
mental gymnastics
Oh
every
my
day,
goodness.
boys. I
love
can make anything into the fact that the frozen are Marillions. But yeah, no, I feel like that's how we're gonna see Afjack. I feel like that's how we're gonna see Afjack because I don't think they could repair Dranica's Threshold, but that's just going to give Von Blut the opportunity to use Dranica's Threshold again. That's just going to cause the same problems. It's going to lead to players potentially changing Perim's past. It's gonna cause like major issues throughout all of Perim if they repair Dranica's Threshold. So I don't think that the way that we're going to see Afjack again is through Dranica's Threshold. I feel like we have to have another location that nobody knows about, and as far as we know, the only people who know about this location are the core group. So. I mean, that's personally what I think.
It's as far as we know, but like, there's no way that like we're the first ones who found Kirvak Mounds. Like, there's got to be creatures who have found it in the past
Yeah, but I mean, like when it comes to
or the future,
when it-
right? Because I mean, like, if it's time tunnels, somebody could find it in the future and go back to before the current day.
yeah, but when it comes to like players,
Like
right?
Afjack.
Like chaotic players,
Yeah.
right? Like I mean, like what are the odds of a chaotic player, finding the location? And even then, if they do find the location, if they go through the wrong way, they end up an old man or they end up a toddler. It's so easy for them to be killed inside of Perim, especially ancient Perim, as a child.
I mean, one of the reasons why it didn't last long. I mean, especially Perim's a dangerous place, as we all know. But I think with like you said, you don't introduce something like that and like lightly play with it for an episode to give it very sort of this insignificant vibe of like, yeah, this was just a theme for this. Like, we don't want you to remember this.
We only use this to introduce Ixix and ancient Danians. That's all. That's the only thing.
You can't make something like that canon without it having like major ramifications on the world, right?
Yeah.
Like if you were gonna do it in a non-canon way, if it was like a filler episode, that's one thing. But if it's like it's canon within the lore of the world, like it's gotta matter.
Why would for example, why wouldn't adult Tom, if there's a major issue in Perim, why wouldn't adult Tom use the beehive to go back into modern day and go like, hey Tom, by the way, you need to stop this right now and alert Maxor now. Like you can't let what's about to happen. It just it introduces a form of there's never a reason for anything bad to happen in the immediate future because somebody should always be able to come back and notify somebody, hey, something bad's about to happen. Like, it's just, I don't know.
So sort of be like Trunks.
Yeah, like, I mean, Trunks, every time something bad happens in the future, Trunks comes back and he's like, "Hey guys, I screwed up. I stopped training. Hey guys, Goku's dead. He's
I
getting
got.
body
I hate that
swapped.
trope
Like,
so much.
hey,
I hate
hey
that
guys,
trope so much.
hey guys,
The first time Trunks came back, it was fine. It was like, yeah, well, that's chill, that's cool. But yeah,
that
I don't know.
yeah, it's like I fucked up my universe. I need your help to fix it. I fucked up my timeline. Please fix it. You know, like there's no reason as to why like adult Tom doesn't come back in time and be like, hey, by the way, we accidentally re-released the Marillions and they destroyed all of Perim in exactly a week from today. So
It
get on
could be the type of thing
that.
where like at some point in time, Kirvac Tunnel like Kirvac Mount has been destroyed. So like in the future, like future Tom can't come back because it doesn't exist in the future.
Oh, that's fair.
Right.
Yeah,
Uh,
I mean that's fair. But like, I mean, I'm just saying like there's always like a point where it's like, or it's like a Tom or it's like something bad happens now, right? Let's say like Maxwell literally falls off a cliff and dies because he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Tom
yeah.
could go back in time, like if they ever figured out how Kirvac Mound worked, right? He could go back in time. He'd go to like 3 days before that event happens and go like, hey Maxwell, by the way, in my timeline, you fall off a cliff and die. At this point, do not be there at that cliff. Von Blue is setting up a way to kill you. Like don't go and take the bait. It's
Yeah,
just
but it's like what if it's like a Final Destination type thing, right? Where it's like you can't avoid like your fated death, right? Like if you're supposed to die, like in this way, no matter what you do to try to avoid it, it still happens.
yeah. I guess that would work to explain it, but like I feel like it's better to just not have it there. Like I feel like
Yeah, well, when you introduce time travel into
yeah.
anything, it makes it so messy because there's all the thousand questions you have to answer now. As soon as you introduce time travel, it's like, all right, well then, what about all of these things?
So to answer your question, Masters 123 FFM, time travel. That's what happened to Afjack. Time travel. It could
Oh
be
man,
it could be
that
anything.
look seals the deal, man.
It
I'll
could
tell
be
you what,
it could
so
be
much personality behind that.
it could be anything we just said, nothing we just said, everything we just said. It could be literally anything.
It's a paradox.
It really
Yeah.
it kind of does
That's the
kind of
problem
create a
with time.
paradox too,
It's a
because like
paradox.
if he goes back in time, like does his actions shape Perim, or are we gonna actively like as he starts changing stuff in the past, do we see like the modern day stuff changing? Like it's like there actually has never been a continuity issue, because every time that there's been something that contradicts something that's previously happened, it's actually just been Afjack changing things in the past. It's like how Ben 10 never has a continuity issue. All the voice changes, all the voice actors who like changed over time.
Yeah.
It was just Alien X just deciding, hey, nah, we don't like
We're gonna
this
rewrite
voice.
everything.
Yeah.
And rebuild it
That-
with one noticeable change.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, time travel, man. Time travel. Biggest mistake any show can ever introduce is just time travel.
Yeah, unless it's like the central premise of your show, like with like Dark. I don't know if you ever watched that show or not. Like a German sci-fi show. It's incredible show. If you're into like time travel stuff at all, would highly recommend it. It's so smart. It's incredibly good. But like unless time travel is like central to the premise of your show, then yeah, it just gets so messy when you introduce it.
Or said Afjack is the reason behind all the art style change. Behind the art style change.
Can't rule it out.
That.
Anything is possible. It's
Yeah.
going to be the reason behind the new art style change too. All right.
Darn Afjack.
We have finally got through all 6 of that guy's questions. All 6 of them.
Awesome.
Yep.
Well, hey, thanks for submitting so many questions. I'm excited.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Thank you. All right. On to the next one. Were there ever plans to find a way to create a way for Earth and Perim to make official contact so that all humans can realize the Perim is real, so that all humans can make contact and meet the creatures of Perim? Was there ever a way for that to happen, guys?
I mean, there's a one episode with Kaz where they kind of try to play with that.
Yeah.
But then that was all in his dreams.
Right.
That he kept
Yeah.
waking a dream within a dream. So it was like kind of like an Inception episode, but chaotic, which is kind of funny. But look back at now, but I think I don't know if we'll
So
see them play with something like that again.
It depends what
what?
direction they want to go, because
Right.
like the company that is, putting out these scanners and is, developed the technology to allow like travel to Perim and to the port and all that. Like, I guess it depends if they want to go in more of a direction where like they get into the motivations of this company and like how the technology works and the ramifications that like wide scale application would have like between Earth and Perim. Like they could get super granular on that and do like a worlds colliding type thing, and maybe that's even what the Cothica is the Cothica is like something that is like linking these two realities to each other, right? It's like a bridge between two worlds. So like that might end up being the culmination of the whole show, right? Like once maybe the Cothica gets into the wrong hands and like these two worlds start merging together or something, right? um Possible. There's no way to tell.
Wouldn't mind that as a terrible end. Merge them, and then that's
Yeah.
just that.
You have to save both worlds, try and stop the merge from happening.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know. That'd be cool.
I think it'd be a cool avenue to explore. I don't think we know if anything was ever planned for it, but I think it'd be a cool avenue to explore. I saw Kanga was about to laugh because he realized it was a question for Ganon, though.
Yeah. So what was the question again?
Was there ever plans to find a way to create a way for Earth and Perim to make official contact so that all humans can realize the Perim is real and so that all humans can make contact and meet the creatures of Perim?
Yeah. No, I don't know how to think about that. I think I don't know. I think well, it was stated in like one of the first episodes that like you had to meet a requirement to get the code to go to Perim. So um, I don't know. I feel like if everyone could go to Perim, I feel like that would I don't know be not as special. I guess I don't know. Like
Diminish the content.
I
of where
agree
it
too.
made it.
yeah,
I agree too.
like but it's interesting that there was that one episode where that guy, the kid's dad, was like in Perim, and he would like coach him.
Oh yeah, Buzz.
Oh,
Buzz
yeah.
Junior. Buzz Junior.
Yeah.
Buzz
So
Junior.
I don't know,
Yeah.
like, do you know what I mean? Like, I think that that's an interesting thought that because I thought that like uh, Perim players were like all like school kids, right? Like I thought they were all like in high school.
Yeah.
But it like because that like it was obviously aimed towards like our audience, like as like kids growing up. So it's interesting that they allowed like a dad into Perim, into the port court.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
there
That's
was
just like
Well,
there was
and that's
also
another
the, there was
question
also
too.
the
It's like,
there was also the guy who used Screamer, the Rockstar used Screamer. He was also.
oh yeah, and
Oh, yeah, he's an
True.
older
you could
guy.
assume
Yeah.
he was like 30 or
I think the
in his
I think the way to get the port code was because all the players, like Buzz Senior and Buzz Junior, were like very good players on the online client. So I think the way to get the code, like to get your transport code, was literally just by being good at the online game. Like I think that was the
Yeah,
I think
sure.
that's right. Yeah, correct.
yeah, exactly. I think there was just like very little instances of seeing like I suppose normal adults like in Perim, but
Yeah.
I'm sure there are plenty of
yeah.
them. It's just not like central focus of like the characters in the show, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Because like
right.
if you look at any TCG, the most enfranchised players are going to be adults that have their own independent income to buy cards, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
plenty of kids
Yep.
play TCGs, but as far as like being super enfranchised, it's mostly adults.
So
Agreed.
I hope that answers your question, Chaotic Cobra. Again, like this was supposed to be questions. We're not Ganons. We can't give you like absolutely certain questions. Now get into people who had the clarification that this was not a Ganon interview. Which archetype do you think should get support when the game returns? Stuff like crawls, tribalists, past creatures, and etc.
I'd love to see some more crawl support, man. I've always really liked those guys. I think that they're cool. I'd like to see some more crawls because like most crawls are specifically like countering a certain type of card, right? Whether it's like tribes or whether it is like they have like waterproof or fireproof or whatever. Like the crawls are all kind of like specifically designed to counter certain aspects of other creatures. So I think it'd be interesting to see more of those and see more shards and like um I don't know that we will, obviously, now that all the Merlions have been sealed away, but who knows? Maybe the Coral Smith like wasn't sealed back in the Doors to the Deep Mines, and he started like a new Coral Smithy like off the coast of Perim or something. I don't know. I think that would be cool.
Kendrick, to answer your question really quick, no, you can still submit stuff to the call to action, but the quiz is or the survey is no longer going to be given to Ganon. The results will no longer go to Ganon, but you are still able to submit stuff to there. I mean, if we hit like 3,000 entries, I'm pretty sure Ganon would love to see the overall feedback for such a large turnout. But as of right now, no, there is no current intentions for Ganon to see the survey. So I'm sorry about that. All right, Kanga, you're up.
Well, in terms of like support and stuff, as I'm still sort of learning as I go, I think it'd just be cool to see more past creatures. Like, I don't actually have a lot of. I think it's Alliances Unraveled that has all the past creatures in it. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously, I don't know if they got around to doing all of them, but I did really like seeing younger Nadjarin. I thought that was really cool. It added a bit of like lore and all that stuff. So it'd be cool to see like what else they would do with like the past creatures. How far were they planning on going with that archetype? And I don't know. I just think it would just make more interesting lore and cards and TV show episodes. I think it
Yeah.
would just be cool to see that. Um, yeah, obviously, and then whatever else they decide to do, I think just more interesting archetypes in general will be good. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Johnny, what about you?
Oh, sorry. Um, I honestly, for me, I am personally of the mindset that Overworlders got screwed or Underworlders got screwed. Whenever it came to set design, I feel like a lot of the Underworlders are very vastly underpowered. You have outliers like Zamul, you have outliers like Chaor the Fierce. You
Blade?
have I think Blades is underpowered. I think he's understated for
Yeah, but with the husk
yeah.
armor, come on, man.
I mean, I feel like if you have to rely on a specific battle gear to be justified as a viable creature, I feel like that's a weakness, not a strength. I
Right.
mean, like I can't like throw on dagger, Bodil's dagger onto blades because then it just becomes 10. It doesn't become 15. If it would do 0, it becomes 10. So I feel like you can't throw on like Zerium armor or stuff like that either because it's still a 3-hit KO because blades is 55 on average. So I feel like when it comes to set design, I feel like Underworlders really got screwed. I would just like to see more Underworld support. That being said, like I feel like that's something that Underworlders were missing quite a bit, was just some good support. You have Navinna, you have Call, who are good burn, but you don't really have any good aggressors. If you remove Zamul and Lord Von Blue from the equation, I feel like at that point you're relying too much on Chaor the Fierce or Rothar, who has to be the one to enter combat, even if it's suboptimal for him to enter combat. I feel like it's just I feel like they're just missing. I feel like they're just missing combatants, and I feel like that's something that Ganon could definitely close whenever it comes to card design.
Yeah. All right. I guess now it's my turn. So to better answer that, I actually had to grab some cards to remind myself of the specific ones I actually want. I mentioned a little bit of this in the episode I did with Jade, but big one for me would be strategists for overworlders. I would like to see them kind of get revamped or at least maybe buffed. I think if they're not going to change how strategists work, maybe just do some reprints of some cards. Like I would love to see another Agror reprint, and or not even just a aggro reprint, but just give aggro a better card where his abilities aren't as, I guess, weak when you're talking about how viable the card's going to be over time. Because a lot of cards' abilities just didn't age well. Like, I would say one of the things that I didn't really like with Underworlders, even though I love them, they're arguably my they're definitely my second favorite tribe, but they go hand in hand with my Overworlders. And what I would say is with them, intimidate. There was a lot of like intimidate stat ones that over time they're just not that great. I mean, when you're talking about like intimidate 10 in two different stats or just one stat, like that's not really hindering them as much as like some of the brilliant abilities were doing. Like those are actually like hitting the disciplines hard. I would like to see defenders get a buff. I definitely want to see more with overworld guardians. And then I know Jade mentioned in another video about getting, it might have been the last episode, about Mepedians getting something different. I think I wouldn't mind seeing an invisibility that allows them to, instead of being like Headmaster and Kaija, if they could actually like steal magicians, that would be kind of cool because they can disarm. They can do that. We got like Mirage locations and stuff like that, but there's a number of things I would like to see. I think outside of expend that they did in Fire and Stone, I hope they had some other abilities that they wanted to utilize for each tribe that was just unique to those tribes themselves. But we'll see what happens.
I think it would be cool if they like had more like I don't know how familiar y'all are with like Magic the Gathering terms, but if they had more like lords, like essentially like creatures that care about like a specific creature subtype, like like commanders or scouts or warriors or whatever, where they had
Yeah.
more cards that cared about you having a lot of scouts or having a lot of commanders or whatever stuff like that, having muges or elementists. I think that would be cool if they focus more on like those like subtypes of creatures.
He says we'll actively think about Grant K.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I think that's a cool thing. I think that we've seen like a lot of stuff. There's like some cards here and there that some underworlders that care about commanders, or, like some attacks that randomly care about scouts or whatever. But I think it would be cool to kind of lean into that kind of card design where it's not specifically like tribal lines so much as it is like the type of creature, like the function that they play on a battlefield.
Kind of like how Conjurers and Warbeasts like play off of each other.
Yeah, stuff like that. Exactly.
Okay.
But I
Yeah,
think
I
that's
can
a
see
cool
that.
card design space, right? Where you could have like a creature that says like other muges you control have plus 10 to each discipline for each mugic counter they have or stuff like that, right? Where
Mhm.
it's like it's ways to augment different creatures depending on what type they are, or like what like subtype of creature they are.
Yeah, I'm definitely not against that. I would love to see that implemented at some point. We just know that
Yeah,
there's
like
definitely room for opportunity.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, Kanga, you're good.
oh, I was just saying, yeah, no, I think it's a great way to like expand like I mean I don't know much about Magic the Gathering, but it sounds like if you can take um, similar working ideas from other card games and sort of find a way to implement them into Chaotic, that's awesome. And obviously, I know that there's a lot of stuff in Chaotic already, so it'd be cool to see what they like utilize what we already have and work off those things. I think that's what you're. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah. So like, if you don't have a ton of magic knowledge, what a lord is in Magic basically is a lord is a creature that cares about a specific creature type. So you could have like Lord of the Undead or
Yep.
whatever, right? That says like zombies you control get +2/+1, right? So
Right.
it's like
Yep.
it's
Gotcha.
cards that specifically care about a certain type of creature.
Yeah,
And
makes
I,
sense.
we've seen some examples of that in Chaotic, but I think that we could see like more of that play space that would be interesting as far as like it could be like, specific tribal decks. Like, we've seen a lot of this from like Danians, for example, with Mandiblores, where that's like a subtype of creature. There's a lot of support for that in Danians. And I think we
Yep.
could see more stuff like that that would be really interesting. Like even like I think in Alliances Unraveled, there's like Elementir, that location that cares about Elementus, and I think there's a number of
Yeah.
cards that care about Elementus in Alliances Unraveled. But yeah, I think that would be kind of neat to see more of that play space explored.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, you guys ready for the next one?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
All right. This is gonna be a tough one. I don't think any of us are gonna be able to answer this one. Did you watch the TV show? And if so, which of the two animation styles did you like more?
Oh,
Yeah.
I saw this one on the post.
Right.
I was actually
Yeah.
excited to do this.
Guys,
Yeah.
I'm excited.
this is
Yeah.
this is when we all get outed for never having watched the show.
Right. Yeah. That's a show. What?
Oh man, I only play the card game, bro. I don't know.
Yeah. Obviously, I've seen the show. I like both animation styles a lot. I think that like the animation is very nostalgic and iconic. I think that it's what like a lot of people would like recognize as being like uniquely chaotic, like that style of animation, like for like a 30-minute like programming block TV show like on cable. I don't think there were many others that were using flash animation like Chaotic was. So I think it's really cool. I do like it a lot, but I think that of the two, I do prefer the new animation over the original. Like I really like the OG flash animation, but I do prefer the new animation out of the two.
For sure.
Partially, I think just because it was so cool, like seeing all the characters, like I've already seen them in the original animation style, and then seeing how they've been like reimagined with the new animation, I thought was really cool.
Definitely.
Yep. I think it's my turn.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
So obviously, yeah, I could probably say the same. For sure. I think I do like the first animation because it's obviously very nostalgic and it's what started the show. And obviously, when they went to season 2 and season 3, their budget went up. I think that's what I was like what I read.
think
Their
that's what it
animation
was.
budget. Yep. And they went through Wudong Animation. I believe they're the same animation company that did the Ninja Turtles.
Hmm.
And that was stated on a Rudd video. And I think just at the time, like, if you guys remember, that was transitioning from regular quality television to HD. It was like,
Yeah.
Between that, like those years, we transitioned to HD content, and I think that was kind of like a big deal back then. If you guys remember, like it was like high definition was like all the rage. Everything was HD, and so that was cool to see, like that carried on with Chaotic. And I think that just, as you guys know, there's something going on with like the YouTube channel uploading the high quality content, and I think that's kind of like ironic and a bit funny. So it's just cool to see that like that they care about both styles, and hopefully they're gonna make everything HD and watchable for like new generations to come. And I think that the second style of animation really held up really well, and I also expanded the art style of a lot of the creatures, and like that like obviously a lot of things changed from season 1 to season 2, which I think were for the better. So yeah, to answer your question, I do really like season 2, but season 1 is very nostalgic, without a doubt. But I'd have to go with season 2, I think, just because of that history, like knowing all that sort of information as a huge fan, like really makes me side a bit more with season 2, just because it sort of carried the series forward, I guess.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a ramble, but yeah, I think I got my
No,
point
you're good.
across.
You're good. That was very informative.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think for me, I personally never watched the show before. I'm just gonna go off like little screenshots I've seen. No, I'm kidding. I've watched the show. I've watched the show. Probably more times than I probably need to. But I would honestly say the second season is probably my favorite whenever it comes to animation styles. I just don't like the Flash style animation from the first season, so I think I just like the second season better. Just the way that it was animated, I just like it better. Um, so yeah,
It's very
hot takes from Johnny, but you know,
it was
I,
very like similar to what was like with a lot of like shows that were out during that time. They all went for like the anime sort of style. You had Teen Titans. I think Totally
mhm.
Spies went a bit anime at one point too, sort of
Yep.
anime sort of
Sure.
style. Um,
Code
yeah,
Lyoko is
just like
kind of like on the line.
Yeah, yeah, Code Lyoko, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like a lot of those
Yep.
shows really went for that
Yep.
anime. There's a term for it. I think it's called. Is it like American anime, or there's like a term that
I know
people
what you're
they
talking about. I
No,
forget what the term
it's
is, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I
it's
read like
like
an like article about it.
American anime or something. I don't know,
Yeah,
but
yeah, I can't remember.
it's specifically like American made shows, but they're like piggybacking off of Japanese anime art
yeah,
style. I think something like that. That was all the rage. So I think that was why they that specifically. I think that was. I specifically think that that was purposely done, like to fit into that niche. I
yeah,
think.
Well, it makes sense because, like, a lot of the programming at that time, like the, early, like, Saturday morning cartoons, was like, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, these are all just anime, One Piece, whatever. Like, all these shows that are being aired, as like early morning, like, cartoons that kids were watching, were
Yeah,
just like Japanese animation that were just ported to the West. So it would make sense if they wanted to try and adopt more of that art style, of like the very popular shows of the era.
yeah, and also again, a bit of knowledge. Yeah, the company that did the animation art style for Chaotic for season 2 and season 3 did do Ninja Turtles, and they were already doing that for 4Kids. So I think maybe they could have worked out a deal or something. Like, hey, you're
Yeah,
already doing Ninja Turtles. Can you
yeah,
do Chaotic for us? Like, and
sure.
again, I don't know this. I'm sort of like a bit like you guys. I have a bit of a stretch with things, but I think that makes sense. Like,
No, that
if
makes
I was a
total sense to me.
company, like if I was a company, if I was 4Kids, and there's a company already producing something that we were already working on. Why not
hmm
just get them to do the animation for Chaotic? Like, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
I think
yeah.
it's
I
Johnny's
agree
turn.
with all those.
Max Thor's turn, I believe.
I'm excellent.
Yeah, Jade went, but uh, so I agree with all these points. All of them are valid. For me, of course, I love the first season because of nostalgia. I got to, start with that. I remember back when it was broadcasted on JetX late at night or
Hell yeah, that was a Jet X,
Simcast.
dude.
Oh man, I know. Like that's bringing up a
That
ton
was
of
such
memories
a
for
vibe
us.
back in the day. I fucking love Jet X.
Yep. Super Robot Monkey Team, Hyperforce Go, all that stuff. Like I
Hell
was
yeah,
super
fucking
into all
throwback.
that.
Oh
Yeah.
man,
But I really enjoyed the first season's animation just due to it was different from what everybody else was doing. I just like that art style. But I do agree with I like the second season better. And I'm gonna tell you, for me personally, it was I think a smart choice to go in that direction because one thing that I appreciated was not just seeing the creatures in the world and like the Balagur all being done differently in this animation, but like I think a core reason why they changed it was season one had a it had sort of moments where the creatures or certain things didn't match the card art. And I think they
hmm,
were trying to be as consistent
Yep.
as possible. And they
that
did a
makes a lot of
really good
sense.
job with that with season two. So, like, for example, the one time we see Sarah play as Lore's first card and from Dawn of Perim set, he's not. brown, blackish like he is in the artwork. He's really pale. He's got like red hair and a blue cloak. And when
Mm.
you're looking at the card art, you just don't recognize that that's lore, other than the fact that the show says that. I thought Ibian looked badass in season 1, but I loved seeing Ibian look more like how he was supposed to in season 2, especially when you had episodes where they were either playing as him in the drones or seeing him out in Perim fighting a bunch of Marillions. Like, I think the animation style was just better in season 2, in my opinion, just because of that level of consistency of knowing, oh, I know what that is. Like Gigantropher would look probably different in the first animation versus we know that's Gigantropher in season 2 because it looks exactly like the card art. So I think they were trying to just be more transparent in that style and then make, well, obviously their consumers recognize the characters in the world that we've kind of delved in through the cards.
Yeah, for sure. I want to say two things as well. I think you've really like hit the nail on the head, if you know what that expression means. Like
Uh-huh.
yeah, 100%. Because like I think consistency was really
Mm-hmm.
really really important to Chaotic. Obviously, everything correlates with everything. I think Chaotic's team have really said that they really wanted to make everything work together really, really well. So I think you're 100% right. Uh, one thing I can think of is definitely like Bodil. I think in the first animation, he didn't have like those little blue markings on his face, but then in the second animation, he did. So little things like that, I think, are very important.
They are.
So yeah, when you
100%.
say like the little tiny details, I think 100% you're 100% right. And I also will say just a tiny interjection was I think the only other show that I can think of that did use flash animation was Total Drama Island. I think that's the only other one I can
Oh, did it?
think.
Was that Flash
I think
animation?
it,
I can see that.
Total was like sort of kind of like I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of a different show. But I
Let's
know
look it up. I could see it.
I feel like
I was
I feel
thinking
like Total Drama
I
Island.
was thinking Sweet 16 or 16 or whatever it was called.
Oh,
No,
16.
yeah,
That's a
I was
16
thinking
throwback,
I
dude.
was
definitely
I
thinking
was
about
love
like,
that.
that show back in the day, man.
yep. Nah,
You guys ever
that
watch
I could definitely use Flash animation. But you're right. There definitely was others entities as far as using Flash animation.
Yeah, I think that it was cheap. But again, I
oh
don't
yeah.
know. I don't have this information, but as like a huge fan of like the show side of things and 4Kids and all that stuff, I pride myself in kind of
Uh, Total Drama was Flash animation. Yeah, it
Okay,
was
yeah,
yes,
you
in
were right on, man. Good
First
eye.
animation in
um,
I love that.
Toronto did that, and
but
yes, it
obviously,
was using Adobe Flash.
Okay.
yeah, but like even like Total Drama Island, to my knowledge, was like a behemoth of a show. It was so popular.
It was.
Um, I think
Yeah,
I think it's
I don't
run
know if you've
for a
rewatched
lot
it
of
recently or not. Good.
yeah, and it's like I think it ran for quite some seasons. So
It did.
Yeah,
uh,
I think
Flash
there's like a
animation.
new season that just came out. Like I think it's still going.
Actually,
That might
that's
be one
that's
of the
that's
few
that's
I'm
ones
pretty
cool.
that's
sure.
actually
Yeah.
still going.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so I guess yeah, Flash animation can be profitable, so that's cool.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to
No.
put
You're
that
good.
little bit of
Yeah.
information in there.
I welcome that.
Absolutely.
No, that's
That's
awesome.
great.
Cool.
You ever watch that show back in the day, The Weekenders? Ever
Yes,
see that show?
that was my
Yes. Yeah.
damn, bro. What are
So
we
Yeah,
that's
talking
that's
just
about?
good.
yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
I wonder how many shows there are like that like I loved as a kid that I just forgot. Like I remember just recently. Did you ever watch Lloyd from Space? I think is
Yes.
what it was called. Yeah, yeah. Loved
I think
that
so.
show, man. That show is so good.
I was just talking to my lady last night, literally about Invader Zim,
Mm-hmm.
Chalk Zone. There's so
Chalk
many.
Zone's so good,
Chalk
dude. I
Zone is
love
so
Chalk Zone.
good. Yeah.
Chokesman was
Yeah.
good.
I mean, the list goes on. We probably got a ton of stuff that we're like, man, I haven't watched this in forever, but this was
It's
like,
not a
I
Slug
wish I could just have a
Terra,
list of like every
OG,
show that I watched back in the day.
Slug Terra, OG Beyblade. I mean,
uh,
OG Beyblade was good.
I
Me
mentioned
Dragon
Spider
Booster
Riders
was one.
earlier. Astro
Sure.
Boy. My Life as a Teenage Robot.
Man,
Classic.
That was good.
I love
Yeah,
that.
love that one for sure.
Danny Phantom should never got canceled.
Bro,
Yeah,
dude.
Billy and Mandy was goated.
Fairly Odd
Oh yeah,
Parent. Fairly Odd Parents
Fairly
should
Odd
have been
Parents, of
canceled
course.
at a certain point. Should have been canceled.
Yeah, I mean,
I really liked.
Drake Bell live action. I think it should have been curtains on Fairly Odd Parents, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I also really enjoyed. Oh, sorry, two things. I really enjoyed Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends art style. I thought that was
incredible.
kind of interesting. And it's not a TV show, but I love this franchise. I'm a huge fan of the art style for Psychonauts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
With the
Yes.
game, like I think that art
Mhm.
style, it's like weird.
We
It's like
start.
weird but cool.
We start talking
I
about
don't know if
games.
you
We're gonna start
have
talking about Spectrobes. If we start talking about games, let's bring up Spectrobes.
Spectros is classic. Yeah.
Fire.
I don't know if
Yeah.
you guys have a PlayStation or not, but Psychonauts 2 is free on PS Plus next month. Oh, if you
Ooh.
haven't
Yeah,
had
I
a
know.
chance
So
to
pick it
play it
up.
yet.
It's
Yeah, yeah.
it's a yeah. I'm a huge. I've grew up playing platformers, so like Psychonauts was one of those really cool games, and it's got some great, interesting themes. And yeah, the art style is what drew me in. So art style is really, really popular. Like I don't know, like it pulls me into a show or a game. So yeah, I just
Yeah.
thought I'd
Absolutely.
make that point.
All right.
So
No,
yeah,
not to break everything up, but we got like 20 more fan submitted questions.
Let's do it.
let's do it.
I don't know if we're getting so far into that, man. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Would you rather chaotic play with rotations or some more similar to Yu-Gi-Oh with an expanding ban list?
It's a really good question. I was hoping we'd hit this one. I don't know, honestly. It's kind of I think with chaotic specifically, I think I would maybe lean more towards like the Yu-Gi-Oh route where it's like an evergreen format, like stuff doesn't rotate out. I know that I think that Gannon said he didn't have any intentions for a ban list, and I think that
Yeah.
can be kind of problematic with an evergreen format. I think that's the reason why Yu-Gi-Oh does have like a ban list that kind of evolves as the game goes on. Stuff like comes onto and off of the ban list, and cards get errata and all that can be very messy. The way that like Yu-Gi-Oh deals with erratas and card text and all of that. But I think that with chaotic, I don't think that I would want a rotate. I mean, you can have different formats. I mean, is the ultimate answer. Just like Magic the Gathering, you can have as many formats as you want. If you want to have an evergreen format, if you want to have a no ban list format, if you want to have a rotation format like standard and MTG, I think all that's great. But if it was like you could only pick one, I think I would prefer chaotic to be evergreen. I'd like for people still to be able to play stuff from Dawn of Perim or for the
Yeah.
Hive, Silent Sands. Like I don't want that to go away.
Kanga?
Well, I did also read that Brian doesn't he doesn't want a ban list. Like that's what I heard. So that's cool. Like to know that he's sort of going a different route because I think a lot of card games have ban lists. And I think that people would be uh like wanting to I don't know the term evergreen, but I assume that means play all cards. Is that right? Or
Yeah, evergreen means that
Yeah.
everything's playable.
right. But then obviously things like power creep come in to play. So
Yeah.
it makes certain cards, useless. Whereas, Chaor is obviously still very playable and a few other cards, but then some cards just become unplayable. So I think I guess Brian's the owner of the card game. I think what his vision is. I think if he decides to have no ban list, then I'm fine with that. Like I'm happy to be able to play uh, all the cards and just enjoy the game. So yeah,
Johnny, what about
All
you?
right, I'm gonna let Maxlord answer this one because I have the official answer, and I'm just gonna let Maxlord answer it, and then I'm gonna provide the official answer.
Okay. I would say I'm definitely evergreen, and I think there's a number of reasons to that. One of the biggest things is I think people should have the ability to one, play as all your cards that you have access to. I think that kind of retains their value so that you don't, get attached to a card or to, well, maybe a set, and then have this situation where it's not as playable anymore, so you don't really get to enjoy that one little or major aspect to what drew you to the game in the first place. Because, like, I would say for a lot of people, what drew them into Chaotic is some of the more iconic creatures or some of the more iconic cards. So when you start banning those, it kind of gives your player base less incentive to play. I see from a competitive side why you want one, to a certain degree, and then at the same time, I'm like, one of the things I've liked about Chaotic is the fact that you can use all your cards right at any given time, but then also that it kind of force you to create more creative decks in order to counter all these different effects. So rather than banning a card, well, how do I approach this card? Because it's kind of how you have to be in, like, you gotta have the mindset of, well, really any TCG player, but also as a gamer, if you're playing a shooter, you gotta have certain, like, let's say for example a hero shooter, certain characters are able to counter other ones better, and you just got to kind of look at it from that perspective of, I just need to get better at learning how to counter better versus, well, we're just going to eliminate this so I don't have to worry about it. I feel like that's sort of a cop out in that regard. um but yeah, no, I would say I'm all evergreen, and then just going from a perspective as far as like consistency goes, we never saw that in the TV series, so I don't see why we should start doing that IRL.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Go ahead, Johnny.
Okay, so my personal opinion, I think it should be multiple formats. I feel like we should have a rotational format for standard because like there is just stuff that like should not be in a healthy game. Cards like Zamul are extremely overpowered. They should not be in a healthy game. I feel like a rotational format to get those out and into like a legacy kind of format, I think that's fine. But I feel like for an introductory product, if I go to my locals with the Zamul deck and I get paired up with little Timmy, who's like 8 years old, just picked up the game because his dad used to play. And the first thing he experiences is, a Zamul attacks interests. He's not gonna have a good time, he's not gonna be able
Yeah,
to heal out of any damage ranges. He's not gonna be able to activate any of his abilities, and then it's gonna be made even worse whenever I do literally anything whatsoever. I will go like plasma arrows, and now you literally cannot heal. Like I will go. I mean, I mean, it just hits a point where it's like it's not healthy for new players to enter a game in an environment with things as powerful as Zamul. So that's my personal opinion. I think that there should be rotational formats with a legacy format that should be supported. I do think it should be supported if there's going to be a legacy format. I 100% think that we should have legacy events for Chaotic where, people can play Zamul Burn, where people can play Danian FTK, where people can play, Droskin Control, where people, I think those formats should exist and be supported, but I don't think that that should be the default way to play the game. Um, as for the official stance, because the official stance has actually been spoken before, and it was by Dragonix, the original stance for Chaotic was no ban lists, no rotations. People would always be able to play the cards that they wanted to be played. The designers were heavily against this stance, and at the end of
yeah,
Chaotic's life cycle, Dragonix finally was able to convince Dragonix and the other designers were finally able to convince them that there should be rotation, that there should be ban lists, and that there should be multiple formats that are supported outside of those rotations and ban lists. However, the game died before those changes were really implemented because they'd be implemented at the end of AU block, which would be at the end of Elemental Emperors. So,
yeah,
the current stance, the last known stance that we know of, is that they want to implement rotation and they want to implement a ban list. So cards like Zamul, cards like Lord Von Blut, Servant of Ani, they don't run rampant inside of the game. So that is the last known current stance on Chaotic, on a rotational format. So
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think just having multiple formats is the easiest answer.
Yeah,
You know, I mean,
I
if you
agree.
want to play Legacy, play Legacy. If you want to play Standard, play Standard. I
Yeah.
mean, that's the easiest way to do it.
Yeah,
That's
I agree.
yeah.
I just think like you need to take into consideration a new player's experience going into a standard format. You know, if like I said, like if I walk up with Zamul Burn and my opponent is a 12-year-old kid who's only playing because his dad plays the game, and you know, I kind of like play Zamul Burn. That kid is not playing the game again. you know,
Well, that's your fault then. You shouldn't play that against a kid.
well, I mean, if I go to a tournament and you know I take Zamul Burn, I'm playing Zamul Burn in the
I
tournament.
think it just
That's why you're the villain of the game.
Exactly, because I make little children cry and quit the
Uh-huh.
game. I
I think it's
agree.
just it's difficult to get away from because like I know one TCG that's really bad for it is if you're into Yu-Gi-Oh, like you're not gonna have a good time. Yu-Gi-Oh is really them new sets. You'll see people that have already bought all those cards and like they make them decks that you're sitting there for like 10 minutes of a turn and them just summoning and summoning and summoning and then to the point where you either just retreat because you're like, bro, I'm not going to stay here for the next 20 minutes of you just summoning an infinite amount of cards just
Yeah.
to wipe me out in one hit. Like, so I understand that from a new player perspective. That's intimidating. Like, that doesn't make you want to stay long term. That doesn't, like, there's no enjoyment in watching somebody just crush you and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Now, is that going to be every game? No. Are you going to experience it? Absolutely. But you shouldn't experience that, like, as this is the standard, like you said,
Yeah.
this is the standard way of playing. No,
Yeah.
I
Well,
totally.
and that's like the point of formats, right? Is like Yu-Gi-Oh is kind of notorious for being a game where there aren't different formats. It's an evergreen game.
Yeah.
It's anything that's ever
Yeah.
been printed you can play. But there have been like those Time Wizard events at recent, like YCSs and stuff, where you can play Edison format or you can play Goat format or stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I think that having those options, I mean, Konami has been, officially giving some support to that. That being said, it's been a bit tumultuous here in the past year or so as far as their support for Time Wizard and all the Edison does and everything that goes. But having options to either play modern Yu-Gi-Oh, where like you're saying, you're summoning 50 monsters in your first turn, and you're going through these elaborate combos to set up 4 negates and 5 interrupts on your opponent's turn or whatever. If you're not wanting that experience, play Edison, play Goat. It's more of a tempo-based format. You get to have longer games. I think that is healthy for any game to have options depending on what players want. Because like if modern Yu-Gi-Oh, if you know how all the the link combos and you know how to play the new yummy stuff that just came out or whatever, and you want that experience, you want to have those like more combo intensive like games where you need to know like when to react with what reactions, and you're playing all the best games and you're doing all that stuff. If you want that experience, if you have that game knowledge, that's great. If that's fun for you, that's awesome. But if you don't want that and you want to play, Goat format and play, Blue Eyes White Dragon, then that should also be an option. I think that any healthy game is going to have those options because not every player wants the same experience out of the game, right? I think that's something really great that Magic's done, is that they give you the cards, and even like fan formats like Commander, right, is like a format that was entirely just made by players that just they made it up at their kitchen table, and they're like, that's how we want to play the game. Just having the game pieces available and letting people do whatever they want with them, I think is like a hallmark of a healthy like trading card game.
I think the game that made me realize like how important rotational formats are was for those of you who don't know, I used to play a card game called Alestrals, and I was one of the top players. Like literally, like you'd be hard pressed not to find somebody who wouldn't call me top 5 if not top 3, right? And I used to play that card game competitively, and they really escalated the power level very quickly, and now they're refusing to do rotation. And it's kind of gotten to a point where cards are starting to look like modern day Yu-Gi-Oh cards. You have most recently, one of the most recent revealed cards says mill 4 cards and summon any bodies that are sent to the graveyard from that mill.
Sweet.
And so, yeah, all right, it's awesome.
Awesome.
And I'm like, okay, so every single body is now a woof if I mill it off this card. That's great. It's like, I love that. That's
Hell yeah, dude.
And
I would play that deck.
Everybody will. From what I'm hearing, everybody's talking about playing this deck, and it's like, and I'm sitting here and I'm like, this is absolutely insane. How do you backtrack from this? You've hit the point where this is the new standard that you want for power of play. You either get stronger or this stays the strongest. You know,
We
there's
should
no.
introduce like a counter to it. Just introduce like Leyline to the Void, right? Where like if a card would be milled to the graveyard, it's banished instead,
Yeah,
right?
there's
You just
no.
have to print counters.
In this game, there's no remove from game like zone. So like,
Oh,
yeah,
that's whack.
yeah.
I've actually never
So-
played Illustrals.
Yeah, so it's so cards like when they go to the graveyard, they go to the graveyard. There's no like when this card is summoned back, exile it after it dies or something like that. It's just when it goes to the graveyard, stays there.
That's it.
I don't think that's good game design.
It's not, but there's it also comes into the fact that like, you can balance around the poor game design by going like not printing a card that says mill 4 cards and summon 4 bodies. But now it's like you've hit the point where this is your new ceiling. This is the new ceiling for power. Either you make a higher ceiling or this stays your ceiling. In which case, it's only going to get stronger the more cards that are released that are supported by this archetype. And I mean, like, it's an entire... It would be like... And you can't go like, oh, just don't print cards for it. Because it's like essentially saying, like, just don't print any more black creatures in Magic the Gathering. That's just not...
Right.
You can't do that. And so, like... I'm kind of like realizing like, okay, I get why games do, rotational formats now, because like this is like you hit a point where this is, the standard for what a card must do to be playable. And so I'm kind of like, I used to be against the idea of rotation, and then this happened, and I was like, I get it. I get it now.
I think it's like rotation's kind of a necessity. It is kind of a feels bad. Like as somebody who played like standard and Magic for a while, it does feel bad when you have like all the cards for a deck and you've spent the money to like build this deck and then 80% of those cards aren't playable anymore. And it's like, well, better buy all the new cards so you can build the new deck.
Yeah,
I
played standard.
That sucks.
I played
but
I played standard back in Return to Ravnica, and like I bought like Shocklands, and then like and when they rotated out,
that's
I was
fun.
just like,
Yeah, back when they used to be
I'm
like
never
30
playing
bucks a
it again.
piece or whatever.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
I'm never playing this game again. I was like, I can't afford to buy like these new like rare dual lands every time they come out, and then just like have it rotate out. It's just like,
Right.
it's just a huge investment.
Yeah, that's the part that feels really bad. But I mean, that's the beauty of multiple formats, right? Like if you just want to play draft, or you just want to play sealed, or you want to play, legacy or whatever. Like I think that that they're necessary to make it so that you have less of those feel bad moments with your player base.
I don't know, man. I'm getting kind of sick of sealed. I mean,
Oh, I love it. I can't get enough.
I mean, honestly, again, yesterday that was good.
That was fun.
That
Yeah, I
was
had a good time.
That was good. That was really.
I really like limited sealed play because you're not adhering to like what is the most powerful card that was printed in the set, or you're not adhering to like what is the meta at this point in time. It's like make what you can with what you have, and I think that's like the most fun play space for me.
I don't know. I think that one deck that I'm playing in Odyssey, I feel like that is a complete deck. Like I feel like outside of like locations, everything that like I'm playing in that deck, I feel like that's complete.
What, the one you played this past week, or
The one from episode 10, the one.
oh, episode 10? Yeah. That feels like that's pretty much a whole deck.
Yeah, I feel like Stelgar's a little questionable, but like other than that, like
That's the one thing I was thinking. I was like, maybe you swap Stelgar for something else, or you give him like a different battle gear or something. I don't know, but
I had Unda being able to activate her ability to like give water back in case I get any water, and in case I get any elemental hate. I had cards to give water 5. I had healing music. I mean. Like, the only thing that, like, was questionable was Stelgar. Like, even Ulmar made sense because it was an additional 10 damage ping. So, like,
sure.
It's not the best decision, but it still makes sense. So, yeah. I mean, I was about to say, let's segue into the next question, but Max Lord is gone. He's gone. He's vanished.
He might just be taking a bathroom break. I've done that a couple times so far.
Yeah. I've been thinking about going to go get water, but, like, at the same time, like, every time I do that, somebody's like Johnny, and I'm like, ah.
No, I've just been drinking this whole time, so I've been having to hit the head.
Okay, so wars. Let's actually catch up on. Let's actually catch up a bit on the comment section or on the chat. So Bonnie Bell says, or Ronnie Bell says, if you are going all out on a child or a new player as a veteran player, they will have a bad time whether you're using a meta deck or just a good deck. I mean,
That's true.
yeah. I mean, yeah. But like at the same time, like there's a difference between playing like playing like Chaor versus playing Zamul. Like Zamul is you don't play the game, I play the game. Chaor is I'm gonna tank every hit you do, but you're still playing the game. Like it's just there's a difference between the two. Sometimes it's best to hold back, especially with high rarity cards. If Chaotic decides to make a new video game, do you think that there is a possibility that it could be an MMORPG where you can play in Perim and in Chaotic? I don't. What do you guys think?
Just
Seems like
really
a lot of
quick.
people.
Sorry, really quick to piggyback on what Ronnie was saying. I think that specifically when we were talking about like a tournament setting, like Johnny was talking about, like you go in with like Zamul Burn or whatever. I think if you're playing against a kid, just throw the Zamul in the back line. Throw it all the way in the back. You don't have to change the deck you're playing, but you don't have to go like balls to the wall on them, right?
But
Like,
Chaotic's deck list registration forms, you have to put the
oh,
creatures.
you have to
Yeah,
select the.
yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I mean,
I mean,
I went to one like pre-release event, but I don't remember that.
you can still not have Zamul be the one entering combat. You can go like have Rothar or something enter combat. So I mean, it doesn't
Sure.
change anything really, but
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
Sorry, go ahead, Kanga.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it seems like a lot of the fan base when it comes to a new game share that same idea that they want, like I suppose a game that's that correlates to the show, I guess, like shares similar things. I basically look at it as Chaotic Shadow Warriors 2, but just like more and like bigger and better. And um, I think that would be cool. I hope that if they ever do make like another contract with EA or whoever they were with,
Mhm.
that they would want to make a bigger, better Shadow Warriors game. I feel like with the technology and the um, you know the PlayStation 6 or whatever on the horizon, I feel like you'd have a lot. You could do a lot with that, or even just like an online only um, game to incentivize uh, like community like playing together rather than a single player game would be cool. So I think I genuinely believe an MMORPG could be on the table, in my opinion. So yeah, and I think a lot of people have that same. They share that same thought, I guess. But that's just my opinion.
I think if we get a MMORPG style game, I think it should be done in the same way that Shadowverse Evolve is doing it. They
Yeah,
have they have an overworld where you can interact with players, where you can customize your player character, and where you can engage with them in battles, talk to them, communicate with them,
yep.
talk and
Wait,
chat.
Shadowverse is getting an MMO?
No, they have a game called Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. It's a sequel to the original Shadowverse. And they have an overworld where you can walk around as a player character and where you can engage
Oh,
and
cool.
interact with the players. And I feel
Okay.
like if when Chaotic revives, I feel like an overworld like that would be such a great addition to the Chaotic video game.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think we necessarily need an MMORPG to have that same feeling of interacting with the community or interacting with other players.
True.
Yeah, for sure.
I think an MMO would be cool specifically for like raid bosses and stuff like we were talking about earlier with like Ani. I think that like those kind of like community play mechanics would be really cool, and I think that's kind of a play space that like MMOs kind of dominate.
Yeah, but
Yeah, for sure.
but I also think
But
the
there's
big
all sorts of no, go on.
the big issue with an MMORPG is like you can never do them right. Like you're always going to have a large portion of your community that's going to be upset with regardless of how you do it. Like everybody was clamoring for a Magic the Gathering MMO. Everybody wanted a Magic the Gathering MMO. We got one,
I played it.
and
It
then
sucked.
yeah, it sucked. Like there
It
was
was awful.
there were extremely long cooldown timers. The events were random when they occurred. You could never plan for them. Sometimes they'd literally drop in the middle of like you fighting a regular mob, and they would spawn on top of you and instantly kill you. It was a very horrible play experience, and I feel like a lot of players never think about like how would a chaotic series actually play out? Like, how would a chaotic MMO actually play out? You would go in and then you would fight what? What are you fighting in a chaotic MMO to gain experience? There's no multiple creatures. There's no slimes for you to fight. There's no boars for you to fight. You don't have spiders to fight. Every creature that we've seen in Perim outside of like Skeletal Steed is a creature, not a animal. We haven't really seen any animals that reside in Perim. So what are you fighting to gain experience? They'd have to introduce entire new creatures to add to that lore to make that possible.
But it kind of dilutes the lore too. If you're adding in like generic slimes or skeletons or whatever for you to fight to get XP, like that kind of like lessens the world a bit for me.
Yeah. So
I
I feel like there's like a lot of like small things when it comes to making a chaotic MMO that like a lot of players don't consider, and it's like I just don't think I don't think an MMO is the right way to go if you're gonna make a chaotic video game. Like I just feel like unless you're like doing like, oh, when you scan things you get experience, or when you complete quests you get
that
experience.
would be the route to go.
But then it's like
Yeah,
then it just turns the game into a giant fetch quest. Like
Well, I think that if you're doing a chaotic MMO, it wouldn't be from the perspective of you as a player necessarily, but maybe like you pick a tribe to start out as, right? And like you get to like make your own like creature in that tribe, and then like if you get quests in Kiru City and you go venture outside of Kiru City to go and like defeat like other like underworlders or Mepetians or whatever. It could be stuff like that, or like
but the amount of creatures that would have to be created to like make an MMO like that possible, like like you'd have to have like dozens and
they don't
of
have to be
enemies.
named though, right? Yeah, you could have just like generic Mandiblore. Or you could have like named creatures as like
but that's what makes
major enemies.
That's what makes chaotic special, is every creature is named. Like we only have seen like 2 or 3 creatures that haven't been given a name, and I mean odds are they're probably going to be explored further before the game, because there was only
you see some random ones like Hive Call or whatever just has a bunch of generic Mandiblores on it. Like you see some here and there that aren't named.
Yeah, but I mean like in the show, like when you interact with a creature, when a creature's interacted with, usually they're given a name. I mean, I just feel like having like generic Mandiblore just kind of like makes them like makes the world seem kind of like it's the same as like just adding in boars. It's like if you're okay with like adding in generic Mandiblore, like just make him a boar, make him a spider, make him a hatchling or something. Like
I mean, honestly, that would be the way of you. If we're going to go that route of leveling up, they did run into like fighting Underworld guards or fighting Mandiblores. They did run into fighting the Overworld guards. So it's not like they don't have some sort of combative experience that they go through.
I mean, yeah, you're right. There is like the Overworld guards. We also see the foot soldiers in the attacking in Armageddon. Whenever we see Hotan, we see generic. Oh, there are generic creatures, but like I mean, you'd have to scale them up for every level segment. Like you'd have to go like this is level 5 and then this is level 10, and I mean like why do they all look the same if they're stronger? It's just
you could have like you could have like a separate story for the game or something, where maybe there's like some big bad evil guy that is making like a robot fighting all of his minions. Like there's ways you could do it if you wanted to do it.
Oh, you could do Shadow Warriors and like have how they had have like Shadow Umquad, and have like an army of Shadow Umquad in a specific
it could be like reflections or replications of existing creatures and stuff. I mean, there's all sorts of different ways you could do it if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
In Shadow Warriors, the Xbox 360 and the Wii and the PS3 versions, I think, I'm not sure about the DS version, but the very first level when you play as Tom, you get a pyro blaster and you start shooting like little bugs. And I know that I think it was said that it's not canon,
Yeah.
but they had like bugs you could shoot. So the concept of like, in my opinion, they can like they obviously made that to be like an adventure puzzle
Right.
style game, like like, and it sold something like 250,000 units in the first 6 months, and it like was a success in EA's eyes, I guess, or whoever published it, I think. Um, so I think that if they can take more from that concept, I guess, like that it could work. But again, it's up to what the Chaotic company wants. But I think I think that they did it good for the time.
Yeah.
Obviously, like back then, quick time events and stuff were very popular, and so that was of the time, and I'm sure that they could like scale it up or whatever. And I'm sure they can run things by Brian and go, what are you happy with? What, like, you know, are you okay if we make this non-canon or whatever? Like, it doesn't have to be like one to the show. Like, I would happily shoot bugs like all day. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, you
Oh,
just take it for what's in front of you and enjoy and just
Yeah,
appreciate that.
exactly. And
'Cause, I
like
mean,
they had
go
like
ahead. Yeah.
Shadow Maxor and stuff like in the Shadow Warriors game, and like Shadow,
Right.
like there was Shadow versions of the creatures or whatever, and I can't actually remember what the plot was, but yeah, they obviously like chucked things at the wall and just did whatever. Like so, um,
I would say if we go the Shadow Warriors route and we get a sequel, the one big thing that I would want is obviously a bigger roster
Yeah.
so that we have some versatility in there. But I think you should have the ability to not just play as Tom, but to play as Kaz, Peyton, and
yep,
Sarah. I think they should let you choose
Or
which
make
one
your
you
own character. I think would.
right.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that
yeah,
too. I think people are really big into making their own characters.
yeah,
But if we
mm,
can do that and you can choose what tribe you start off with versus everybody has the same experience, I think
mm,
that makes a big deal.
yeah.
Um,
agreed.
and then just from a gameplay standpoint, like if you were an Underworld fan, what kind of sucked about that game is you didn't really get to play as your favorite tribe until the
Yeah.
very end, and you didn't get to use like if you scan Chaor, you didn't get to play as Chaor for a long time. That was like the very end of the game. You didn't get Von Blut until
Yeah,
the very end of the game.
see,
Like
that's why the DS version was the best.
the DS
yeah,
is
yeah,
nice, and
God,
I
that
still got that
sucks.
sitting
It
on my
sucks. The
what?
DS
You
version
don't like it?
sucks. Dude, the
It does
controls are
not.
horrible. The barrels, they suck. I hate the barrels. I hate barrels, bro. Bro.
I would tell you what. This is what I like about the DS version. That roster is crazy, but they're missing Rage Tried. Don't worry, I got you, Jade.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Um, I mean, I ain't gonna lie. It was weird to see Blades in there, but you don't got Rage Tried. That was a weird call to me.
Yeah, I feel like Rage Shot was highlighted
Um,
so heavily in the Morellian Invasion arc. You just have to include him.
what I also liked about that one was you got to play as all four of the main characters. You got to swap between them, and then the villain at the end was different. They actually had Ani versus in the consoles versions they had Von Blutis, so you went up against at the end. So it was different.
mm. I will quote something that Brian said, Captain Hard Rock interview.
Hmm.
And Captain Hard Rock asked Brian what he thought a chaotic game would look like, and Brian said it would be an adventure. So I think that like chaotic doesn't necessarily have to be like a genre. It can be like, personally, I'd just be happy if I could just scan stuff and get experience, and like there was no like combat. Like, even like I'd be happy with just scanning stuff and adventuring, and it doesn't have to be like what you expect it to be. Like, I'd be happy with it to be just exploring Perim. That's like the game. Like, that would be cool.
Sort of like a
Um,
survival, but not quite.
Yeah, and
I
then
think
maybe you can go to like the port court and like battle then or something. But yeah,
something
I
that
don't
I
know.
think
No,
It
is
I
doesn't
think
have.
really
that would be
cool.
cool.
I've been playing a lot of Elden Ring, Night Rain here recently. And I think it would
Nice.
be kind of cool to like do something like that with Chaotic, where like you queue into a match and it can be like a 1v1 match, and you and the other person both get dropped into like procedurally generated like versions of different like, parts of Perim. Like maybe you're in the Underworld, maybe you're in like the Mepedian Desert or whatever, right? And you have, like a storm that's closing in or whatever, and you have like a certain amount of time to go to different places and scan different locations and creatures and battle gear and whatever. And then at the end of, whatever the allotted time period is, then you battle with like the decks of whatever you've scanned throughout that point in time, right?
Scavengers
Like you
game.
have like this period of time to go and scan everything, and then you fight it out in the battle drum at the end.
They're kind of like getting dropped into Perim, and then like it's like the Hunger Games kind of.
Exactly. Yeah,
That would be
exactly.
cool. I would love that. That's like it. Kind of reminds me of like a Warzone, like Warzone almost, like as old as like that's kind of
Yeah,
out of style now, but it would be kind of fun
Yeah.
to just get dropped into Perim and you can like explore the whole world because it's all connected. I'm pretty sure,
yeah.
and then gather stuff, and you know what I mean, and then
You're on
like
time limit, but yeah, I mean, whatever you can get to. If you want to run all the way, you want to go all the way to like a castle at the end of the map or whatever, you'll find cool there. You
that's
want to
cool.
stay wherever close to wherever you get dropped. I think that stuff like that would be cool. Whereas like you're adding like strategy and exploration also into the gameplay and the existing like Rubicon of chaotic like cards and lore and stuff. I think would be really fun.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
play that
If
without
they
it.
do
Yeah,
something like that, I hope they have like Kanga's familiar with the Warframe like map style, how you could be on like the same planet, but the map is different for each
Mm,
one. I would like that for the
yeah,
locations. That would
yes,
be
yes, yes.
sure.
So like obviously, with Warframe, there's like correct me if I'm wrong, Max Lord, but when you load into a level, there's like sorry, when you load into a mission, you can get like it's like procedurally generated like layouts or whatever.
Yep.
Like, is that what you mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Except I think the only thing that isn't is like the overworlds. Like, sorry, the overworld
Yeah. The big
maps.
open world
They're the
areas,
same.
yeah, those are
But if
like the set.
you can load into like a map and it'll have like stealth spots, but then some might not. And yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. No, if
Yeah.
they were going to do the whole open world element like how they have on there, I would if it's just going to be a set spot, then it should be capitals. Like Curious City should be one set thing. Like
Yep.
you know where the library's at, you know where the arsenal's at. Even though
Yep.
these are
Yep.
kind of locations inside of a location, you
Yeah.
can still play with that too. Where if you go inside, it's
For
bigger than
sure.
what it actually is out, you know,
Like,
at glance.
yeah. Like I think I don't correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it might have been like Black Ops 4 had like a war zone and they had like Nuke Town and they had like all these like and they had the boat from like the hijacked boat and they had like all these like specific locations from like favorite Call of Duty maps
Yeah.
and they just chucked it all in one war zone thing and I thought that was cool. I didn't play much of it, but I thought it was cool how they like incorporated like favorite places
Yeah.
and maps into one big map. So I think
Right.
that could work, I suppose, in like a Perim kind of world.
You can definitely
And
do it.
I
I
think it's
mean,
really cool too, like from a gameplay perspective. Like if you are, battling it out at the end, like if you go to the overworld library and you have a chance to explore, the whole layout of the thing, right? Like you're scanning the
right.
location, like where different like hallways connect to and where the stairs are and whatever. So when you're fighting in that location at the end of the match or whatever, when you're fighting there, like where all the stuff is and where to like set up like choke points or try to ambush or whatever. I think that's
Yeah.
really cool.
Yeah, like that one Bodil episode where Bodil knew where all like the secret pathways were.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Stuff like
exactly.
that. I think and again
Exactly.
that's like an Easter egg to like the like us fans that watch that episode, we're like, oh wow, they added that. That's cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
No,
cool. Like
it's the little
there's this
details.
yeah, this specific music is in this specific spot and it's like always there. Like that'd be
Or
cool,
like
yeah.
how they had the
For sure.
that musician in Maxor's office. Like that would be cool.
Yeah.
You go in there and you
Yeah.
gain a musician, even though you had none at the beginning of the match. Like I'm fine with stuff like that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like a hot drop would without a doubt in my mind, a hot drop place would be
Yes.
like an arsenal without a doubt. Like you drop
Oh,
on
yeah.
like Bodal's arsenal, and
Mhm.
like
Mhm.
there'd be like gold
Yeah,
like
that's
armor
battle
and
gear.
stuff.
That or like
Yeah.
Omar's castle, and you're just in there with all the gear that he's created.
Vile
and you can just
driver.
grab a Vile driver and just go
Yeah.
ramping.
Yes,
Go into
that would be
Castle
cool.
Momar, you find some weird creature that like nobody's seen before.
Yep.
Yeah, I reckon
No, I'm
that'd be
with it.
cool. That's actually not a bad idea. Like again, I hope that some of this stuff does get to Brian and the USA chaotic team, because I think that stuff's really cool, and I think us fans
Mhm.
would appreciate that stuff without a doubt. Like, imagine if like you you dropped into this world and there's like only one Vile driver per match. Like
Mhm.
everyone would fight over without a doubt in my mind, and you can make it like overpowered because there's only one,
Right.
and you're all fighting over it like one
Yo,
Xerium
if
armor,
you
like
if you
one.
just leave like a
Yeah,
dread shred somewhere that somebody can just jump in and like run the other person down, like how they did in the newbie episode. Like I'm fine with
yeah,
that.
and
Yeah. Or you
like
can have like two rare creatures, or like having like a battle, like they're fighting each other. Like it's dangerous to try and get close enough to scan them because they're like mid combat with each other, and so you're like trying
yeah,
to dodge their attacks so you could try and scan them. Like
yeah,
there's all
yeah.
sorts of cool stuff you could do like that.
And
Of
I'm
course,
fine
and like
with
all the
them doing like
sorry,
puzzles, like how they no, you're good. Like how they did the
yeah,
Castle Pillar episode,
Mm.
and Kaz figured out like, oh, okay, it's the purple one. And I don't know what that item is specifically that he got, but I'm fine with us implementing stuff like that where it's
yeah,
not just you fighting each other you have to worry about, but it's also like certain locations are going to have traps. Certain locations are going to
Yeah.
environmentally be hazardous to you. Like Blue Swamp,
yeah,
there's going to be certain places that are full of acid or just gas monsters that'll come in and
yep,
eventually they'll
You can
evaporate.
play it safe. You can like scan more like common or uncommon stuff like
Right.
without danger. But if you want to get like the higher rarity stuff, like you're putting yourself in harm's way. Like you might
I
end
mean,
up like getting knocked out and losing the scans that you got already, type thing.
exactly. And I mean, like, imagine going to Prexor Chasm and you actually have to run from the blight. Like, you guys stop fighting each
Yeah,
other. You run from the blight, and you have a timer that shows up on the top of the screen that lets you know the blight is coming, and it's just going to be there for the rest of the match. Like, you can't get
right.
away from it.
And
yeah,
maybe
So
it
now,
starts. Maybe it starts in a different place, like where the
right?
blight shows up at the start is like procedural. And if you went there and you scanned the location and you made it out of there, you know where the blight's like showing up and how it's going to move, and your
Yep.
opponent might not. It's like I think there's a lot of cool stuff they could do like that.
yeah. Very cool. That was fun.
All right.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
it was.
So
I love
Yeah,
it.
that's cool.
About to be the buzzkill. We got 16 more questions.
Oh, that's not a buzzkill. You're good. Let's get it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
All right. So Vandy asks, best tribe to play that you think that will come back from the reboot.
Mepedians, baby.
Stupid lizards. Kanga.
I think maybe like Mepedians or Danians, like I think. Is that a good question? Like, is that a good answer?
I think so. Yeah.
Change it to
There's no wrong
Underworlders.
Yeah,
answer.
because
Change
like
it to Underworlders. Change it to Underworlders.
because I feel like I think Overworld and Underworld were very heavily pushed. I think so. I feel like
Yeah,
they
they
kind
were.
of forgot about the Mepedians and the Danians. So I'm the kind of person that like when everyone goes like and favorites like
To the mainstream sort of.
yeah
stuff.
the mainstream stuff, I'm always trying to like check out the other stuff because it's
As you should.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah
What about you,
exactly.
Jay?
And like
it's got to be Underworlders. Like, I mean, like Underworlders. Come on, Rage Trot is an Underworlder, meaning it has to be default Underworlders.
You haven't even played Rage Trot and Odyssey yet. What are you talking about? You're a fake fan.
I'm sorry. Who locked?
One time. Who picked Danians
Hey, you
5
can
times?
still use them.
Hey,
Come on.
hey. Somebody banned my other good Underworlder card. Okay, like, come on.
They don't even work together. Come on.
It does too. They both have Earth.
Let's hear some more excuses why you haven't played him. Fake fan.
Fluid morphers are broken.
That's true.
Alt win
Yeah.
con. Alt
They
win
are.
con. I had to go for the alt win con. Yeah, I have good excuses.
Sure.
Yeah.
My answer might sound like a cop out, but like honestly, from looking at a lot of the official artwork that came out, I feel like all the tribes are going to get some love. I do feel the Mepenians and Danians will get a little bit more, just because, like you said, those are the two tribes from the original four. They got left behind. I mean, they kind of try to make up for it in the Zenith of the Hive set and the Silent Sand set, and those did do a good job. They introduced some new creature types. They introduced some new abilities. So I mean, those were nice. But I think it'd be all of them because I mean, I would hopefully be able to get a lot of the overworlders from season 1 and 2 that didn't get a print to show up. Same with the underworlders. I hope to still see like OG creatures like Gigarex, um, the bug guy. I can't remember his name, but you guys probably know the one I'm talking about. The ant with like the spikes. He was
The
always with Zalvar most of the time.
hmm.
I can't remember his name. Is it Therax? I think it's Therax. Therax might be his name. Somebody
Okay.
correct me if I'm wrong, but there's just a ton. There's a huge list. I mean, I know you mentioned Serby earlier. I would love to have Serby as a card.
Hmm.
I think that artwork and that concept is just
Love it.
amazing.
Yeah.
The Mepetian King coming back. I mean, if he doesn't come back in Firestone, it's fine. If he comes back in the set after that, I'm totally fine with that. But there's just so many good ideas that they can still implement. I want to see more Codemaster creatures. Like, we got a good chunk of Krellins, and there's still more. But I would love to see, like, Hotex got more that were implemented. I mean, we got Ixik, and that was nice that we got the rare war beast that is kind of not necessarily OP, but that's a really strong card. 90
Hmm.
energy is insane.
Yeah, it's nuts.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna skip past the ones that are asking, like, if they were asking Ganon, because like this one, like in particular, is asking about marketing material, and I'm just gonna skip past that because it's just that's not anything we can
We don't
actually.
know.
Yeah.
I got really good answers to
We
that.
have no idea for that. I mean, if we
Yeah,
did
let's-
know that information, that just means that we hacked into Ganon's files, and at that point, like, there's a bunch of legal things wrong with that.
Yeah. If we knew that information, I would have made a video on that information. So I'm kidding.
I mean, the moment that I get offered to sign an NDA, trust me, I'm doing it. But you will
Oh,
not
yeah.
see me talk about it.
I am not.
Yeah.
I'm not. Unless it's like an NDA for like one specific event or one specific thing, then I'm not. I'm
Right.
not. Like I
I'll
feel,
sign it with no hesitation, dude. When
I-
Wizards asked me to sign an NDA, I was all about it.
I feel like
Yeah.
my connection to the like community is like I know as much as they do. Like obviously right now I obviously know slightly more, but that's just because like I had to verify like people's identity. Like I had to verify Adam's identity, which led to
Bless you.
other things and being involved. But like I mean, but overall, like I mean, like I feel like as a content creator, the only way I can truly relate to the community is by knowing as much as they do.
Yeah.
Like I mean,
Yeah,
like
I actually don't know how many people are in the stream right now because I can't see, but I try to only say facts that either have been factually proven or have been well known by the community, I guess. But in terms of like revival, like news or whatever, I probably just know just about as much as you guys.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's the cool thing about this group is, I mean, we're pretty much all on the same wavelength. So what
Yeah,
one knows
Screw
for
Hard
the
Rock.
most part.
Hard Rock, stay out of our calls. Stay out of these meetings. Ryan,
No
if you
way.
join, we're
Yeah,
gonna
like-
kick you.
You know
If
that.
anything, Hard Rock
You know
probably
that,
knows
bro.
more than us.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No,
Yeah,
100%. I
they
mean,
aren't allowed because they aren't on the same wavelength as us. Like, come on.
And
You know, they have Brian's number,
right.
and
That's
they
a
text
blessing.
regularly,
Yeah.
so I'm sure they have some bit more information than we do.
And Ganon,
Yeah.
and Ganon doesn't even know I exist. He knows you guys exist. Dick, so hurtful.
Hey, he doesn't know I exist, bro.
Fist bump through the camera.
To be fair, Apricot ain't with that social media
No,
nonsense.
I'm really
He
not.
is not. He is not. His channel's growing at a pretty good rate though.
as
Yeah,
it
we're doing
should.
all right.
As it
Yeah, we're
should.
doing all right.
He's producing quality. So if you're not following him, you're missing out.
And he's
You're
got
not following anybody in here, you're missing out.
and he's got a really handsome co-host. Let me say that much.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. We hate each other, by the
I'm
way.
not gonna argue with that.
We hate each other a lot.
Is
Like,
that what it is? Two
yeah.
handsome guys that just don't get along.
we hate each other passionately.
Wow, one of us doesn't get along with the other one. I get along with everyone.
There we go. The truth comes out.
Bro
The truth
pulls
comes out.
Bro pulls a fluid morpher the second I start playing Bro pulls a fluid morpher so the second I start playing fluid morphers. Come on, man.
I'm not gonna lie. I enjoyed watching that episode because the reactions were priceless. It's like, oh man, he pulled Nadrin. I know where this is going.
I was like,
I told the Natural, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
I was like, this is manageable, and then it was like, oh wait a second, no.
No, it's not. Yeah, as soon as you got your first fluid morpher trigger, and I got 4 triggers, I was like, "Oh man,
I am so cooked." My hope is like getting like pulse cannon, and then I got pulse cannon like first location. I was like, oh, I'm fucked. I was like, oh, I'm dead. I cannot win this one.
Yeah, pretty funny.
Yeah. All right. Well, we
I
have
love the Odyssey episodes.
we have like 14 more questions. I'm gonna like limit the questions down to 1, 2, because like some people are submitting like 3, 4 questions. I'm just gonna go like 1 off of them. Okay, like if that's okay with everybody. I mean,
I think that's fair.
yeah,
Sure.
because I mean
Just
like
so everybody else has time for theirs.
yeah,
Best one.
because I mean like it's about to hit like 8 in the morning for Kanga. Like I don't want to keep
Yeah,
him up
that's
all day.
True. It has been quite a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Um,
all
3
good.
and a half
I,
stream.
I'll get it.
Like,
I'll get it.
I'm really
text when I
trying
have
to-
to go to work.
I'm really trying to take into consideration Kanga's mental health here. Okay, like.
It's for the stream. I've dedicated myself enough to this community that I will suffer for the fun of this live stream.
We love you, Kanga.
Fair enough.
Kanga, we love you. You're too good
That's
for this
dedication.
community. You're too good for this
Thank you.
community.
Everybody go sub to Kanga.
Go follow Kanga.
I'm
No, don't
only
sub
in
to
a
Kanga.
few-
Don't send them to sub to Kanga. Bro.
No,
I'm
send the subs
only-
to Kanga. Send the subs to the team.
Send these subs to Kanga after I hit 500.
Oh, brother.
We're in a race right now. You can't. You come on. Don't sabotage me.
This is like a Peyton Kaz moment with this rivalry. I'm loving it.
Obviously, support Kanga. Like, if you guys aren't sub to Kanga, do go support Kanga. I'm gonna lose
Me
this race.
and Johnny are racing for 500 subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah.
So
He has like a. He has
that's
like a.
like a
He has like a 34
So
level
what-
right now. You know, I think.
it's a one-sided beef. I think.
Yeah, no,
Hmm.
I support Kanga. I love Kanga. Come
I
on,
do,
like
I
that
get
was
it.
all a joke. That was all a joke. Come on.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like if I get to 1,000 awesome one day, like I just do it for fun.
Yeah,
This
is fun for all.
Hopefully, I can make a penny off it one day. Like if I'm ever lucky, that'd be cool.
All right, so next question: who or what is your favorite parts about Chaotic?
It's always been like it's been like for me as a kid, like I have always loved trading card games so much. Like I've always loved trading card games, and the idea of being able to like go into like the world of my favorite card game is just like so like mesmerizing to me. I think that's like conceptually such a cool idea to be able to like go to the world of the game that you love and like be a part of it, and like I think that like that whole concept, like the idea of like entering the code and entering the game is like that's the part that's always just been like so unique and like awesome to me about Chaotic.
Yeah.
Kanga, you're up.
Yeah, I think I have to agree. I think just like the entering the code to go to Perim was always like a key crucial part. And just like, I don't know, just like a bit of everything from it, I think is good. Like it's fresh and different, and that's what makes it that's what draws me in. So yeah.
All right. I think for me, it's probably Scythia, Gothos Spy. I feel like that's my
Oh
favorite
no,
book. I feel like
he's
that's
bringing this
I
back.
feel like
He's
that's
bringing
my
this
I feel like
back.
that's I feel
I
like
gotta
that's
get
my
an
I feel
adult.
like
He's
that's my
committing to the bit here.
I feel like that's you know, like I you know it's Rage Strahd. It's Rage Strahd. Rage Strahd is probably unironically, like, it actually probably would be Rage Strahd. That's my favorite part about Chaotic, because like it's not just the creature itself that became a part of, like, you know, why I love Chaotic. It's the story about like how it shaped, you know, everything that led to me making Chaotic content. Like it was the story behind why Rage Strahd is my favorite creature is why I love Chaotic, and it's my favorite thing about Chaotic is just the story behind it. Which I've told the story thousands of times at this point. I'm not going to say it again. Everybody here has heard the story. I don't need to say it again. But I think the story behind Rage Strahd and Rage Strahd is definitely my favorite part about Chaotic. So
Good deal. I would have to say I'm in agreement with Apricot and Kanga just in regards to the idea of being able to escape into another realm that is new, refreshing, full of adventure, just excellent storytelling, and just this sort of like never-ending realm full of mysteries and questions. I've always just been in love with the lore itself, the world. I think the concept is really unique, and when it's done right like this, it just sticks with you. I mean, it's hard to get away from it. There's this attraction that really just keeps you engaged. And then I got to actually play online back when the game was alive and well, and I think that was like my first like online experience. No, I didn't own my own PC at the time, but like that was just cool. Staying up all night, putting in 1,000+ codes, just fall asleep, not hit submit, and got to do that all over again the next
Yeah,
morning. Like
been there.
man, and I didn't take advantage of those starter deck codes because that saves you so much time. Because then you only got to put in the rare ones. You just put in your rares, your super rares, and your ultras that you potentially got. But I didn't take advantage of that as a kid. So obviously, as an adult, I'm moving different. Should they go that route again? And then I would say the community, man. It was like, I know everybody's experience is different. Some people probably felt like they were the only Chaotic fan. Actually, I ain't gonna say some. A lot of people feel that way because if you look at like anytime somebody posted a video online or in like some little subreddit somewhere, like there was a lot of people that felt like I thought I was the only one that was into this cartoon and this like card game. And so when you meet people that have the same amount of passion for an IP like you do, that's just an otherworldly feeling. And to be able to share that with people, I think that's just an awesome experience. Uh, I look forward to a bunch of us adults being able to do that with each other since we didn't get to do that with kids. But you would think that like everybody in this stream all grew up together. We were 10 years old playing this game and just stuck with it over the years. Now we're just kicking it. So I love that it does that effect of like bringing connections and bonds together that you would think have been around for most of our lives. And I mean, they will moving forward, but obviously like it's different. I look forward to the new generation being able to share what we have right now. I look forward to the old generation being able to have those moments of nostalgia and just that hopefulness and excitement for what the future holds.
yeah, I've said it before. Like
For sure,
I
dude.
mean, like
Yeah.
we all live in different states. Like us three live in different states, and Ganga lives on the other side of the world. Like we never
Right.
would have met if not for Chaotic, and now we have that bond that is going to last for years, or hopefully will last for years. So I definitely get what you mean, man. I definitely get what you mean. Now I feel like my answer
Yeah, and
sucked. Like you guys all had like the
Yeah,
same answer.
same.
My answer is
Um,
like my answer is like, oh, I love Rage
um,
Strahd.
No. These are great answers, bro. I mean, like it's your honest truth. Tell your truth.
Yeah,
That's what I love about,
nobody's truth is better than someone else's.
exactly.
I
Like
think
my
I think. Sorry, you
Go
go.
ahead, Kanga, you good.
I was gonna say like just I suppose to give you an extended answer is just to be like I see a lot of the card games and stuff from the 2000s, like Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon and Digimon and all the Mons.
Yeah.
Um, they were
All the
very
mods.
similar. They were very similar, like card game or creature capture thing, or
Hmm.
even just taking something like uh, Ben 10 or whatever, even like. And I saw that Chaotic kind of took bits and pieces of those shows, whether it was scanning and capturing or cards or adventures on a like a. I suppose you could kind of look at Perim as kind of like an isekai, which is like a different
Sure.
world. That's what
Yeah.
that
Uh-huh.
means. And yeah, I'm getting sidetracked, but yeah, and you got like bits of Ben 10 in there, like transforming into a creature. So I think that I
Hmm.
just liked that it kind of wasn't one thing. It was like
Just a
multiple.
culmination
Like
of
it took
things.
from yeah, it took from like everything that I liked,
Yeah.
everything I watched as a kid, and it worked, and it was just good. So I think that's why I like it so much, is because it's like many things together rather than one thing.
It was kind of like the perfect culmination of like a bunch of different IPs that I loved at that time. But then
Yeah.
Yep.
also with the thought of like the first episode, Tom getting the code to like port into Param, like that thought of like, oh man, like that could be me, you know? Like I could
Yeah.
also like go and like have
I
all these great adventures and like be part of like this incredible world like that. Like
Yep.
the from like an imagination perspective and like the wonder perspective of like, being like a kid at that age was like that was just so cool to me. Like I really loved
I
it.
Yep.
I think that's one of the biggest things that make chaotic unique from everything else is it really pushed your imaginations to new levels.
Yep. Because like everything else,
Yeah.
like Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon or any other show, it's like this is really cool, but it's its own world. It's the Pokemon world, right? Or it's
Right.
like
You don't put
an
yourself
alternate
in that
version of
world.
Earth where this is like Yu-Gi-Oh is happening or whatever, right? But it's like chaotic was like it's the regular world. Like this is planet Earth, like business as usual. But also
Mhm.
this whole thing is happening if you're a part of it, right? And don't you want to be a part of it?
Yeah.
And I think that's so cool.
Yeah.
I think you're muted, Johnny.
I clicked the button and it didn't unmute me. How dare it? Um, on to the next question.
Sure, you still like AI? I don't know, man.
It's not even AI. It's just a microphone. It has a mute button on top. I clicked it. It didn't. But whatever. On to the next question because we have like a handful, like a lot more. Have you made
We'll get to 'em.
chaotic fan art and made some original chaotic character creature cards of your own?
Let
Uh,
me go grab my fan art real quick. You
oh
guys
hell
stay
yeah,
on.
dude. I've never done fan art. I did a lot of fan fiction back in the day, which I think I might have talked about on the first one of these. Um, but never did fan art. I don't think I made any custom cards of my own either. I have done that for like Magic the Gathering. I've done a lot of custom cards. Like I have like I think 3 or 4 like whole sets of custom cards that I've made on like MTG Cardsmith. But for Chaotic, it's just been fan fiction for me, which is something I've never done for any other IP. So I mean that's a testament to how much I really love like the lore and the world of Chaotic. Um, but yeah, that's the extent for me.
Very cool. I haven't done any art or anything, but I've seen a lot of the art that there's like a card maker for like making chaotic cards, I think. And I saw a lot of like art that people had made, and I thought that was really cool. So a lot of the ideas that I'd thought of that people have kind of already made them. So I thought it would be cool to do a Tangoth Toborn Spiritland card, and someone had already done it. They've done multiple. There's multiple out there, which is cool. There's one called like Tangoth Toborn Revived Hero and Tangoth Toborn of the Spirit Land, and I thought that was cool that someone sort of shared the same idea as me. So I'd love to be able to make some art and do that one day. I have an iPad and I was going to draw up some stuff, but I just haven't got around to it. But it's on my list of things to do for sure.
I have one on the way. I have an iPad with like the pencil and everything on the way. I'm
Yeah,
looking to get into learning how to do digital art, like for my D&D
yeah,
campaigns and stuff. But there's
yeah,
a good chance I might dip my toes into some fan art stuff too.
yeah. I
No,
think
I
it'd be
love that.
cool.
For sure.
I want both of you to delve into that. That's honestly going to be the next big investment for me is getting some software to do that.
Let's see,
So to show you guys how I did this, I did it on tracing paper first so that I could reverse it and put it on some Bissell paper. So that is, let me put this light on it so you guys can better see that. That's my Mesmar
Oh, sweet.
alternate art that I had submitted.
Mhm.
So when they were doing the survey with Adam, I actually submitted this stuff to him and Brian because one of the things they were looking for were artists. So had I been on the digital side of this, could have potentially been one of those guys making TCG art.
yeah, I know
And
Adam
this
reached out to a
is
lot of artists to like grab some stuff for him.
Oh wow, that looks
the
really good.
final version. So the
That's
theme
cool.
was
Very
to
awesome.
have the sort of lights that were going on in Lake Kinnipo. That was the inspiration behind that.
Very cool.
As for me, I haven't done any fan art. I have trimmers in my hands, so like I can't really keep my hands steady long enough to like actually draw. But when it comes to making creature cards, I have made creature cards. I made some tag team cards for example video that I did, where I was talking about like how chaotic could like go out of its design aspect, because like where like instead of like just one creature being on a card, it could have like Chaor and Maxor and a dual tribal like section. That
Mhm.
I've made creature cards like that before, but I've never actually made any of my own like creatures. So, me personally, no. I guess is like what I'm saying.
Very cool.
All right, on to the next one. What is your best? What is the best creature in your opinion competitively?
Ooh, I like that they use
I
competitively. Okay.
I don't know much about the competitive scene because like it's been a long time since I've really played competitively. Like since the game like went away, all the lost it with like 4 kids and stuff. I haven't played competitively at all really. I've just been playing like limited on a Chaotic Odyssey. But if I were to just take a guess as far as like what is, and tell me if I'm wrong or not. Um, Powerful, competitively viable cards. I immediately jump to either Lord Van Blute, Servant of Ani, or Zamul are kind of the two that I zero in on as being like
Mhm.
some of the most powerful, like competitive cards.
Yeah, I'm on that same boat. I would say one of those two. I'd probably lean more towards Zamul than Servant of Ani, but like I definitely would say one of those two.
You know,
Yeah, and as you guys know, I'm not too much into the competitive or play playing chaotic, but I do know that Zamul and Seven of Oni are considered the strongest. I don't know. I don't even know which one is more strong. If I had to take a guess, I think it's Zamul, but it also could be Lord Van Blute, Seven of Oni. But yeah, I think it's between those two. And as we don't have a continued printing of the card game, that would they would cap out as the strongest, I assume, and the
mm,
most competitively viable.
Yeah.
Um, I think, yeah.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I would say those two for sure, especially since I got both of them. Um, I would say another one if we're just talking about like cards that aren't ultra rare. I would say Gloss is a really good rare for a war beast. I think he's pretty up there. And I mean, just my first experience with that card was playing online and getting absolutely trashed. Realizing that every time I destroyed a conjurer, I just made that thing ridiculous to where it was just wiping me out with one, no more than 2 attacks.
Oh yeah, Gloss is so good. He does so much when you use him. I've never used him and not done a lot. Never not done a
Yeah,
lot.
if you have a lab, I guess.
They don't know what we're talking. They don't know what we're talking about. We're talking about something they don't know what we're talking about. Like
That's true. That is true.
Alov was the MVP though. Alov was the MVP. When they see it, they're gonna see that Alov was the MVP for a reason
When they
did
see
not
it,
expect.
yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, I think it's insane that all 4 of us actually agreed on this because I've been disagreeing with you guys on everything. So you're like, this is just true. This is just
You gotta have
true.
perspective. You gotta have a little pizzazz. You know what I mean? A little flares. Gotta be some
Kanga doesn't even
differences.
play the card game, and he knew. Like, I mean, like if all 4 of us are agreeing on this,
I
then
just-
like,
I mean,
I
Kanga's
just-
educated on chaotic for sure.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
I've definitely kept up on my knowledge, but in terms of just playing the game, like it's just that's the only aspect of chaotic that I'm kind of lacking on.
I'm gonna
But
make
in
you
terms
one
of, like-
that for the end of the day.
In terms of knowledge, like I think like I even see community members that scratch their head and have no idea what now or never is, and I thought that it was like common knowledge that everyone
Crazy
knew
to
what
me,
now or
yeah.
never was.
I just kind of
And-
figured everybody knew what that was.
Yeah, and people are like, "What's this yellow card? Like, I've never seen it." And I'm like,
Wait.
I just assumed that it was like common knowledge that everyone knew this stuff that, like, I'm like super into.
When I
Yeah.
Yeah,
when I
so-
re-entered
yeah.
the community, it was like that was a completely new thing for me when I re-entered the community. I was like, "What is now or never?" And
Interesting.
everybody kept saying now or never, and I was like, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Now it's like common knowledge
Yeah.
because like I've heard so much about it, I've read so much about it. Like now it's common
Right.
knowledge, but like
Yeah.
when I re-entered like about a year ago, it was like everybody kept saying now or never. This was referenced in now or never. This was in a now or never card, and I was like, "What are you talking about?"
See, when I did like a deep dive, like I remember because I was so into the game, like up until the end of like the whole like 4Kids lawsuit and everything when they couldn't print like the next set and all that stuff, and I ended up like doing a bunch. I was like, what the hell is? Because like this was like a time before like social media was really like what today, right? Like back in the day, it was like you had to kind of do your own research if you had to like try and figure out like why is like the next set not coming out, like what's going on, like and in like doing research on chaotic, I found out about now or never. Kanga, do you have now or never cards?
Oh
I
yeah,
do.
he's got a ton of them.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
that's awesome.
got,
One second.
he's got a collection. He's got a wide collection.
Hell yeah,
So
dude,
it's
that's so cool.
interesting that I'm probably the only other person other than Kanga that knew about them for a long time, and I just kind of discovered them because I was super big into just knowing the history of IPs. So I did that
Mhm.
with Chaotic, and that's when I discovered like this has been 3 different games before it was even
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because
what
for
we
those
have now.
because for those of you watching who don't know, it was actually Girls and Gorns before it was Now or Never.
Yep.
Oh, that's sweet, dude.
And I'll like
Look at those
I'll
beauties.
show the community a couple, just for funsies.
I do.
So we have. Sorry, go.
No, go.
So we have Samurai, which he is based on Ramusa, I believe. And you can see glacier plains in the background.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It's sort of like if you compare that to like Ramusa, like this is like 1-to-1, like the same artwork, sort of. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because like in the
Mhm.
Ramusa artwork we have, he's in the snow. So they really keep a lot of the core elements of the card, I think. I've also got Takinom. This is all from the first set. Bulba has
Oh wow.
a lot of the rage cards, which I don't even know much about. Like, I'm still learning about rage, but I've got a lot of the first set, and then I've also got my boy Antidion.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
So as you can see, like a lot of the cards they've carried over the art style, and they've got flavor text, and you kind of learn a bit more about it. And yeah, they're cool to collect, and I think that they'll probably hold value. Like, I think in future, like people will the die-hard collectors will appreciate them. So I think Bulba had like each card like listed at like $10 each, like just for commons. Even like they're kind of like scarce because they don't show up in the community much, so they have value. And then the rage cards are just insanely hard to find. Like I've never seen a rage deck in my time with chaotic, like ever. Like so, yeah.
Really cool.
A community member just posted a sealed deck on the community page yesterday, I think. And he didn't have a price on it. He just like someone taking offers or whatever.
That's kind of amazing that they're still out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's another thing that people can kind of like learn about chaotic and learn about the world and the lore, and kind of gives you like a sneak preview almost as to what's to come. Kind of like, in my opinion, like you could analyze now or never cards and potentially figure out plots.
A lot of the lore and plot holes.
Like in the lore. Like, because obviously, like they have cards like Tenguth Toborn and Oni and like Maxor and all those cards. So you could kind of, in theory, you could see what cards are probably going to get printed. Like you could theorize, I guess.
Wait, Ani was a now or never card?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
So like all the cards.
There's one on there.
Yeah. So it's got Tenguth Toborn, Oni, like all the cards that like the Frozen are in there as well. The Spiritlanders are cards. The locations. I don't know if there are Spiritland creatures, but I know that Bulba showed us some Spiritland locations.
Yeah, I remember that.
And there's Frozens, and the deep ones were Marillions, but they couldn't use the term deep ones, so they changed it to Marillion. All the lore and the history is all like in now or never, kind of like, and they even have the Chaos Rock, which is the Cothica. But they changed it obviously, and I think Johnny said that there's the Chaos Rock, and then there was there's another thing that was alluding to the Cothica. Yeah, I think so, something like that, or Chaos Stone, I think, or something. I'm not sure.
Maybe that's
anyway,
what it was.
I don't think that was
it was called the Chaos Rock.
I think that would have been Bulba.
Chaos Rock.
I don't think that would have been me.
Bulba.
When it comes to now or never,
something.
I don't know much about the history of now or never. I just know it exists. Like,
anyway.
four kids and up is like my length of knowledge, but like everything before 4 kids, like I only have like a brief understanding of it. I don't have like a full on in-depth understanding.
Yeah.
I know Girls and I know Girls and Gorks. I know Now or Never exists, but I don't know anything like that took place or is actively like I saw the action figures for the first time during our last stream. Like that's the first time I'd ever seen like the little like action figures. So like there's definitely gaps in my knowledge when it comes to Now or Never. I definitely would not have given you any lore about Now or Never. That is not my area of expertise.
Yeah, it might have been Bulba. But yeah, I forget if I've just gone off track for a second or what the point was, but yeah.
I think the point was April was confused, didn't know you had an Now or Never stuff, and you were like,
yes.
oh yeah, let me go grab it. I gotta show you. I gotta show you.
Yeah. So I think they're cool, they're collectible, and I think that diehard fans will appreciate them in the future. And
my favorite thing ever is whenever Kanga gets like super excited and he's like, "Oh yeah, let me get it."
Yeah, I mean for sure, the Now or Never stuff's cool.
He's normally so
Apricot,
timid. He's normally so timid, and then it's like you get him like hyped up, and it's like I love it. I love to see it.
If you go onto the Chaotic the wiki, there's an archived Now or Never website, which is really, really cool. So you can go check that out if you want to like read up on some lore. I think they've screenshotted most of it, and there's a couple YouTube videos on the Now or Never website as well that you can like delve into, and it just talks about like the cards and Tom and Kaz and the creatures.
Yeah, I'm
really
on Bulba's
cool.
site right now. I'm looking at all the cards. I think it's really interesting, like how different, like
they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like how many of the cards from like the chaotic TCG are represented here,
Yeah.
and how like Borth Majar is an underworlder instead of an overworlder.
Yeah.
Um,
And
I like this
Yeah,
art style a lot. This is like such a like an OG like cartoon like art
yeah,
style. It's
it's
really
it's
cool.
it's it's very colorful, and Bulba is has done an amazing job on his website. I think he has every card cataloged. I think
Yeah.
so. Every card. So technically, if someone wanted to, they could like compile that and make a now or never card game, and like make that like a fan TCG. Like you could do like now or never recode. That'd be cool. That'd be
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
for
fun.
mind
sure.
that. I wouldn't mind that. I
'Cause
think that'd be
I'd
fun.
love to learn how to
That
play
would
the
be cool.
original. That would be cool. And I think that on some of the cards they have like their abilities and stuff. So I think you can
Yeah, they have like
kind of
special
figure it out.
powers.
I think Bulba has opened a few decks. I don't know if the decks contain like I have three. I don't know if the decks can contain like how to play the game, but I assume they do.
They probably have
Um,
the rules in there, yeah.
but I've always wanted to like. I reckon that'd be a fun video. I reckon to try and learn how to play now or never.
For sure.
That'd be cool. And then see how like you could compare like what did they keep and what did they change and like
It's really interesting too because like the player characters are cards in Now or Never. Like Tom is like a card that you can play.
Yeah,
Or
and
yeah.
like
Kaz.
Kazdan. Yeah.
And I always wondered why they they chose to like not add them because like I don't know like it's just interesting that that was one thing that they took out of
I can
the
give you
US.
one reason why they wouldn't is I think they were too human.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just looking at the artwork, like Kaz was more of a like cyborg from what his look was, but I think they
Mhm.
just mirrored being more human than the rest of the creatures, and so they kind of
yeah,
stood out in that regard. And I mean, if you're going to become a creature, not I guess it's not as unique if you're transitioning to this different game now, and you got these
yeah.
different elements. Like I think for them, they're like, well, we still have a use for them, but let's kind of take it up a notch, and we'll make them more
Mm.
pivotal to the story and just crucial.
All right,
There's a
guys.
lot of
Yeah,
cool
for
stuff
sure.
about these cards, man. Like the Now or Never cards, they say like each creature has like its home on the card. It tells like where they live, which is really cool.
Yeah, yeah,
And
that's
I
cool.
didn't realize that the Now or Never cards had codes too. I thought that like the
Yeah,
codes
they do.
were
Yeah.
chaotic. That's so
Yeah,
cool, man.
If you go actually, you know what? I'll just show you as well. Why not?
I love when he gets
Um,
excited. That's
I,
awesome.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
do too.
Yeah, I can't get into chaotic now or never. I start buying one, I'm gonna just want to get all of them,
Too rich for
Yeah,
my
for
blood.
sure.
Too rich for my
okay,
blood.
you guys get
especially when
the
I'm a
Unplayable.
bigger guy. Mm-mm.
get the exclusive like close up,
Oh, hell yeah.
There we go. Yep.
Yeah, that's sweet.
and if you look at the back, it's got a phone and like
Oh wow, the mobile. Yeah, dude.
so they had the same concept that they did in the US version back
That's
then.
so
Like
cool.
they'd patented or whatever they chose to do. Like they kept the
Now or
codes. They
Never.
kept the.
Now or Never was what? Was it like the Netherlands or like Iceland or something? Like where?
It was Denmark.
Denmark. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
It was a Danish.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Denmark, yeah. And it's interesting that like that some of it's in English and then some of it's in like Danish, like language.
Mm-hmm.
So like it says 54 game cards, but then it like has I assume one rare and one playbook, but it's in like Danish language. And then it says now or never, but then yeah, I don't know. It's interesting how it's like half English, half Danish, like stuff kind of thing. It's
Yeah.
cool. And it's got like the website on the side, and yeah, barcode. Cool.
Yeah, it's really cool to see how much stuff they kept consistent in the evolution of what is chaotic now.
For sure.
Yeah. The only thing that me and Bob spoke about this on stream last time is we don't believe that they ever released a booster box.
Yeah.
We have never seen a booster box. We don't think that packs ever. So is that would have meant that packs would have come in blisters,
Right.
or they would have been like loose or something, or like we have one photo of a Rage sealed blister, and it's in like plastic, and that was one that Rudd owns.
Yeah.
But we've never, yeah. So we assume that a booster box doesn't exist. You can't get a sealed booster box. So it only came out in one pack blisters, I think, and the decks.
Okay.
And the decks contain an Ultra. You get a guaranteed Ultra. You get Chaor, Max, or Madcap, and you get Tom or Kaz as a pool. So if I open this right now, I'm getting one of those 4 cards.
Nice.
Mint condition, which is cool. Which I'm not going to open it because I see
for sure.
I see too much value. But if I ever hit 1 million subscribers and something, like, I'll open it for funsies. I don't know. Like,
I'll be there when you do it. I'll definitely.
I doubt I'll hit 1 million, but maybe I'll keep it, and if I ever do, I'll open it.
Yeah.
All right, I just found the Ani card. I was looking for it. That's why I was on the side here. I was trying to find like the Now or Never Ani card.
He looks very different.
Way different, and it says that he's one of a small number of deep chiefs. Not that he is like the sole oligarch or anything. He's like of a number of deep chiefs, the leaders of not just the deep army but all of deep society. And he holds one piece of the broken chaos rock. Pretty interesting.
That's what it's called, the Chaos Rock.
Yeah, the Chaos Rock.
Yeah,
it's also kind of interesting that in the original Now or Never game, it was just Overworlders and Underworld Series 3 where they introduced the Danians, Mepedians, and the Deep Ones all in like the same set.
In the first set, they only had Underworlders and Overworlders figured out, I guess. And then they've, like, a lot of the cards that we remember came out in Rage, like the iconic ones, I think. But they obviously had, I think they had retrain. I think they may have had some retrains in Rage, but I know that
they had retrains even in Series 3. Like in Series 3, we get retrains of Tom and Kazdan and like a couple other like creatures.
Yeah.
It's also interesting that we get like Type A, Type B, and Type C Mandiblores, like just like nameless Danians that are just like grunt troops, basically. We were kind of talking about that earlier, but that is like canon and Now or Never.
It's very cool.
Yeah, really interesting.
All right. I think this next question, I think it would be an injustice to not do both of them.
Okay.
Actually, the first one, we've gone over the first one countless times. What keeps you engaged and interested in chaotic after all these years? I feel like we've gone over that. Like, we went over that last stream, right?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. So the next one, how difficult is it to find fresh topics to discuss for a game that hasn't received new content in nearly 2 decades? And are there any unique challenges you face that other content creators don't that you have to worry about?
Easy, man. Haven't you heard us this whole stream?
Right. No, there's plenty of content.
Yeah,
I think
plenty to talk about. The
problem is that there's not an astronomical amount of people doing it. Is the challenge. From a content creator standpoint, I think it's a very small group of us, but I mean, as far as like a community for this quote unquote dead game, that's alive and well. It's just more so keeping people in good spirits. I mean, that's partially why we do what we do, is to keep the hype for this game, the love for this game, passion for it alive and well, and then, just support each other with, like, prime example right now, we got plenty of material because you guys have never-ending questions, and as long as we got that, we got stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean,
Exactly.
not only that, but like, I mean, like, there's no fan theories like at all. Like, yeah, and there's so much
Right.
like in chaotic that's like open ended where you can make a fan theory. Like with the Afjack thing, right? Like we came up with like what 4 different theories as to where Afjack
Yeah,
could
yeah.
be. Like, I mean, those are all videos in themselves, right? It's not a matter of like it's not a matter of like there's no content that to be made. It's a matter of it's like that content was never made. So like
Yeah.
when it comes to
Yeah.
like unique challenges that we face, like I mean like we have to come up with those theories. Like there's no even if we go back to the forum posts and stuff like that, like nobody came up with those theories or came up with the groundwork. We have to do all the research for those individually and like go like okay, well this works here, this works here, this won't work because of X or Y reason. I mean, I have never once seen somebody seriously suggest that Codemaster Hotek could be Clay. Never once. I think I was the first person to ever suggest that. I don't think anybody else has ever suggested that.
It was always more of a meme for the rest of the community.
Yeah.
I feel like not necessarily something sincere was
Yeah.
ever discussed about it. I agree.
But like
It's
we're
like the Croco Mom theory.
yeah, but like
Right.
I drew the lines and like like I made convincing arguments for why it could be possible. But like nobody else had ever seriously suggested it or like ever tried to build those lines or like those like correlations as to like why Codemaster was extremely disrespectful to a player for no reason whatsoever. Or we've never seen him engage with Clay. That, as far as I've never seen him engage with Clay. And Clay can somehow escape punishment from doing some of the most heinous things, like a player can do. Like I mean, we've seen Clay literally scan scams out of people, and I mean that's like one of the worst things you could do is scam a new player. Like that's like a taboo for most people when it comes to TCGs.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, he doesn't face any punishment for that. He literally allows, like, players to be enslaved by, creatures in Perim. And he doesn't, like, he sets up the events to lead to that. Which, granted, the group get him back by doing the exact same thing. Well, Hearing does, more accurately. But it just doesn't change the fact that, like, I mean, there's correlations to theories to be made. Nobody had ever suggested that the Frozen could be Marillions. I mean, like
Right.
I mean, and then like when it comes to Afjack, I mean, like I don't think I've ever seen anybody talk about like all the different variances in time travel in which he can come back into play. I mean, so there's the thing is like like challenges we have to face is like we have to make those up. We can't like we can't go like, oh well, this theory was discussed about like on a forum like 10 years ago. We have to
Got to use that creativity.
yeah. So I mean that's the challenge I face personally. I don't know necessarily what it comes to. How about you guys?
I have a I don't know. I think I maybe I work similar to some of you, but I sort of just get inspired by other creators, and I also just let my brain sort of like do its thing, like and just like I don't know. I feel like I'm a ball of ideas some days. Like I just have boundless ideas, but then sometimes I'll like fall flat some days and not know what to post. But watching like you or Max Lord or just anyone in the community post something gives me motivation to post. So I don't really run out of ideas.
Yeah, I'd say that's a great answer.
And
I
also-
go
Yeah.
ahead. Kanga.
I was just gonna say I had a theory that I think I told Johnny about it, but I thought it'd be cool to like we've already were like told in the episode about Borth Majar, but I thought it was interesting that he's like two creatures, and I thought it'd be cool to like talk about the similarities between like how Borth Majar works, and then like as an example, you could use like Pokemon like Kangaskhan as like because they're like two Pokemon, but they're one. And I thought that'd be an interesting topic of like, how does that work? Like these two creatures have become one and they're like classed as one creature. I just thought that was, I don't know, things like that will just come to my head. And I think that that's a cool idea. Like, so I thought I would just throw that out. But yeah.
Yeah, it's like something that like Magic has done like not too long ago during like the one of the Phyrexian invasion stats where they had like multiple legendary creatures like on the same card.
Oh yeah.
Like the Gitrog monster is its own card and like Thalia is its own card, but they had the Gitrog and Thalia like as a new card in this set, right? So it's like those two characters coming together represented on one card, combined strength, like fighting together. Like I think there's cool stuff you can do like that.
Yeah. I'll let Max Lord continue.
Oh no, you're good. You're good, dude.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just want to feel like I was interrupting.
Not at all. Not at all. You are perfectly fine. I was gonna say no. I would say, and I spoke very vividly about this in the last stream, just in regards to like, I would say the only challenge, well, not the only challenge, but one of the challenges that we probably face is knowing that there's not a lot of us doing this. So what keeps you motivated? And for me, one of my biggest inspirations. So originally it started off as like growing up seeing Rudd and Hard Rock, but like when we're talking about like today, my inspiration is 100% Kanga, and like I became really really good friends with Kanga because he was not afraid to message me and be like, "Yo, I love what you're doing. Please continue to do it." And like we just went from fanboying over like chaotic and just different content ideas to like different ideas we can do for when there's panels, when there's events, different ideas to do with the other content creators. Like I think he was the first one to tell me about Jade and everyone else. So like I got introduced to the crew due to Kanga, and like, you know, I always just keep in the back of my mind, like whenever I see his stuff, I literally have all his accounts set on notifications, so I can just like, watch, share. I never
Hell
miss
yeah,
one.
dude.
I
That's a
repost
good
it.
friend, baby. That's a good
You
friend.
know, like I do that for Jade. I do that for Apricot. I have not missed an episode of Odyssey since
Appreciate
you
that,
guys
brother.
introduced it to me. I love it. Like my thing is being consistent in not just producing content, but being consistent in supporting my team.
Yeah.
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 Engaging.
I think that's something that's really great about the community in general too, is like the positivity, right? Like the willingness to like to put positive energy and affirmation stuff out there and you know to lift each other up, I think is a really great thing about this community.
Hey, Avery.
Yeah.
Hey, Avery.
Yeah.
You suck.
Oh yeah, I know.
But just to like just to give back to you, Baxlord. When you started posting content, you had started propping your cards up on one of those like electronic turning things.
Yeah.
And like the day I saw you post, like I think one of your first videos, I ordered one so I could also like use that because I was like, oh, that's such a good idea, and like I didn't like like even know they existed, and so like for you to start using one of those, I was like, oh, that would be really really cool for like showcasing and like reels and all that stuff. So I think it's you know it's good to inspire each other and like lift each other up and share and all that stuff. I think that's what this community needs, and that's what will carry it forward. And yeah,
brother.
so thank you everyone for like all your different contributions because like you all do different things, and it bounces off everyone else's ideas, and we all get inspired in our own ways, and it's better than talking to a brick wall. It's nice to talk to people with ideas.
Yeah.
So that's good. Yeah.
For sure.
And that's what we're here for, is to help uplift and support each other. And to piggyback off of what you said, the irony is I inspired you to get that, but you're the inspiration on why I got that in the first place, because I was watching you back in the late 2000 teens when you first started. And I remember you had the stands that you would display the cards on. I'm like, I didn't even know those were things. I'm gonna get those, but I'm gonna get that. Why I got that display device that turns is because I'm also big into figures. So like I got a huge Transformers collection that's
Yeah.
put up in a glass display, locked in key. And originally I thought about like displaying that stuff and just doing like reviews over, unboxing and stuff like that. Then I was like, no, I can use this for my chaotic stuff. Like I can be doing that every day, so that's what I'm gonna do. So when I
Very
first
cool.
decided to, thank you. When I first decided to upload my first video, it was just like, all right, we're doing this.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome.
Ever cut a lot?
Maxwell, what's your favorite Transformer?
Ooh, it's Grimlock. Grimlock all the
Okay.
way, man.
Hell yeah,
I
dude.
love I
Yeah, I
love
respect that.
dinosaurs.
Yeah.
I love. So this is a fun fact that I grew up loving because my dad introduced me to Transformers. Well, I did not know about the voice actor for Grimlock in the original '80s series is that guy is from the same city that I'm from. So when I found that out, I'm like, this dude is instantaneously my favorite moving forward. How did I fall in love with this character and the voice actors from my hometown where I grew up in? That's
Yeah,
insane.
that's awesome. Hell yeah, man.
Cool.
So,
April,
yeah.
I just want you to know, April, you inspired me to play Fluid Morphers. Yeah, just I don't know, they're inspiring each other. I just
Well,
had to,
you
just
inspired
had to.
me to play Nadger and Fluid Morpher spell, Johnny.
Man, we're so good for each other. Listen, man,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
keep inspiring each other. We gotta inspire each other.
We have a toxic relationship, but it's good.
No, I love the rivalry. You gotta, that you keep that going. That's Mepetian and Underworlders at their finest.
Oh no,
Absolutely.
Beautiful world.
we're very good friends. We're very good friends.
Yeah. It's all good vibes.
I'm blocking you again after the stream ends. I want you to know that. We're very good friends. Very good
I
friends.
understand.
Yeah, no. I think it's awesome.
we're gonna have to-
I think it's awesome that we all kind of feed each other. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
good.
I mean, dude, Jade, you gave me credit I think in the last episode and in that episode of Perim podcast that we did together. Just as far as like, once I got into that Discord, I'm like, nah, we all need to start doing things. Like, I don't want to be that guy that's theorizing. Like, we can be doing this right now because that's what's beneficial is what we do
For sure.
Yeah.
right now.
You know, we should totally do something in the future together someday. Maybe, I don't know. Like maybe someday we should totally do something in the future.
Johnny, were you the one that made the Chaotic Creator Discord? Was that you?
Yes.
Yep.
I felt like
Yeah.
I felt like there was a lot of people who didn't know each other. Like I knew everybody because like I kind of talked to everybody with the exception of like Max Lord. But like I was like I want to get everybody who like wants to do stuff together so that way like if Ganon comes out and announces something on his private Instagram and the vast majority of the community cannot see that, I want to make sure that we can all share it together and get it out there faster, put it on blast and make it like this is something that's going to be happening, this is something going on, or where we can like organize like events like what you were talking about, which we're not going to spoil that because if you don't want to spoil that, we're not going to spoil that, but like the thing like you were talking about like this that's happening right now obviously, and then obviously the thing that Hard Rock mentioned that he wanted to get started on sometime soon. That way we don't have to like go like, oh well, let's go organize this 8-person event in DMs. Let's just now we can go like, who wants to participate in this thing, and then like whoever wants to participate can go like me, or nobody.
Yeah,
or,
everybody chimes in.
yeah.
No, I think that's so awesome. Honestly, I think it really like strengthens the community and helps us all kind of come together to like lift everybody else up. I think it's great.
Yeah, and then anytime any of us hit a milestone, we can share it. Like for example, I just got like 10 subs today. By the way, which is really
that's great.
Yeah, I mean, awesome.
Hell yeah.
That's the power of releasing a fan game that only I have access to. It's really I mean,
yeah, that's crazy that we've gotten all of this from that one question. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I think but I think that there's a lot of challenges that we as chaotic consecrators do face. Like obviously, I mean, Kanga's like main way of doing content is card showcases, there's only so many cards in Chaotic. If he runs out of cards before the series comes back, he's going to have to start segueing into other kind of like, things, or doing different editing styles to like, re-showcase specific cards, or even like go into graded cards. Like there's more than, like we do face challenges that other content creators don't face. I mean, we can't really do episode reviews because like, we only have 79 episodes before we hit like, the point where there's no more episodes to review. There's no chapter reviews because there's no series coming out. There's no book reviews. There's like, I mean, like for a franchise that's essentially on hiatus at the moment, there's a limited amount of content that we can make. Like if I release a fan theory every single week, we're going to hit the point where like, there's not, I have to start making stuff up, like underneath Glacier Plains is actually, an ancient lost tribe of overworld or Atlanteans. And like, there's no proof for this, but it's like, you're going to have to just start making stuff up.
Yeah.
Well, there was one of the, and this is kind of jumping ahead a little bit, there was one of the questions there in the community post that you made, that was asking like if we would ever be open to doing like if anyone would be open to doing like a non-canon, like chaotic, like tabletop role-playing game type thing, like a Dungeons and Dragons type thing
that's
not
literally the next question
that's
I
the
have.
next question.
That's literally the next question I have.
Just jump into it.
I have some ideas. I have some ideas for like a chaotic, tabletop role-playing game, digital found.
Like I want you to understand. Like I'm gonna share the screen real quick, right? I'm gonna share the screen, and like I want you to understand. It is quite literally the next question with you like cut off as like the start of it. It is quite literally the next question.
That's funny. Yeah. I mean, like there's only so much like you were saying, there's only so much content that you can do when you're there. But when it comes to like the imagination of the community and like the passion that people have for the world of chaotic, I think that like the amount of content you can make is endless. It's just a matter of wanting to do it. I think there's plenty of stuff that the world of chaotic in Perim is still ripe with potential ideas for content creation in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to touch on every single form of content. Like I was playing through Shadow Warriors, which I need to start the streams back up for those again now that I'm like on a more stable sleeping schedule and stuff like that. I was playing through all the Shadow Warriors variants. I was doing like fan theories. I was about to start on episode reviews. I had the top 7 list going through. I had like the Perim podcast where I was showcasing community member. Like I was trying to do everything, and like I mean like. It is a lot. Like there's a lot of things you can do. Like I mean, like I could do every single one of those for every day of the week, and there's not enough days in the week to keep up with every single form of content that could be coming out. And I think that's really just like speaking towards like the amount of like non-specialized creators in this space. We don't have when it comes to long forms, right? There's Rogue, who is a Brazilian speaker or Portuguese speaker. There's Azai, who is also a Brazilian speaker. Doesn't speak English. There's Jovinator, who doesn't upload anymore because of college. There is Hard Rock Rudd, who don't upload anymore. And there's not really like any specialized people who are uploading in like an English language. So like yeah. I just want to. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I don't know where I'm going with that. Where I'm going with that is we need more chaotic content creators to make long form content. Come on, people. It's not that hard. Pick up a goddamn microphone. This is a call to action to everybody watching the stream right now. I need to see more content.
Wait, what's his name? There's a new guy who's been making shorts. What's his name?
I haven't seen a new guy. I saw that there's a guy who's doing booster box openings. Max Lord sent him to me the other day.
Yeah, he's still uploading some stuff. He
I
think he
like
just got to 50 subscribers.
Yeah, he uploaded like a booster box opening the other day. Yeah, he uploaded a Rise of the Oligarch booster box opening yesterday.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen any new shorts creators. Interesting.
His name is Overworld Supply Co.
Oh yes, I know who you're talking
I
about.
don't like him.
I got him on
I don't like him.
TikTok.
I don't like him. I don't know who he is,
So
but I don't like him. Nah, we are at war. I don't like him.
That's our chaotic villain for you.
How dare he? Overworld? Overworld?
Yo,
You
he's
could be
gotta change his
anything in
screen
your
name to that now.
overworld, bro. Like, oh my god! Out of everything you could choose to be, you choose to be an overworld. This is the internet. You could not exist, but you're an overworlder. Oh, come on, man. That's just.
Does it make you feel better that his website sells more than just overworld cards?
Oh wait, he's a cards vendor.
I think so. Yeah, I think it says
He's
here.
trying to build himself to be that way. I checked it out. He's still kind of like gradually doing it, but he's got some decent stuff on there.
I don't see him
I
on.
mean, it's
Yeah,
not like
Is he on YouTube or
on the scale of Volva, but
He's on, a bit of
did
everything.
you-
I think he's Insta,
Okay.
YouTube, and TikTok. I think.
Oh, I didn't realize he was on
Um,
YouTube because I got him on
I think so.
TikTok.
I think.
Is how I discovered him.
You said Overworld or Supply?
Yeah, same.
What?
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna check that
Overworld
out.
Supply Co. I think.
Hmm.
Something like
He's
that.
definitely been getting some views though.
I don't see.
Yeah, he
him.
has. Yeah, he's been getting a lot of traction.
Hmm. Somebody said
See
him to me
if
on
I can
Instagram.
find him.
I'll check him out on Instagram.
Okay, there you go. Actually, I don't know why I didn't just check to see if it has his link on there.
Yeah, Overworld Supply Co. Yeah, and he's got a chaotic logo as his profile.
Oh, I see him. All right, let's leave you small. Okay, cool. All right, cool. I followed him on.
Yeah.
I followed him on Insta. I'll keep up to date with him. That's cool. Yeah, no, but we need more long form content though. Like we definitely need more long.
Yeah, of course.
'Cause,
I think
like,
we
I
have a
mean,
lot of.
Everybody's like
We
short
have a lot
form
of-
content, but like we don't.
Yeah,
Long form
exactly
would
right.
definitely- We could definitely benefit from the long form. But now to
Well,
get
we'll have that new collab series that I'm cooking up, and then also maybe if we get people that are interested in doing like a chaotic D&D campaign, we should have some more long form content down the pipeline.
yeah,
I think
what are you
so.
talking about
I
long
think-
form? You're doing Pokey Road. Come on, you're gonna be stuck on that series forever.
We're getting closer, man. This is the run for sure.
No, I'm excited for the ideas that you have, Apri, because those are really creative, and I think those would be really fun to do.
Yeah, I think it'll be a
Yeah,
good time.
sure.
Do you want me to actually go over the question in full, or like, because you kind of answered it already?
Well, I mean, I did. I don't know if
Yeah.
anybody else has an answer.
Would there ever be an event where content creators build their own chaotic lore, like a D&D homebrew campaign? Was the question.
I would say through Apri, yes.
Yeah, I agree. Through
That's
Avery,
that's his specialty.
yeah. If he wants to do it, I mean, like, we're gonna be here to support him through it. So, yeah, I would say
We're
yeah.
gonna make him the crown prince.
Hell
of
yeah.
Yep.
that.
Yep. You've heard of a game master, but he's gonna be a code master. Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, dude. I mean, in
Yeah.
Foundry, that's what I'll set my name as.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, speaking of lore, we've seen Prince Mudinu and like Iflar, the Crown Prince. Have we ever seen a Mepedian king, or like, is there any lore about the king of the Mepedians?
There's the Emperor oh my god, I can't pronounce his last
Starts
name.
with a T. He's
Yeah.
introduced in the Killian Spear book. So if you have that, they mention him briefly in that for a little bit.
Yeah, and he was set
Okay.
to return in.
I know that we were
he was
getting him.
in Elemental Emperors. Yeah, we were
Yeah,
supposed to
yeah.
get him in Elemental Emperors. I think is what it was.
That sounds right.
So I expect you to use that card and get that card when
Yeah.
the game comes back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you know I will.
Because I know I'm gonna learn the best Mepedian strategies watching you with him.
So I uploaded a video where I said Overworlders were too strong, and so somebody asked the question: Overworlder too strong? Yes.
I don't think so.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I don't think so.
Yes.
As an overworld fan that has had his butt whooped by all the tribes when this game was alive and well online, I have been whooped by every single one of them. Given I didn't have as many good cards as I do now at the time, still doesn't matter. Like you can have a solid overworld strategy. First of all right, so like if we're gonna go there and this is for you, Jay, because I know you love Underworlders and you like showing how they're the greatest.
I actually think that
When we did
Underworlders
have
are
the
nice.
official
I mean,
Canada tournament, it was an Underworld deck that won.
yeah,
I don't know if people remember that.
bullshit. That's why.
Yeah.
Because Zamul is bullshit.
At least we agreed that the two most broken cards are both Underworlders.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think individually, Underworlders are the most powerful. I think they have the most powerful cards, but I think in a whole, I think Overworlders are probably the strongest strategy. I think if we go off individual cards, I think Underworlders definitely take the cake. I mean, you can't really beat Zamul or Servant of Ani. Like, those are just two cards that are just too powerful for, like, to exist. Like, those are just, they should not be printed. They should have never been printed. But I mean, if we go off of, like,
It should not have been printed.
they shouldn't have been printed in the way that they were. They definitely should not have been printed in the way they were.
Or should their abilities just have been limited?
No, that they shouldn't
Well,
have been printed.
I think the fact that like,
yeah.
Lord Van Blut, Servant of Ani, is like not loyal is insane.
Yeah, like, I mean, he could have had
You know
loyal
what?
slap
I
onto
I
him.
didn't notice that about him, but that is kind of crazy.
Does he have unique
Yeah.
on him? I can't remember. Is he unique?
He might be
Like,
unique, but he's for sure not loyal. I don't know if he. Let's check it
He's
out.
unique,
Okay.
but he's not loyal like
okay.
you guys
Yeah,
said.
yeah,
he's
They
not.
probably
Yeah.
should have done that with him.
For sure they should have. That's
card.
like a way
They
to
should've-
kind of balance
They
him a
should
little
have slapped
bit.
legendary on him. They should have slapped. Well, I mean, the reason
Yeah.
that he's not loyal is because he's brainwashed. Like, there's a reason he's not loyal.
Well,
They could have done like loyal Marillions or
yeah,
they've done that for other cards like
I mean,
M-Swa is like that way. There's plenty that are.
yeah, but I mean,
But you know what? I can
like,
see them getting away with
individually-
doing it.
individually, yeah, the two strongest cards are definitely Underworlders. But like as a
Because-
whole, Overworlders have access to two different cards that negate attacks. They have access to like how many cards that negate music? Like 3, 4. One of which
I will say they have a better music selection.
Yeah.
There's a lot of overworld selection.
If you look-
and
if-
that's-
Underworlders do too. I feel like
It-
Underworlders have like a pretty broad range of music effects too,
do
though.
they? Do
They do.
they?
They do. They can
Collectively,
negate
yeah, they
music.
do.
They can get rid of elements. They can heal. They can deal damage. They can lower stats.
Yeah.
They can do all sorts of stuff.
Mhm.
I mean, true. But also, if you take into consideration the abilities that Overworlders have, they can reduce damage down to 5 with Arbeed. They have Drabe, which can heal 15 for the cost of 1 music, which 15 is more than most tribes are healing with a single music outside of like Keening, which also gives Recklessness.
Yeah.
I mean, they like the amount of benefits that you get from Overworlders, like just passively in deck building, like your abilities are things that would normally be musics. Like RB literally is essentially like a mom, except instead of reducing it to 0, it reduces it to 5. Like
I mean, the trade-off is though a lot of those creatures, like energy-wise, they're not tanks by any means.
No.
like
Just throw-
Arbid,
super
I mean,
squishy.
max
I mean,
energy
just
is
throw
40.
just throw a Gigantotroper on it. If it ever is forced to go into battle as 70, 70, 70, 70, 70. I mean, like it doesn't like.
Yeah,
So,
but
like,
that's
I
the
mean,
one
looking at,
battle.
I mean,
like,
its weaknesses are weaknesses. Like, I mean, it's just
Looking at like tribes' abilities though, like support I think is probably the weakest like tribe ability out of like every tribe. Like Overworlders have support, Underworlders have intimidate, and petty and
I feel like Intimidate's the weakest.
whatever the fuck they have.
I feel like Intimidate's the weakest because like the game is more elemental focused than it is stat focused. I feel like Intimidate is definitely the weakest.
Depends on your deck, but
Right.
yeah,
I mean, we can all
But I
agree
definitely agree with
invisibility is
the
the
support,
strongest. Like invisibility.
because-
support is
definitely
like
the
not very
strongest.
good.
I mean, if you have an army that requires you to be next to each other, but you're playing a game where you have to go on the other side of the board, you're
Right.
not going to get that
Yeah, but-
bonus.
but whenever I
It's like the
wh- wh-
ceiling is so much lower.
Whenever
Like for intimidate, the ceiling and the floor are kind of the same. Like no matter what, it's gonna do the exact same creature whether you have 6.
But when
But
I-
with support, it like the ceiling is much lower. The floor is higher, I guess, because like at the start of the battle, you're gonna be surrounded by Overworlders.
But when I say
Right.
when I say Overworlder deck, you're not thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna have a Vina in the front line with like backed up by like a couple other creatures. You're thinking like, oh, I'm gonna have Tartarek or Psy Wrecker, Tartarek or Psy Overloaded with Maxor Pop with Azerium armor on him. You're not thinking like, oh, I'm gonna have a Vina in the front line supported by Gespedon or something. Like that's not the thought process you're thinking when you're
Well,
thinking
nobody's
Overworlder
playing
deck.
Gaspadon.
I mean, yeah, I mean the point
I would
being,
love for
like,
him to get a better print. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. He's
I
I
like
mean,
would love
such
him
an
to get
iconic
Breachman.
I
character,
mean,
Yeah,
and
he'd
he
be
just
really
did
cool.
not get any
Give
justice
him
done.
like outperform speed 10 or something. Make him crazy. He
you're,
just got to go fast, baby.
you're
Give my
thinking.
man Earth attacks because there was a lot of alpha builds that we did not get in those final prints.
I don't know. I think
Yep.
I think that there's more support options that it has than most other decks have. Now, granted, I don't think it's like, I think out of all the tribes, like when you combine it into a deck, it probably makes the most cohesive and fully functional deck. You know, than the others. But whenever it comes down to it, like I feel like they have the strongest strategies necessarily. Like the
I don't know. Overworlders for me are kind of like a jack of all trades thing, right? Like they can
Hmm.
do a lot of different things, but they're not like particularly good at any one thing except for maybe healing. Like I think healing's probably like the thing that Overworlders are maybe the best at.
I mean, again,
Um,
they have Rhyme of Recklessness. If they had ever beat KO, then they can also take out the creature that's going to KO them. They have Arbeed, which can reduce attack damage down to 5. They have the I can't remember which music it is, but it reduces it negates any damage done by an attack and or music. I believe
I
is
know
what
the
it
one you're
is.
talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about though. Like
Yeah.
you have that, and then you have
There's a lot of
yeah.
there is a lot of negating when it
Yeah.
comes to abilities and musics.
I mean, it kind of turns
They're
it
probably
into a matter of like now we're fighting with creatures, but the creatures that you have like access to as an overworlders have like more powerful passive abilities that would normally be a
hmm
music. Like Drabe's ability is heal 15, and that there are quite literally music abilities that heal 15. Um, you know,
yeah, but I mean, it costs them a music to do it. It's not like it's a free ability.
yeah, but I mean, whenever you have no more musics left in hand, does it really matter what you're using your musics for? Like that
Sure.
I mean, like if you have like 8 music counters on the board at the start of the game and 2 of them are on Drabe, you're not using those 2 on Drabe to cast your music. Like if you have 10
and then they
Right.
music,
also got Horn Saber, and that makes it really challenging to even want to go attack on the fence
yeah.
because getting recklessness for being on the other side of the board, that's a big deal.
I mean,
Yeah, for sure.
it's just one of those things where it's like they have a lot more tools to them than the other tribes have, and I think that definitely just pushes them over a power. Like currently, like right now, like in the fan format, because it is a fan format, despite what people think. Rhyme of Recklessness is like limited to 1, and a lot of like the stronger Overworlder cards are limited to 1 or loyaled out or uniqued out. Um, and I mean, I just feel like if you look at like the amount of cards that have to be punished, from Overworlders, sure, like there's like 2 Underworlders that are objectively broken, but like regardless of what happens with anything else, I mean, those 2 cards are always going to be broken. That doesn't change the fact that like as a core strategy, Overworlders have too much. Like, I mean,
So, what would you recommend as a fix to that? Do you just nerf that tribe, or
ban
do
them
you
all,
give
ban
the
them
other
all.
tribes
Honestly,
ban my tribe?
uh,
That's crazy.
honestly,
Interesting.
Overworlders, the Marillions, they could have just flooded the Overworld. That's all I'm saying. The
I
Underworlder
mean,
could have.
it would start there.
The
You
Underworlder.
start with Glacier Plains.
Like, if all the Overworlders died due to flooding, you know, we still have Underworlders and Danians.
I don't know. You guys got taken over first.
No.
Underworld City was taken over in one foul swoop,
Just
thanks to good old
True.
Servant of Ani.
Very true.
just write the Overworlders out of the story. It's that easy. Come on, like it's not that hard. Like it's just erase them. All right, everybody's dying right now. Let's just we're almost done, guys. We're almost done. If you were chaotic players in the world of the TV show and got your code to port to Perim for the first time, what location would you like to see first with your own eyes?
I feel like he's been getting a lot of airtime this episode, but I don't know, man. Castle Momark might be one for me. I want to see what all's going on there in that wackadoodle guy's laboratory.
Man, I just realized my answer is so cliche, but I got a part 2 to mine. I'm gonna let Kanga go.
I'd well, not really a location, but I would love to check out the Port Court, even though it's not really a location, it's a place. I also thought Crystal Cave was pretty cool.
Oh yeah,
Just because it's got the zero gravity section,
I do love
Yeah.
Crystal Cave.
the extra bit. Or I would maybe pick like Glacier Plains or something cool. I reckon.
I'd
I
probably.
dig
I
it.
feel like I do a lot of it. I feel like I do a lot of exploring in Glacier Plains. I feel like it's got lots of secrets.
What's the name
For
of that
sure.
location we were talking about earlier? The one that like travels through time, like at the Skeleton Springs. What was that again? I can't remember the name.
Crackus Mound or something like that.
Yeah, I would go there. I would go there. That would like
Okay.
totally metagaming. I'd go there.
Actually, that's now a location card.
Actually, it's in Skeletal Springs, so I'd go to Skeletal Springs, and then I would go there.
Oh man. If I had to pick one, I'm realizing it's cliche because of the connection to the first episode, but my first, I think Lake Kinapo is super rare. My first super rare location was Lake Kinapo, and I got it out of a down in Perim starter deck, and I just remember how I fell in love with that artwork, and totally not even realizing that that was the very first location that Tom went to in part 2 of the episodes Welcome to Chaotic. And if it wasn't Lake Kinapo, it would be probably Curious City for me, just because I would run into so many overworld creatures right off the bat, and my strategy would just be to like naturally befriend everybody, but also it'd be cool to like, I know Tom and Kaz got annoyed of Bodil, but I would use Bodil in a heartbeat to just get all the information I can on everything that's going on, because Bodil had a lot of information
Oh
for
yeah.
somebody that was viewed as this kind of annoying, smart aleck, thought he was above everybody creature.
Actually,
Maxwell
I would probably
told
say
him lots of.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was very like informed by Maxwell a lot. So yeah.
I'd probably say that mine would probably be Gothos Tower. Actually, I feel like Gothos Tower would probably like be better.
Man, that's like one of the most dangerous choices
Man.
you could pick to
I
go first.
I feel
and
like-
you're
Just
like,
I feel like if there's
first in.
I feel like if there's an ally that you would want in chaotic, like as a chaotic player, I feel like it'd be Von Blut, because I feel like Von Blut's always trying to like progress himself to get to the next stage. So like anytime he gets
He is.
stronger, you could always
He's a
just, like,
conniving little fucker. Yeah.
yeah, but every time he gets
He is.
stronger, you can get a new scan of him. And I feel like, he's one
Sure.
of those creatures where it's like, he's not going to have like, long time gaps before he like, goes to the next level. So it just
Yeah, he's probably buying like some like black market, like crazy, like illegal battle gear or something. Like
Yeah.
he's probably got all
Yeah.
sorts of stuff like cooking in the background that
Yeah.
nobody else knows about.
So if I have to sell it an overworlder or two to like get on his good side, oh well. I mean,
he
at
did
least I'm getting
almost
strong scans,
single-handedly like ruined Maxwell as a character, because finding God, what is the name of that?
Oh yeah, stealing his
Music.
stealing his
Stealing his disciplines.
It was like a toot of exhaustion.
Decomposition.
No, yeah, decomposition.
Decomposition. Yeah.
I was like a toot of exhaustion. It's not rude, but yeah.
Which,
no,
looking back now, I was watching that episode. That music was generic in the season 1, but it ended up being an Underworld music in the card game. I thought that was interesting.
I feel like that's like the perfect example as to why getting in good with Von Blut would be like the perfect thing to do as a chaotic player. Like if you don't give a shit about Perim, that's what you do. Which I mean, like if I just got to chaotic for the first time, like I have no connection to the creatures of chaotic. I have no connection to the creatures of Perim. I mean like. I'm gonna totally min max, like just assuming it's a regular game. I'm gonna totally min max. I'm gonna be like, okay, well, let me go to the guy who like I know is going to get progressively stronger, and like later if I find out it's not a game, okay, I maybe fucked up a little bit. But if I'm going in there and I'm thinking it's just a game, then I mean like I'm going directly to
See,
Gothos Tower.
my concern would be Von Blut is somebody that you can't trust. He double crosses everybody. So
Yeah.
like
He only cares
You're
about
not just
himself.
selling your soul. You have to be like, okay, what's in it for me kind of guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm
You know what I
saying.
mean?
It's
There's
like
no incentive as a human being. You'd have to spy on Chaor. Like, that's not somebody whose bad side I want to be on. This man kicked Von Blue out of
No.
Underworld altogether. Like, he had to hide under Marillion control.
I feel
Imagine
like-
being the minion.
I feel like as a
And not by
player,
choice.
if you think it's a game, I feel like as a player, if you think it's a game, because I have no reason to believe it wouldn't be a game if I got my transport code there for the first time, right? I would personally
Right.
go like, let me go to the guy with the most ambition, and the most ambitious person is Von Blue. Because of the,
Yeah,
the
no, he's
person with the most-
100% like
yeah.
the star scream of the series.
Yeah, because the person with the most ambition is going to be the person.
Starscream is my favorite Transformer, by the way.
So,
Love Starscream. Hell yeah, dude.
so
I mean, I always thought him and Von Blue always like to distinguish because, to me, even though they're the second in command, they represent the like vile nature of where they come from more than the two that lead. Because like we see a good side of Megatron, we see a good side of Chaor, but you never see that with Starscream in the traditional sense of how he was originally. You didn't see that with Von Blue. You never see him did anything good. It's always was for his own game.
You saw him cooperating with Clay and Christella. Like you saw him getting along with Clay and Clay.
No, they're all slime. That's
like,
why.
He
could
have killed Clay and Christella.
That's what that is.
You saw him getting
First
along.
of all,
I mean, like,
those,
come on,
those
like,
two were informants for him. Like, if you want to talk about,
that's
like,
what I'm
yeah,
saying.
Oh my god. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You can be an informant. I'm not messing with you.
You gotta remember, he's the chaotic villain.
I've got to say,
Man,
I'm probably
I
gonna
mean, he's living up
side-
to that name.
Oh my god, I actually am kind of leaning into that. Oh, I didn't even mean to do that.
Nope, that's
I've
the
gotta
Underworld
say-
personality. Let it consume you.
I've got to side with Max Lord for sure. Like I think Maxor would be the first creature I run to, for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, dude,
Just because like yeah.
I feel like there's only
He's
two.
just-
I feel like there's only like 3 or 4 correct answers for the first person you run to. Like it's either Von Blute if you're somebody like me, it's Max or it's Chaor or it's Nadrin. I feel like those are the only 4 like right answers.
Well, that's like
Yeah.
if you know that all of them like exist and where they are, right? Like for
Yeah.
me, I feel like if I went to Perim, I would just be like exploring all over the place, and I'd probably end up like, in like the jungle. I feel like Yokus would be somebody I would hang out with. Like I don't know, like I feel like I meet that guy and I'm like, all right, what is your deal? What's your?
Is he
I
cutting
see
out
what
for
he's
you
got
guys?
going on.
Is he cutting out for you guys too, or is it just?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
no. Okay, shit. Let me leave and come back. Discord does. Sorry, Discord is like so weird sometimes. Where like if I'm in a call for long enough, it'll fuck my audio. I don't know why.
Oh no, you're good, dude.
Good.
I would just say, because we can't leave out the other tribes. I would say, if we're talking about the Danes, I would still use Wama like Sarah does, just because he's kind of like that street level of like, hey, I heard from this guy, and then he heard from another guy that we got this new battle gear, we got this new goods, or this new music that's coming in. I would either do him or she had an opportunity to be really tight with the queen. I mean, like saving the queen's life. I would imagine she wouldn't mind seeing you around, and then she wanted to learn more about humans because she didn't have a lot of encounters. So while people might have scans of Elixia, obviously no one ever had the opportunity to physically see her because she's so high up in the Mount Pillar. And then, like, on the Mepetian side, dude, I would just try to be cool with the Mepetian royals. Like, some of them were cool with humans, like Marquine Durini. Maybe not so much Prince Medinu. I kind of think he would probably look at us as more of like, you guys are kind of invasive. I'm going to need you to, like, kick rocks.
I feel like you could probably like try and get in with like the Royal Academy of like like Mepetian, like Royal Academy of like Melee Training Arts or whatever it's called. I forget what the location's called.
Yeah.
But like you could probably like if you get in good there, you help them with some supply runs or something. You get like premier scans on all the like new up and coming like recruits or whatever that are like top of the class. I
Or
feel like
even
that's like
just
a
getting cool with like Ario, because he's part of the royal family too. He's
yeah,
a
yeah.
little bit on the lower spectrum, but he can definitely get you into the door somewhere.
I mean, you getting
Ario is like one of my favorite Dawn Perim creatures, like all time favorites. I love
Definitely.
Ario, man.
you
Yeah,
getting
that
cool
guy's
with the
awesome.
you getting cool with the conjurers, man.
Oh, I would love to see Blazblatan in real life. He was always my favorite. Like that
I,
episode was
I
just
don't
so
know that I'd want to see Blasphemy in real life, dude. I feel like that's insane, dude. I'm not trying to get near to that guy at all. I'll watch him from afar.
I
You only
hear.
live once, man.
I don't know, man. I hear Blazvatan sucks.
That's funny.
No, I feel like Olmar would be a really good creature to get in like good with. You know, like you get close
Definitely.
with Olmar if you like get all the like premier info and all the new battle gear that he's developing and stuff.
Just don't do any experiments. We saw what happened to his former apprentice.
All right,
Yeah, for sure.
all right, guys. We got 5 more questions to power through. Kanga, are you
Uh,
gonna be good for 5 more questions? Okay.
I'm gonna try.
All right. Guys,
Kill
Gotta
listen,
some
eat at some
man.
point.
to,
He's
to, to
become like
every
Tanga when he
it
was
has been
10.
a long one.
to everybody watching right now, guys, it is literally 9 a.m. We started at 4 a.m. like in Kanga's time. So like, okay, like
Yeah.
if y'all are not
Rest.
subscribed to Kanga, he is doing this because he loves you guys. Okay, like come on, guys, go subscribe to
He,
Kanga.
he's earned your sub.
He has earned your sub at this point. If he hasn't, then
Definitely.
I mean, like you guys are too stingy. You guys, like, come on, like you should be better, people. Okay.
Thank you.
So if you could if you give each faction, let's just say your favorite faction. Let's just go with your favorite faction. Additional kind of playstyle or archetype. What would those playstyles or archetypes be? I'm just gonna go ahead and exclude myself from this because I don't do card development or card theory. So like this, I'm gonna abstain from answering this one.
I think it could be kind of interesting. If we're just talking about like our favorite tribes, I think it'd be kind of interesting if, like with Nepetians, maybe you play on like the hot, like the cold-blooded nature of reptiles. Like maybe you have some way, like um, if they get hit by fire or water attacks, like it heats or cools them down or something. That's probably like a bit too like strange as far as mechanics go, but I think if you're looking at like the aspects of like reptiles, like maybe like the cold-blooded nature of them like has some sort of like potential like mechanical implication.
So do you want to make them like elemental proof, like how we kind of have that,
Not
but
elemental
for
proof,
those
but
two
it could
specific?
even be the type of thing where like um I don't know whether it would be like location based or whether it would be like if
Okay.
they have the element or if the opposing creature has the element or something that they would like I don't know, like say like if the opposing creature has fire, they gain extra speed or something, right? Because like you know they have they're just like more energetic like around warmer climates or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something mechanically that's kind of interesting there about that, but I don't know how you would design it or balance it that would where it would make sense.
Okay.
I'd be curious to well, if we're getting the frozen, I'd be curious to see what mechanics they get and what like how they work because I'm assuming they would have their own mechanics and stuff. So I'd be curious to see what like ice mechanics or whatever they have.
Gotcha.
Just because like I guess like I really enjoy cards like Bluegon and Rymusa and just the snow creatures and Ulfhedden. I really like Ulfhedden. So I think that's where my love of wanting to learn more about like are they like technically could they technically be frozen creatures and could they unlock abilities kind of like how Belfour
Yeah.
was like originally an Underworld and he became a Marillion. Could they like get pushed into the frozen category in future? You know what I mean? Like, and then
Yeah.
would they gain new abilities? And I don't know, just like the evolution of Chaotic is interesting to think about. If Felfour can become a Underworlder, or he was technically like faking being an Underworlder, I think, but um, if he can go from being one tribe to another, I think that would be cool to see more creatures like evolve maybe and then get new abilities, I guess.
Sure.
For
I don't know
sure.
if that made any sense, but yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely.
No, that makes sense.
I look at those like tiny little details and go, maybe this could be a thing, or maybe this could
Yeah.
change. Yeah. So yeah.
I'm gonna abstain from answering this one, so you're up, Max Lord.
Okay. I would want a Vanguard for Overworlders. I think one thing that they could do to get away from support is we already got warrior types. Let's have like the tanky, we're in the front lines, we protect, your music users or like just your essential creatures to whatever strategy you got going on. I would love to see some tankier overworld characters. That'd be cool.
For
To
sure.
introduce the Vanguard class.
That's fair.
That's cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
All right. We do have a couple questions I'm not going to answer because I feel like those should be like, their own unique things for themselves. They're asking about like how to get back into the game or where to start. I feel like that should be like its own videos, or I should message them individually and like, talk that out with them about like how they could, like what they could do or the tools they have available to them. So we're just not going to, I feel like those are less opinionated things with like have like more objective answers. Let's just not do those. Okay.
Okay.
If you guys are cool with that.
Sure.
If you guys are cool.
Yeah.
That's fine.
My advice to anyone that wanting to like how to get into the game would just be go on eBay, buy a starter deck, or go on Recode, speak to someone in the Reddit or Discord. There's so many helpful people there.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
if I was giving you my advice, which you don't have to take my advice, but I would say go on eBay, buy a Overworld or Underworld deck if you want, and
or
read and learn and.
Or because you asked,
Yeah, or
you're entered into a giveaway for the Stadium starter deck. So.
Oh yeah.
true.
There you go, right there.
You can do the Dawn and Perim starter decks, or you can do the Marillion Invasion starter decks. Those are great options and still very, well, I wouldn't say very, but they're still definitely available on eBay.
Yeah, I mean,
And if you guys are hesitant to buy a deck, then you can go onto the Recode and you can play a match and have a deck for free, and then transition into buying cards. So I think that's also a great option too.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah. I feel like I'm gonna make a video going over like all the different things you can do as you're entering the game, because like people are seeing my videos, our shorts popping up in their feeds, and they're restarting the game, and I feel like there should be a video of like, here's how to start playing Chaotic again, or here's how to get back into Chaotic, or how to start collecting again. Like I feel like
buying guides and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like those should be their own individual things instead of being like thrown in haphazardly, at the very end of a 5-hour podcast.
No, for sure.
So when the game comes back, and assuming there's a show to go with it, do you want it to continue with the original group or a new group of players?
Kind of tough. I mean, I feel like it's hard not to want the original cast back. I feel like as someone who loved the original show, it's hard not to want to see a continuation of the stories that we already have for those characters.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think that's my answer. I think that it could be interesting to see like a new cast of characters, but I want to see what's going on with all the old ones that I already like.
Yeah.
I have a great answer for this. Obviously, the child in me would definitely want the original cast and just continue from where we left off. But I could also, maybe this is like a compromise. Maybe it'd be cool to. It would be cool if they like had spin-off episodes or something where they like picked a random player and like had a few episodes like with just a random character, so you kind of get that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it
Like,
would
like,
be similar to like what they did with I forget the name of the girl that played in the newbie episode, but like that was the first time they surrounded an episode around somebody who wasn't one of the main players.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like you could like, I suppose I'm trying to think. Like, take for example, like Naruto, they would like do a spin-off episode where they a spin-off like couple episodes where they focus on like Shikamaru, or like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you're kind of getting like the same.
You
could like spin off and Sorry, you go.
No, you're good. I was just
No,
gonna say they,
Like an entire episode focused on Sam Shady kind of thing.
yeah,
Yeah,
or
exactly.
like
Yeah,
And
Tank
so
yeah,
or Tartar Wrecker.
yeah. I
yeah,
feel
so I think that that's a great way to like compromise with that answer, I guess.
yeah. I feel like you
I
can't
agree.
really get rid of the main three, considering that's like Tom is literally their branding. I mean, like when you
Well,
think
you mean the
chaotic,
main core?
yeah, no, when you think chaotic like poster, or chaotic like licensing, or chaotic merchant like merchandising, right? Like you think that poster where Tom is like on the page with Maxor and Interest in the background with chaotic logo like right there, like that's the first thing to pop in your mind, right? Like it's not, or it's the obviously Chaor and Maxor like side by side, but like whenever I think like chaotic like licensed like chaotic branding, like that's the first thing I think is like that giant that poster where it's like Tom is like falling with with the code in the background and the chaotic like like he's in the forefront, you know.
Yeah, for sure. As a fan growing up, I and like loving the show. Now, like I think of the group of four, like as a whole, like that's just my like fan opinion, like from growing up watching the show. I don't think of
Yeah,
it as the Tom and Kaz show. I don't think of it as the Maxor and Chaos show. I think of it as like Sarah and Peyton. Peyton was definitely like a driving force in the comedy for sure. Like literally like
he's the
Peyton was
Jack
mascot.
my
Black
favorite. Yeah,
inspired.
Yeah. I
And
think
absolutely.
then Sarah was obviously like the glue, the brains of the group. Like when they're all being stupid, Sarah would pull them back in line and go, "Hey, like, yeah,
I,
Yeah, for sure.
I do think they should add new characters as new tribes are introduced. Like we got the Marillions, I feel like we should get a new Marillion character like in the core group. It's like like
I'm
just like
definitely
that.
fine with that. I was gonna
yeah, that
say
would
When
be
the
I
cool."
would
frozen,
like to see
yeah,
that.
I feel
As
like
long as they're like a real piece of shit.
That's a great.
yeah.
That's a
No,
You're gonna
no, like
represent the villains of the
well,
story.
I
You
mean,
gotta
like
be
that's
part.
a
we have. I mean, there's non like villain Marillions inside the series. Like there's Marillions still on the
Name
outside.
10.
There's
You know
not
what?
10,
They
but
can
like,
bring Mr.
but
E
like, I
back.
mean, there's a Marillion that's staying in the Mepedium Oasis with one of Peyton's Mepedian friends,
Sure.
and I mean, like they were harmful in the way that they would like did pranks, like they would go invisible and then they turn visible to scare people, you know. I mean, I think that's fine. I think Nuncorn being assimilated, is a perfect time to have like Nuncorn experience, the other tribes and then like have them unassimilated afterwards. Like I think there's like avenues to explore of like the regular everyday Marillions if that
yeah, for sure.
like I mean like not every creature in the underworld is like I'm gonna go and beat everything up and then I'm gonna be the strongest and I'm gonna rule the overworlder. Not every overworlder's underworlder's like that, and
Yeah, that was it.
Sure.
not every overworlder is a foot soldier. I feel like we have the opportunity to explore the everyday like Marillions, and I feel like a character that would be able to display that would be like a new character that has those attachments to the Marillions.
For sure. To add on to that, the best thing I can think of would be like in Code Lyoko, you had like the main group, and then like William was like inserted into the group for a bit, and it was like dancing between whether he was going to be part of the group or not. And I think that would be kind of cool to like, yeah, like as what you said, like add a new character. It'd be kind of cool if they were like the bad guy kind of turned good, or the group doesn't trust him, like kind of vibe. I don't know, like that'd be cool.
Right.
Just like
I
and
agree.
you're adding, yeah, you're adding like so many different elements in there. And of course, like as fans, we're going to be like, who's this new guy? Like what? Like, and we're like, we'll side with the four, and yeah, there'll be people that love him, and yeah, I reckon that's a cool idea, man. That's a really good idea, actually. And I always wondered if they would ever make like a Marillion scanner and like even like a tribeless scanner. Like if we'll ever see like a frozen scanner, like are we going to see more colors, or like is it just going to be like the four tribes, or what will they
Right.
do? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to think about. Yeah.
So all pretty much on the same page. Don't replace the core group, but you could add more people to it.
Yeah, for
For
sure.
sure.
Yeah, and I always
I
kind of
really-
felt like they would add new ones anyway, just because it adds versatility to it. But like, you can kind of play with I think doing episodes of characters we've seen before, like I'd be fine with a spin-off of like if you put um like Tank, Tartar Reggie, and like somebody else together,
So like the side
and
characters and make their
right,
like little group.
and make an
Yeah.
episode where like
The
okay, we
That'd be
didn't
cool.
expect this, but we didn't know that we also needed and wanted this because it was done really well.
Have like
Yeah.
Sam, have like
And,
Sam
like-
Shady, Christella, and Clay be stuck in Mount Pillar, and they have to like escape, and we get to see how they interact with each other or something.
Yeah, and I mean,
Or-
you can
or-
even
or-
show Christella's sister twin off a little bit more.
Or I have a great idea. We sign with the Chaotic USA company, and us four get animated into the show, and we get an episode.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I have always wanted to voice act, so I'm with it.
That would be so
Let's
cool.
do it.
And then
Yeah.
we get an episode. We get a 22-minute episode,
Yeah,
Alright.
That'd
give
be
us
cool.
a 22-minute episode. Honestly,
and it'll be
that would be really cool to have us in there for just like a spin-off episode, and then
just for a laugh.
All right,
like
that's
just
it.
fun. Yeah,
Alright.
Yeah.
We're down to the final 3 questions, boys. We're almost there.
Let's get it.
All right. What are your thoughts on chaotic card design? Its art is phenomenal, and every card is unique. Hopefully, it doesn't change, and they continue where they left off. Do you agree?
Agreed.
Yes.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
They've already stated that they're not going to change the template or the style, to our knowledge.
The codes. will be-
Everything's going to be the same,
the codes will
except
be
for the
different.
codes, and we're not sure about. But the template of the cards should all be the same, and I think stats will be slightly different. I think they said something about they're going to make them a little bit better, maybe, or fix the
I think
problems.
so,
or,
yeah.
I think if
something,
they did give everybody like a set energy, but just make the disciplines vary, that'd probably be
Yeah.
Yeah.
better.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
I
much
agree with
where a
that.
lot
For
of
sure.
people settle on
Yeah.
that one. Yeah.
Because that would streamline it, like, yeah, similar to like other card games. I think like that most health is sort of the same.
Yeah.
Like I
Right.
think like with like Pokemon, for example, I think all their HP doesn't like obviously the cards vary, but like
Right.
that individual card has the same across the board. I think
All
like as in like a printing of a Charizard or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I get you. I get you.
So art and
we
card
definitely
designer
step
peak,
back.
yeah. Yeah. All right. Now, last 2. I'm gonna save the big one for the last one because the last one's like really long. If you were to design the next Brilliant Tribe Leader, what theme would you go for, and what kind of abilities would you give them?
Oh, sorry. What was the question?
If you were to design the next Brilliant Tribal Leader, what theme would you go for, and what kind of abilities would you give them? I would go. I would make it very reflective of the Kalian sphere. I would make it reflective of the Brilliant Tribal Leader for no reason whatsoever. Not a single. Just cause. I did no reason.
I would maybe make it so they can brainwash creatures. Like maybe they have the ability, like if you do a certain thing, you can replace their text box with like a certain like brainwash text. It would have to be like card text that's not like just like nothing, like not like a vanilla creature, but maybe they have a way to like brainwash creatures and turn them into minions. Would be kind of cool.
If you deal
That'd be cool.
if you deal like 20 damage with an attack, replace the opposing engaged creature's ability with recklessness 10.
I think that's broken, but yeah, something along those lines. Yeah,
Recklessness 5. Recklessness 5.
it would have to be more than just dealing 20 damage. It's not a high bar to vault.
Okay.
You just caustic cascade. But
if your engaged creature has 4 or more mutant counters and it deals it deals 20 or more damage with an attack, then it replaces the opposing engaged creature's ability with.
sure, something like that. Yeah, like a way to brainwash and turn opposing creatures into minions. I think like thematically is kind of cool.
If you KO an opposing creature, take control of it. So, if
That's
I was
crazy.
to answer this, I would say design wise, I would kind of want him to be like one of the more unique but alien looking like aquatic sea creatures that we have data of now, but also kind of give it this sort of demonic presence, if that makes sense. And then as far as like abilities go, I would want to give this one a unique ability that the other ones don't have. So we know that they use the power of their minds. I'd want them to have mental projection. So instead of brainwashing creatures, they can see a creature, make a mental projection that copies their abilities, and they're just a little bit tougher to get rid of. So it's almost like cloning, but without cloning. You're doing just the mental projection of them. I think if you're gonna have somebody that um, can take Ani's place, it should be somebody that can create their own army. They don't need to brainwash their opponents. They can just simply be like, no, I'll just copy everything I like about you, and then we'll just make an infinite amount of those because my mind has limitless powers.
Well, I think very similar to what you said. I'd love to like more really like dive into like the fact that they're like water fluid
Yeah.
based creatures. Really try and hone in on that, and maybe like take a page out of uh, Oni, and I would make the ability. I think it's like Oni's just called like astral projection, but I would make that astral projection like an ability. So the ability would be astral projection, maybe
Oh
like
yeah,
something
I see what
cool,
you're
like
that
you
would
know what I
be
mean? Like
yeah,
as
that
in
would
like
be
sort of
really
like a
nice.
like a homage to Oni, but also I think maybe there'd be some sort of cool power that astral projection could do, like
Yeah.
especially since that um Merlians are all based around like the mind and stuff, so and like
Hmm.
brainwash and stuff. So I think you could maybe delve deeper into that sort
Astral
of stuff.
projection would be cool. Maybe they can do something like have a mental battle with you in the astral plane. You know what I mean? Like I know they
Yeah,
kind of mess with that. Like if you're big into like X-Men, like Professor X does that a lot, Jean does that a
mhm.
lot. And then you
Yeah, for
got
sure.
God, I forget his name. It's a really good X-Men villain. I totally forget his name, but you guys probably know what I'm talking about. But something like that would be cool. Like you
Yeah,
instead of you fighting just in the realm of Perim, like you actually have an astral projection, like fighting what they view themselves as mentally versus their opponent fighting themselves mentally
the
and kind
battle
of
of the
being
minds.
yeah. Then it's like whoa, I've never been in this before. Like what is this?
Yeah. Maybe that could look like kind of that could allude to like the whole fact that like when um sorry, I'm going really deep in on this, but I was thinking like,
No, you're
you know,
good.
when like the
That's what they want.
characters they like turn into the creatures, they're like in that like weird like digital little like mind void thing. Like when
Mm-hmm.
they're yeah, like maybe like it could like allude back to that, like how like Tom would be in a situation as Maxwell. He like when he's Maxwell lost all of his courage, like he was like as Maxwell, but he was like, "What's going on?" Like he was confused and didn't know
Yeah, almost
what was
like
going on
a
with Maxwell.
prison in his
So when you
own.
say, yeah, so when you say like Battle of Minds, I just think of like that stuff,
Okay.
kind of like that, like alluding back to that like concept that they put into the show, I guess, of
Yeah.
them as the creature kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah,
No,
be a fun concept to flesh out.
I'd be interested to see how they would. Yeah, I guess how that would play out.
I don't know. That was a long-winded answer, but yeah,
Guys,
it's interesting to.
we're at the last question.
All
All
right.
right, let's hear it.
All right. All right. I'm going to cut off a lot of it because there's a lot of like clarifiers and stuff like that and a lot of like restrictions, so it like make it a lot harder to like answer, and like we're at the end, Kanga's about to fall asleep, and I mean I want to make sure that like, we're all still awake at the end of me reading this question. So
No,
uh,
you're good.
a new set for Chaotic is being released next year. As part of the design team, you have the opportunity to release new scans of 5 creatures. They have to be creatures we've seen before, and they have to be creatures that have been printed before. What
Okay.
creatures do you choose? So you can't pick Screamer, you
Um,
can't pick any creatures that were beyond rare. You can only pick creatures that have been printed before and that we've seen before.
Yeah.
First off, Yokas. I'd love to see a new
Oh,
Yokas.
and also they can't have other abilities. So like we can't have any multiple retrains. So no more Maxors, no more Chaors.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I do Yokas. I do Grook. I love Grook. I'd love to see a retrain of him.
Yeah.
Ario, I'd love to see a retrain of. Maybe get a retrain of um Gaspidan. We mentioned him earlier. I think he would be a really cool retrain.
Yeah.
And then I forget, did we got a Magmon retrain already, right?
Yeah,
Or am I
Magmon.
tripping?
Yeah, we
Magmon
did.
Yeah,
evolved.
I thought so. Yeah. I love him. Who else would be a good retrain? We have a Bodal retrain Fire and Stone already. I think of a fifth that would be good. Um, Maybe what's his name? It's Alka. He's like the bird guy that has like a ton of stats, but he's got like exhaust 10 or
Oh
something
yeah,
else.
Oh
Aquawood, the
yeah.
Underworld
Yeah,
with
yeah.
the
Yeah.
exhaust all
Yeah, yeah.
distance. What is
Yeah.
it?
I'd like
10?
to see like a retrain of him. I think he's a really cool guy.
Yeah.
All right.
Those are my five.
Kanga, you're up.
You can correct me if I don't know if they have a retrain, but Crossectus, I'm not sure if he's got a retrain.
He does not.
Nope. That would be a
That's
good
a
one.
good
He does
pick.
not. It's like I'm thinking, like as a fan, like coming back, those those characters are iconic, so I think that they deserve a spotlight again. So yeah,
Yeah.
Crossectus, maybe Dractyl. If Dractyl doesn't have a retrain, I don't think Dractyl does.
I
That's a
don't
good
think
one.
he
No,
does.
Mm-mm.
No,
I don't
if
think
he
he
has
does,
one
no.
on the way.
Maglax. I think Maglax does have a
Yeah,
retrain.
he
He does have a
does.
He's got the
retrain, yeah.
fire
He does.
one.
Okay.
Yep.
Now we'll do Cat next.
He does.
He's got a retrain.
He's got one
He's
too.
got a retrain. Okay. Yep. See, I'm behind on some things.
No, you're okay. You're okay.
Maybe. Ooh.
Oh, maybe go through my binder. Let me do the same thing.
Yeah, it's kind of
It's
it's like it's
all
helping.
the dome.
It's helping.
It's much harder when you include the restriction of no retrains. Like it's much harder. 'Cause
Ra-
you have to, like,
Yeah.
it
Rage
removes
Trod.
like all your favorites.
I feel like Rage Trod would be good.
Yes.
Yes,
I feel like
I
that's
would
like
actually
at this point.
be
I feel like
cool with the rage rod that isn't brainwashed. Give him
Sure.
something more unique.
can I include now or never cards? Is that technically counted or no?
Did they have only if they have a regular chaotic version?
Okay.
Because the names get changed all the time. So
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's 3 I've done.
it really is much harder with the clarification of no retrains.
It is.
Like I'm
Il-
trying to
is
think
Il-
of creatures.
Is Ilar? Ilar's only got one.
I think Lars only got one.
Yeah, he's only got one. He's only
Yeah,
got one.
Ilar's pretty cool. I always thought his artwork was kind of cool, so probably him
Yeah.
too. Yeah, maybe Yokus. Like basically, like what I would think is the creatures that were in episodes that were super iconic that never got
Mm-hmm.
like retrains. So like I'm gonna say like the 4Kids TV show characters that didn't get retrains, because I think like how cool would it be if like we get the new season and there's like Crossectus or like Adacat or Dractyl, like but like better. Like
Yeah.
I don't know, that would be cool. I feel like that would hook me in as a fan.
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
and like having them in the show and then having a new card, I reckon that'd be cool.
All right.
So that's my answer.
All right. So I'm up. Gotta go with my boy Rage Trod. There's no world where I don't say Rage Trod. I mean, like obviously somebody else said Rage Trod first. I should be happy about that. That means
I was
it's getting
thinking about
notoriety.
You should.
Then probably going with Victar, because I'm amazed that Victar doesn't
Yep.
like his design is so memorable. I'm amazed he doesn't have like a new design, especially considering we saw Cooler Tom use a Victar that was like better than Tom's Victar. So then I'd probably say a War Beast. I'm gonna go with Cahor because Cahor is my favorite War Beast to use. But I wouldn't be opposed to any of them. And then Elixia, she only has one version. I would love to see like maybe a combative Elixia would be cool.
Is
Do we
she
have
dead?
that
Because
officially coming?
there's like a new
I'm pretty
Danian queen, right?
I'm pretty sure she's still alive, but Azel came back and took over the
She
throne.
just probably passed it off.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Azel.
And I mean, especially with them looking for another location to have the hive in, since Mount Pillar was invaded, you know, they're kind of looking at it like, all right, well, this is no longer constructive for us to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then for my last one, I'm gonna go with Gel Todd. He's just not
Nice.
He's just not
That's-
one you
that's
think
a
of.
good one.
I do love
Yeah.
Gel Todd, man. That guy's one of my all-time favorite arts for a terrible creature that I'll never play, but I do love that art.
His art
Yeah,
is
that's
I'm
fair.
gonna
I actually got Ganon
I'm-
to confirm what Gel Todd's shoe size was.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make it.
He is a gelatinous
Oh.
mass, so he does not have a shoe size.
What you got, Kanga?
I'm gonna make another interjection, and I'm almost certain that none of them have retrains, and I just am in my brain now thinking of it. I think it's be cool. Tribeless retrains, if they don't already have, I don't think they have retrains. I
don't.
assume they don't.
No, they don't.
So like Ursus retrain or like Chromax retrain, like I think that would be like insanely cool. But like
I guess
I don't know.
so.
I think like I don't know if that's like possible or if that's in the lore, but that would be cool to see like a second Ursus.
All right.
Or
I
something.
mean, Gromax did have a different card art from what it was in the show versus what we actually got.
Yeah.
True.
So I think anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We got one more answer, and then we're done. And we're done with all the questions. It's been 5
Alright,
hours
so
in the making.
I'm gonna make this good. So I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna pick one for every tribe. So
That's a good.
for Overworld, I was gonna say Staluk, because Staluk's an iconic one. We haven't seen anything done with Staluk in a while. If it wasn't going to be Staluk, I was going to say Velrith. I wouldn't mind seeing him redone. For Underworlders, I really like Stricto's artwork. I wouldn't mind seeing Stricto getting a retrain. And for Mepetians, I say Seattle, because I don't know if Seattle's got one planned out. But Seattle is one of those more iconic Mepetians. I wouldn't mind seeing him get one. Who else? For Danians, I would say Ibian. Ibian was one of my favorite ones in Dawn of Perim. I wouldn't mind seeing him get a new one. And for Marillions, I have one. Don't remember his name. It's gonna be like 2 seconds.
Bro's about to hold up an Ani. A PSA graded 10 Ani. PSA 10 Ani coming up, guys. Trust me.
No, I was gonna say Imswa. I don't know if you guys remember him.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
Of course. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, I love that thing's artwork, so I wouldn't mind.
He's got great art.
Yeah, I think he'd be cool. And then I think that's everybody. Yeah, that's my list.
All right. We are officially done with all the questions. Yay.
Yay.
Yay. Oh my god, I just refreshed it. We have 5 more. No, I'm kidding. That was a joke.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think I'm tapping out, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I got.
I don't think Kanga's gonna survive a couple more questions. I think Kanga's.
I told you he's looking like Tanga when he had that cold.
No,
Lay down.
Tangith was looking better. I'm not gonna lie. Thank you to everybody who came out today. I'm so sorry that we're not gonna be doing a proper outro, but we are at that point where we've been going for 5 hours. I mean, we've been going for 5.5 hours, but I forgot
5.5. Yeah.
I forgot to click start streaming 30 minutes ago. So
Apri got to stay this whole time. That's what's up.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
So we're just gonna be tapping out here. I have been J Johnny of Perim's Underworld.
Apricot a lot here on YouTube. Check me out.
Chaotic Kanga. Check me out on all my stuff.
And Maxlord, you can check me out on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook.
Nature Boy, I will be doing a post tomorrow morning, early tomorrow morning of who won the giveaway. I'll be doing a like live, not a live stream of it, but like I'll be doing a where I pull up a random comment generator and I have it randomly decide on who wins the giveaway. I probably should have said that at the beginning. I'm so sorry if you guys were staying just to see who won. My bad. I probably should have said that. I just to enter into the giveaway, you just had to comment. I'm going to be doing that completely separate. That was very misleading on my part. That wasn't even like clickbait. Like I genuinely just like that. That was just like I did not think about the fact that somebody would expect us to do that, like on stream.
Yeah, fair.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry if you guys thought that. I am so sorry. That was just not part of my thought process when I made the thumbnail. I'm so sorry about that. Like that's just but it'll be early tomorrow morning. I'll be announcing the giveaway via video. I don't want to take up their time with that, so because that takes like 20 minutes to get all set up. So that being said, we will be seeing you in Chaotic, so let's port to Perim.
See you in the